Chapter 1457. Qin Mutian sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was definitely not weaker than him. When he had first arrived in this void, he had always thought that he would be the strongest person here. Now, it seemed that he wasn't. What shocked him even more was the huge bell in this person's hand. This huge bell was definitely not inferior to the good fortune indestructible axe. During this time, the good fortune indestructible axe had already turned into an axe blade and disappeared. "Who are you, Taoist?" Qin Mutian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice instead of chasing after the good fortune indestructible axe. With this person around, even if he chased after the good fortune indestructible axe, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, he saw several experts coming over. Among these experts were the two people who had fought with him previously. Fortunately, the guy with the 5-colored star splitter wasn't here. "Tao Lord Chaos, you're really here." Itinerant E.G. chuckled and walked over. After Itinerant E.G., Xianhuang, Gaian, and the others also came over to greet him with cupped fists. No matter how much he wanted the good fortune indestructible axe, he wouldn't be able to snatch it with so many experts here. Moreover, although Tao Lord Chaos wasn't one of the 5 sacred lords, his strength wasn't any weaker than any of them. Looking at Tao Lord Chaos's current might, his strength seemed to have risen again. The man called Tao Lord Chaos also cupped his fists in return and said doubtfully, "Taoist E.G. doesn't seem to be having a smooth time." Itinerant E.G. sighed and didn't say much. In terms of strength, he might not be stronger than Tao Lord Chaos at his peak, but he definitely wasn't weaker. Now, he was clearly inferior to Tao Lord Chaos. Apart from the damage to his Tao heart and Tao runes, the biggest reason was that his golden page world had been taken away. Tao Lord Chaos's strength didn't decline after all these years in the Chaos realm. Instead, it seemed to have improved. If he didn't take back his golden page world as soon as possible, he would probably be removed from this universe. "You're Tao Lord Chaos." Qin Mutian frowned slightly. How could someone called Tao Lord Chaos be weak? As for Tao Lord Chaos ignoring him, he didn't take it to heart. Tao Lord Chaos sized Qin Mutian up for a long time before saying, "That's right, I'm Tao Lord Chaos. You're not from the 5-element universe, right?" "Ha!" Qin Mutian laughed. "Taoist's cultivation is profound, but your knowledge is shallow. When chaos was the vast world, how could there be inside the Tao? Tao, I, of. My Tao is not divided into universes, only the great Tao." Tao Lord Chaos was slightly shocked. "I'll be wherever the Tao is." How arrogant is that? Everyone in. Of, they were shocked. I was Tao. Even though everyone else had looks of disdain on their faces, they knew very well that Qin Mutian had come here to fight for the Gate of Fortune after hearing his words. "His name is Qin Mutian. I heard that he came from another universe." Itinerant E.G. didn't care about Qin Mutian's gibberish and directly spoke. Qin Mutian smiled faintly. He didn't mind and said, "Tao friend Chaos's Tao is the strongest I've ever seen. That huge bell should be the Chaos Bell, right? It lives up to its reputation. It's much stronger than my black and white symbols. In that case, let's use our own means. The creation indestructible axe will belong to whoever gets it. How about that? If we fight here and the creation indestructible axe is taken away by someone else, wouldn't that be an injustice?" Tao Lord Chaos wasn't the only one who understood Qin Mutian's meaning. Everyone else did too. The reason why Tao Lord Chaos could stop Qin Mutian wasn't because Tao Lord Chaos's Tao Dharma had suppressed Qin Mutian, but because Tao Lord Chaos's Dharma treasure, the Chaos Bell, was stronger than his Dharma treasure, the black and white symbols. "Ha!" Tao Lord Chaos laughed and said proudly, "In that case, let's use our own means." With that said, he took a step forward and disappeared in the direction of the creation indestructible axe. Once Tao Lord Chaos left, everyone else followed the creation indestructible axe. Not long after Ning Cheng and Yi Mo set up the trap and kill formation, the axe intent that could split the entire world hacked towards Ning Cheng. Without hesitation, Ning Cheng shot out the creation god's spear. Rumble. The creation god's spear and indestructible axe clashed together. Tao wave laws exploded and the indestructible axe's killing intent was broken by Ning Cheng's spear. The indestructible axe spun a few times on the spot and suddenly stopped. I was wondering why I couldn't perfect it. So you hit a few fragments of the indestructible axe. Quickly hand over the fragments or you won't be able to bear the consequences. The indestructible axe said in a crisp and childish voice. Ning Cheng laughed. An axe, although it has developed spiritual wisdom, but it can't even transform into a human form, yet it dares to threaten me. Let me see how I won't be able to bear the consequences. As he spoke, Ning Cheng's creation god's spear swept up layers of Tao waves and was about to attack the creation indestructible axe. Yi Mo didn't attack. He was in an alliance with Ning Cheng now. Moreover, he also saw more than 10 people flying in his direction. Tao friends, stop. A deep voice sounded. Then, a bulky man with a purple bronze bell landed outside the trap kill formation. Seeing this person, Ning Cheng immediately took out the ear-shaped fragment. Then, he knew his wish was for nothing. The image in the ear-shaped fragment was this purple bronze bell. Now that this bell clearly had an owner, how could it be Ning Cheng's turn? East Emperor Bell. Ning Cheng had indeed stopped, but it was not because of this robust man with disheveled hair, but because of the purple copper bell. The man heard Ning Cheng's words and exclaimed, "You know the East Emperor Bell? Why don't you call it the Chaos Bell?" Yi Mo laughed. Isn't the East Emperor Bell the Chaos Bell? Are you East Emperor Tai? Despite knowing that Yi Mo was joking, Ning Cheng still paid close attention to this man. If this person was really East Emperor Tai, then their jaws would drop. There was shock in the man's eyes and he asked in confusion, "You met that old Taoist Zi Shao? Did he tell you who I am? You're really East Emperor Tai?" Ning Cheng asked in shock. The two glanced at each other. What was going on? Wasn't East Emperor Tai an ancient Chinese legend? How did he appear here? Yi Mo's face went serious. He knew what Ning Cheng was thinking. Ning Cheng, you came from Earth, do you know about small worlds? Ning Cheng shook his head, I don't know about these. Yi Mo didn't ask anymore. After he left, some things were probably sealed by the world. I'm called Chaos Tao Lord. As for my magic artifact, it's indeed called East Emperor Bell. The Chaos Tao Lord didn't explain if he was East Emperor Tai. Then, he stepped into the trap kill formation as though he didn't realize it was a trap kill formation. Ning Cheng and Yi Mo knew that Chaos Tao Lord definitely saw through their trap kill formation. Since he dared to come in, it meant that he didn't take their trap kill formation seriously at all. Just as Tao Lord Chaos entered the confinement killing array, Qin Mutian took a step forward. His gaze first landed on Ning Cheng before landing on the surrounding void. He chuckled and said, "You even set up a confinement killing array in advance." Then, he stepped into the trap kill formation too. That powerful force made Ning Cheng and Yi Mo look too small. Behind Qin Mutian, Itinerant E.G. and the others also came over and stepped into the trap-killing formation without any hesitation. Both Ning Cheng and Yi Mo knew that E.G. could also tell that this was a trap and kill formation. They were not surprised by this. It would be strange if they could not see it. In just tens of seconds, more than 20 people came into the trap-kill formation. E.G. scanned Yi Mo with a calm face. No one could tell what he was thinking. You're Ning Cheng. Xianhuang Gaian's eyes fell on Ning Cheng. It was as though at this moment, the fortune indestructible axe was secondary and Ning Cheng was the most important. Xianhuang Gaian. You're the one who wants to refine me into a fortune spirit. Ning Cheng also studied the original good fortune divine lord. He was indeed handsome and elegant. Only those willow leaf-shaped eyes made Ning Cheng uncomfortable. That's just hearsay. The thing I left behind in the past is now in your hands. If you're willing to hand it over, I can pay any price you want. Xianhuang Gaian looked at Ning Cheng's aura and Dao Rune domain and knew that it would be hard for him to crush Ning Cheng. Before Ning Cheng could speak, the Fortune Indestructible Axe said with a childish voice, "You really like to take other people's things. Kid, hand over my fragment and I won't be enemies with you. By the way, I remember you. When I first woke up, you were next to Buzhou Peak. At that time, I was busy dealing with Purple Firmament's void handprint and forgot about you. Wait, when I went to 7 Aqua Realm, there seemed to be your chi." At this point, the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe finally understood. "Good boy, you actually dared to use your axe ancestor." Ning Cheng broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe's words. Fortunately, at that time, the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe's spiritual wisdom was still immature. If it were slightly more experienced, then the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe would have already killed him. "Everyone, this person used a trap-killing array to lure us in. Then, he used the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe fragment to restrain the Indestructible Axe. Why don't we restrain this person together and then open up the chaotic inner world together?" Qin Mutian cupped his fists and spoke. "Yes, restrain this person and then hand over my fragment." The Good Fortune Indestructible Axe unexpectedly agreed. Ning Cheng cursed, "You idiot, do you know why no one dares to take you away from here? The fellow who encouraged you just now is called Qin Mutian. Wait until you become that fellow's lackey. At that time, the first thing he will do is refine you and turn you into his weapon." If it were before it started fighting with Qin Mutian, then the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe would have disdained Ning Cheng's words. But now, it felt that Ning Cheng's words were right. In this place, even the Axe ancestor couldn't do whatever it wanted. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one person who could restrain it. Chapter 1458. Chaos Dao Lord glanced at Ning Cheng and Yi Mo before glancing at Qin Mutian. Just when he wanted to speak, Qin Mutian stopped him and said, "Chaos Dao Lord, I'm willing to join forces with you. After we open up the Chaos Inner Realm, I just need to have the right to go in." E.G. said, "Chaos Dao Lord, I, E.G., will also join forces with you." After saying that, itinerant E.G. felt upset. Qin Mutian had chosen to join forces with Dao Lord Chaos because he wasn't from the 5-element universe. His status was no lower than Chaos Dao Lord and he was one of the 5 sacred lords. But now that his power was damaged, he could only follow Chaos Dao Lord. What comforted itinerant E.G. was that after he said that, Xianhuang Gaian did not hesitate to express her intention to form an alliance with Dao Lord Chaos. Then, Xing Shi, Strength Dao Lord and the others also chose to follow Chaos Dao Lord. In the blink of an eye, Ning Cheng and Yi Mo were surrounded by everyone. Ning Cheng looked at Star Dao Lord, "Dao Friend Star, you're also going to join forces with them against us?" Star Dao Rune sighed, "Brother Ning, I'll leave. I won't help either side." Then, Star Dao Lord took a few steps back and instantly left Ning Cheng's trap kill formation. He really admired Ning Cheng and really didn't want to be enemies with Ning Cheng. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people outside the trap kill formation but they didn't choose to join forces with Chaos Dao Lord. Of course, they wouldn't choose to help Ning Cheng and Yi Mo fight Chaos Dao Lord and them. Yi Mo sighed, "I remember when we were at Heaven Beyond Heaven. It was exactly the same situation as here." Chaos Dao Lord didn't attack immediately and said to Ning Cheng and Yi Mo, "Since you two can appear here, you must be the best of the younger generation. Dao isn't easy and I won't make it hard for you too. You can leave." Ning Cheng laughed, "It seems we're going to start a massacre again." Then, Ning Cheng looked at the Fortune Indestructible Axe and said, "You're a fortune treasure from the beginning of chaos. Do you want to follow us to fight these people or do you want them to fight us? I need to make it clear to you first. You have to listen to me if you want to perfect it. Otherwise, your original state will remain the same in the future." Even if the Good Fortune Indestructible Axe was still immature, it could still understand the meaning behind Ning Cheng's words. That was to say that if it did not help Ning Cheng, then the good fortune indestructible axe would still remain as a fragment in the future. Ha ha ha. Chaos Tao Lord suddenly laughed out loud. I'm afraid the two of you haven't seen how I do things. If the two of you think that you can do whatever you want with a trap-killing array that was hastily set up, I'm afraid you're too naive. Ning Cheng and Yi Mo glanced at each other again. This guy was really called Tai Yi. No one echoed Tao Lord Chaos's words, nor did anyone explain. Itinerant E.G. and Xianhuang Gaian couldn't wait for Tao Lord Chaos to make the first move. Chaos Tao Lord didn't know Yi Mo and Ning Cheng's power, but they did. If they weren't here, Chaos Tao Lord would be at a disadvantage fighting Yi Mo and Ning Cheng alone. Qin Mutian also did not speak. He had seen Ning Cheng's fierceness, and the young man with the purple long blade next to Ning Cheng also did not seem to be someone easy to deal with. Chaos Tao Lord's power should be on par with him. If Chaos Tao Lord attacked first, it would be the best. Ning Cheng and Yi Mo didn't speak. If Chaos Tao Lord really attacked first, then Chaos Tao Lord wouldn't be able to make such a name for himself. This had nothing to do with Ning Cheng and Yi Mo's power. Chaos Tao Lord was clearly the leader of everyone. Who would fight first? Brother E.G. After Tao Lord Chaos laughed heartily, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he called out to itinerant E.G. E.G. knew things weren't good hearing Chaos Tao Lord call him. Before he could think of a countermeasure, Chaos Tao Lord continued, if I'm not wrong, that sword mark on your forehead was left by this young man, right? Chaos Tao Lord pointed at Yi Mo, he left a sword mark on your forehead. He probably robbed something from you. I'll help you, you go kill this person and take back what belongs to you. E.G.'s heart sunk. How could he not understand Chaos Tao Lord's words? The reason his power dropped drastically was because he didn't have his golden page world. Clearly, this cunning Chaos Tao Lord had guessed that his golden page world was on Yi Mo from the sword mark on his forehead. Itinerant E.G. braced himself and took a step forward. Since he was on the same side as Tao Lord Primal Chaos, and the reason why Tao Lord Primal Chaos wanted him to attack was fair and square, he had no excuse to refuse. Right at this moment, another figure flew over. E.G. saw this figure and rejoiced. He grabbed a leaf and looked at Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng, when I attack, I hope you don't ambush me from the side. I know you have 5-color Shatter Star. You have the 5-colored Star Splitter. An extremely anxious voice rang out. Following that, the figure had already charged in front of E.G., blocking E.G.'s path behind him. Ning Cheng looked at the person in front of him. He was tall and had condensed Tao waves. He was like a sharp arrow that could pierce through his opponent at any moment. What caught Ning Cheng's attention the most was that this person only had one eye. This eye stood vertically in the middle of his forehead. Who are you? Ning Cheng did not answer the other party's question, but instead asked a question. I'm 5-color, I'm asking you a question. The one-eyed man's tone turned serious. This person is very strong. Yi Mo sound transmission to Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng nodded. He also knew this person was strong. From the Tao waves around him, this guy was stronger than Star Tao Lord. 5-color Tao Lord, long time no see. Chaos Tao Lord smiled and saluted with his fists. Although he looked down on Ning Cheng and Yi Mo, he knew that Ning Cheng and Yi Mo were very strong. It was because he knew they were very strong that he wanted E.G. to test Yi Mo's means. Now, the more enemies Ning Cheng and Yi Mo had, the better. The man quickly bowed to Chaos Tao Lord, Brother Tai Yi, I was in a hurry to take care of 5-color Shatter Star. No rush, no rush. Tao friend, solve your problem first and then we can catch up. If my Chaos Bell is stolen, I will be the same as you. Chaos Tao Lord smiled and waved his hand. He really wasn't in a hurry. After saying this, he even added fuel to the fire. 5-color Tao Lord opened his hand and a 5-colored light appeared in his palm. You're Ning Cheng. Let me ask you again, is 5-color Shatter Star on you? 5-color God Light? Ning Qing took in a cold breath looking at the five-colored light in five-color Tao Lord's hand. He glanced at Yi Mo and felt a sliver of concern. If it was just five-color Tao Lord, they wouldn't be afraid even if he had five-color God light. But now, five-color Tao Lord was just one of the many attacking them. Ning Qing took a step and the creation god's spear appeared in his hand. Yi Mo's face was serious too. He opened his hand and Zisu appeared in front of him. He didn't want to fight five-color Tao Lord with Ning Qing, but if they fought, it wouldn't just be five-color Tao Lord. It would definitely be a chaotic battle. Ha! Five-color God Light and five-color Shatter Star are five-color Tao Lord's special treasures. You dare to rob Tao Friend Five Colors magic artifact? E.G. sneered. Was it really five-color God Light? Fortunately, with the East Emperor Bell in front of him, the five-colored divine light did not seem to be something he could not accept. According to Chinese legends, five-color God Light was Kong Xian's magic artifact. This five-color Tao Lord clearly wasn't Kong Xian. That's right, it's five-color God Light. If you're willing to take out five-color Shatter Star, I will leave immediately. I won't be enemies with you, five-color Tao Lord said without hesitation. Where did your five-color God Light and five-color Shatter Star come from? Ning Qing didn't say if he took out five-color Shatter Star. Five-color Tao Lord said calmly, you don't need to worry about that. You just need to know that these two things are my treasures. Ning Qing chuckled, what if I'm the original owner of five-color Shatter Star and want to take it back? Five-color Tao Lord frowned, that's impossible. His soul was destroyed. How can he reincarnate? Ha! Ning Qing laughed, then let me see what you can do. From five-color Tao Lord's mouth, Ning Qing knew that five-color Shatter Star was snatched by five-color Tao Lord. There was nothing to say to such a person. Five-color Tao Lord didn't waste any more words. Five-colored light rolled up and swept towards Ning Qing. Chapter 1459. The five divine lights turned into a world of five-colored divine lights. The powerful five-colored Tao charm laws swept towards Ning Qing, causing the surrounding people to retreat. Everyone knew that once they were sucked into this five-colored God light world, their lives would no longer be theirs. Seeing that no one had the intention to attack, Yi Mo also retreated. A mere five-colored Tao monarch, no matter how strong he was, wasn't worth him and Ning Qing joining forces. The five-colored Tao runes were like waves that wrapped around Ning Qing. Wherever the five-colored God light brushed past, all the Tao runes and laws changed. The five-colored God light turned them into new heaven and earth laws. Ning Qing was shocked. The vast universe was indeed filled with countless experts. He condensed his own laws and created his own Tao. But this five-colored Tao monarch in front of him used his five-colored Tao runes to transform all the heaven and earth laws that didn't belong to him into his own law world. If even the law world became his, how could everything in the law world be an exception? Everyone was watching the battle. Everyone was thinking about what they should do if they were to face this kind of five-colored divine light that brushed through the law space. Maybe they could only retreat, but no matter how fast they retreated, could they be faster than the five-colored God light? Sooner or later, they would be swept into the five-colored God light world. Some experts who understood that the five-colored God light was hard to deal with took a step back and started to feel fear towards the five-colored Tao monarch. This was just the five-colored God light. If they faced the five-colored God light and the other party brought out the five-colored star splitter, what could they do? Ning Qing didn't retreat. He didn't even bring out the creation spirit spear. Instead, he raised his hand and drew a semicircle. It was as though he was bringing endless things in front of him. As Ning Cheng's hand moved, a vast and vicissitudes of life spread out. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but it was close to dusk. But before dusk could fall into their eyes, the surrounding aura changed again. Time flew like an arrow and time flew like a shuttle. The five-colored God light world's Tao runes also paused for a moment. The next moment, the flow of time brought out by Ning Qing rushed into the five-colored God light world. However, this wasn't the end. Time had gone through countless reincarnations in an instant. How many of the experts who could stand here hadn't gone through countless reincarnations? This reincarnation Dao rhyme immediately made everyone feel that a modeled Dao rhyme of the vicissitudes of time was constantly condensing and circling around this void. Then, it formed a new space. Flowers will bloom again, but people will never be young again. Are you still the original you after reincarnation? A kind of endless sentimental feeling welled up in his heart. He reminisced about the heavens and earth for a long time, and he suddenly shed tears. The flowing time-space instantly condensed and took form. The flowing time-space and the five-colored divine light space collided. The flowing time-space exploded and the laws rumbled. Waves after waves of reincarnation Dao ripples blasted through the space where the five-colored divine light brushed past. The five-colored divine light space that made everyone tremble before was now like a soap bubble. It flickered with five-colored light and then shattered under the passage of time. Boom! The five-colored light vanished and Dao Lord Pentashade was sent flying backwards, landing at the edge of the Death Trap formation. However, the Death Trap formation had been sealed by Ning Cheng, so he could not escape from it. The surroundings were silent, and even the Dao Lord of Primal Chaos had a solemn expression. Ning Cheng's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Ning Cheng did not chase after Dao Lord Pentashade. If Dao Lord Pentashade had been alone, this would have been the right time to kill him. Now, he was not dealing with Dao Lord Pentashade alone. Dao Lord Pentashade's face was pale. In his opinion, he could easily crush a junior like Ning Cheng to death as long as he attacked. However, the truth was that he was at a complete disadvantage in this battle with Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng looked at Dao Lord Pentashade and said faintly, "If I want to kill you, it will be like killing an ant." Although he knew that Ning Cheng was exaggerating, Dao Lord Pentashade's expression kept changing and he did not refute him. What else is everyone saying? Against such a person who occupies other people's Dharma treasures, we should just attack him as a group, said Yongjiji loudly. Itinerant E.G. immediately shouted. Although he said that, he only took out his Dharma treasure and did not move. Itinerant E.G. knew that if he wanted to snatch back his Golden Page world, it would be best to take advantage of the chaos after a group attack. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Ning Cheng and Yi Mo in a one-on-one battle. Xianhuang Gaian also took out his Dharma treasure and agreed. Itinerant E.G. is right. Let's attack together. In that case, I will attack first. Everyone, attack with me. Qin Mutian slapped his black and white symbol at Yi Mo. He knew Ning Cheng's strength, so he chose Yi Mo. Qin Mutian knew very well that if no one took the lead, these people would be cunning and would only know how to bark. He hated Ning Cheng to the core. How could there be such a good thing if he attacked now and had helpers? As long as he restrained Yi Mo, Ning Cheng's people would attack. Besides, when the battle started later, it would be beneficial for him to snatch the creation indestructible axe. The two symbols swept up a vast and shocking light and darkness law and blasted at Yi Mo. The light and darkness law world was many times more solid than the five-colored divine light space that Dao Lord Pentashade had created. Seeing Qin Mutian attack, Itinerant E.G. and Xianhuang Formless attacked at the same time. Xing Shi also took out her by sword without hesitation and stepped on the blue lotus. With this, everyone took out their Dharma treasures and blasted them at Ning Cheng, and Yi Mo. Primal Chaos Dao Monarch also took out his Chaos Bell. Since Ning Cheng was so powerful, one could imagine that Yi Mo was no weaker than Ning Cheng. If the two of them joined forces and didn't attack with full power, they might be able to escape. Now that Yi Mo was entangled by Qin Mutian, it was time for him to annihilate Ning Cheng. At the same time, Ning Cheng and Yi Mo attacked as well. The trap killing array was activated. Dao rune killing rays revolved around the trap killing array. Amid the rumbling of Dao runes, all sorts of Dharma treasure lights raged. God Art Dao runes exploded and laws shattered. Ning Cheng's creation divine spear swept up layers of space dislocation. At this moment, he used traceless space collapse without holding back. If Ning Chang's traceless space collapse was layers of flat void dislocation, then each strike of Yimo's Zisu was a vertical void crack. Crisscrossing, those who were slightly weaker would be directly torn into pieces by this space. As soon as Ning Chang used his first god art, an extremely familiar qi crushed over. This was abstruse yellow qi. Ning Chang saw a huge planet-sized tablet smashing down. Under this tablet, all life and things were so tiny. They would turn into void and disappear at any time. Ning Chang's brow jumped. The creation divine spear shook slightly and swept up thousands of waves. This was a new god art he learned in the Milky Way, heaven wave rolling. After using it several times, Ning Chang had a deeper understanding of this god art. This tablet was definitely abstruse yellow Gaian's attack. This tablet was very likely abstruse yellow tablet. He got the abstruse yellow orb, but there was no abstruse yellow tablet in it. Rumble. 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 Dao rune waves set off wave after wave of law mountains. These law mountains smashed on the abstruse yellow tablet. Space laws exploded. The Dao runes were like exploding firecrackers, turning into all sorts of broken pieces. Abstruse yellow Gaian locked onto Ning Chang when the battle started. Unfortunately, his god art didn't kill Ning Chang. On the contrary, his abstruse yellow tablet was hit by Ning Chang's heaven wave rolling. The Dao runes backfired and he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Ning Chang also felt the Dao runes in his body tumbling. It felt as if his meridians were about to split open. But this wasn't the end. He had just clashed with the abstruse yellow tablet when he saw a simple giant bell coming towards him. It was vast, magnificent, and majestic. It felt as if the world had collapsed, and Ning Chang was the only one in this collapsing world. This old man Primal Chaos Dao Monarch really knows how to find opportunities. Ning Chang cursed in his heart. He raised his hand and blasted out with a finger. Order-breaking finger, Nirvana heaven and earth, shattering everything. At this moment, the laws shattered. Dang, a crisp sound like a morning bell exploded. The sound of the bell lingered in the death trap array and blasted into Ning Chang's sea of consciousness without any hindrance. It shattered Ning Chang's protective domain and shattered Ning Chang's Dao runes. Primal Chaos Dao Monarch also bled from the corner of his mouth. But his face remained calm. The Chaos Bell still blasted towards Ning Chang. Ning Chang was so shaken that he couldn't move at all. The order-breaking finger was defeated by the Chaos Bell. Even now, he didn't have the ability to use his trump card, the Seven Bridges. In the distance, Yi Mo saw that Ning Chang was in a bad situation and really wanted to come over and help. Unfortunately, he couldn't get away either. Qin Mutian's strength was stronger than he had expected. He was truly the strongest among all the experts he had ever seen. Qin Mutian was also shocked. Ning Chang's strength had already shocked him. Now, he had encountered a young expert who wasn't weaker than Ning Chang at all. He definitely couldn't let this person leave this place alive. Otherwise, he would be a huge disaster in the future. With the help of itinerant E.G., Dao Monarch strength, and the others, how could Qin Mutian let go of such a good opportunity? The black and white symbols swept up an even more terrifying law of light and darkness, locking all the law aura in this space. In this space, only the two symbols were closing like lightning. Only Yi Mo was in the middle of the black and white symbols. Thud. At the edge of the black and white symbols, Dao Monarch Strength's punch landed on Yi Mo's protective realm domain, completely shattering it. Then, it smashed into Yi Mo's waist. Yi Mo didn't seem to see Dao Monarch's strength at all. He took a big step forward and Zisu turned into a purple net that enveloped Qin Mutian. Was this a time law god art? Qin Mutian snorted in disdain when he thought of the third boundary of flowing time that Ning Chang had brought out. However, in just a moment, Qin Mutian's expression changed. Although this was a time law god art, it surpassed the laws of the world and fused with his own time law god art. Blood seeped out of the corner of Yi Mo's mouth as his coarse voice sounded. 1 instant second. This was the new god art he fused with after reaching the third step. This wasn't a big deal, but all the laws in his new god art no longer belonged to this world. They belonged to Emo. No one could understand his time law in an instant. Chapter 1460. Dang! There was a sound that almost exploded everyone's eardrums. The ancient Tao waves of the Chaos Bell suddenly exploded. Terrifying killing intent rampaged in the trap kill formation and clashed with the killing rays. At this moment, almost every corner was a land of death. Ning Cheng, who was suppressed by the Chaos Bell, instantly woke up. The Chaos Bell's Tao waves and the axe intent exploded. Ning Cheng immediately knew that the axe had attacked. His creation divine spear shot out without hesitation, and his entire body retreated like a bolt of lightning. Splurge! An almost imperceptible red ray sliced across Ning Cheng's waist. Blood mist exploded. If Ning Cheng was a little late, this red ray would definitely cut him in half. Under the axe and Ning Cheng's spear, the Chaos Tao Lord also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. The clothes covering Ning Cheng's chest had long since exploded due to the dense and majestic Tao charm within the primal chaos. Moreover, the Tao charm had torn open a few bloody wounds on his sturdy chest, revealing his bones. However, these were not the deepest ones. The deepest one was the sword light at his waist. This sword light had almost sliced Ning Cheng in half from the waist. Ning Cheng ate a few pills and stared coldly at Xing Shi. Xing Shi had launched a sneak attack on him. As expected, this woman had been watching him at all times. Kid, if it weren't for this Lord Axe helping you, you would have died. The indestructible axe, which had been blasted away by the primal chaos bell, somersaulted in the void and landed beside Ning Cheng. The next moment, Yimo's figure retreated. Yimo's Tao waves also collapsed and there were a few bloody wounds on his body. His injuries weren't as heavy as Ning Cheng's, but they weren't light either. We're no match for them if we fight head-on. Yimo's tone was calm. It seemed he was injured, but he didn't take it to heart. So strong. Qin Mutian stared at Yimo and murmured. Yimo's god art didn't completely freeze him, but it made him sweat cold. He was certain that if he was just a little bit weaker, even with the help of EG and the others, his body would collapse. Plus, those people who joined hands with him against Yimo were all on the same side as him. Many thanks. If it weren't for you, I would have truly been in danger a moment ago. Ning Cheng cautiously thanked the indestructible axe. The good fortune indestructible axe felt very proud of itself, as long as Ning Cheng thanked it. As for other people, it didn't care whether they thanked him or not. Ning Cheng had a fragment of it on him. If she asked Ning Cheng for the fragment, then she would see how he would refuse. As Ning Cheng spoke, he had already taken out array flags and was constantly throwing them out. Just like Ning Cheng, Yimo also grabbed a bunch of formation flags and threw them in another direction. Stop! Tao Lord Chaos suddenly shouted. At this moment, Ning Cheng and Yimo threw out the formation flags in their hands. The two didn't seem to hear the Chaos Tao Lord's words and detonated the trap kill formation. In such a battle, the trap kill formation could only help them. It was impossible for a hastily set-up trap kill formation to pose a fatal threat to these powerful beings. They're going to detonate the confinement and killing array. Almost as soon as itinerant EG said this, the Taoist rhyme of the confinement and killing array became completely chaotic. A violent force that could tear apart the void spread out. At this moment, everyone in the entire confinement and killing array was enveloped by the explosive Taoist rhyme laws. Ning Cheng and Yimo immediately used a god art and escaped from the gap of the trap kill formation. Even if it was a temporary trap kill formation, with Ning Cheng and Yimo's means, ordinary people wouldn't be able to stop it if they detonated it. Plus, the instant the two left the trap kill formation, they used a god art. A series of void cracks were blasted out by the self-destruction of the trap and killing array, and 7 or 8 battered figures rushed out from the explosion of the trap and killing array. The weaker ones were covered in blood when they charged out of the trap kill formation. Their Tao waves were chaotic and their bodies were damaged. Even Tao Lord Chaos's clothes were in a mess and he looked extremely wretched. Compared to the others, Tao Lord Chaos and Qin Mutian were in such a sorry state, but they were almost uninjured. On the other hand, Yi Mo left another sword mark on Yi's chest. Although this mark was only on his chest and wasn't as big as the one between his eyebrows, it was still extremely embarrassing. After the explosion of the trap-kill formation, there were 3 sides in this chaotic void. One side was Yi Mo, Ning Cheng and Immortal Axe. One side was Chaos Tao Lord, Qin Mutian, e.g., Xianhuang Gaian, and them. The other side was Star Tao Lord and some people who didn't attack. Tao friends, your god powers are amazing, but even if we continue fighting like this, there won't be a result. How about we sit down and talk? Chaos Tao Lord acted as though he didn't attack and smiled at Ning Cheng and Yi Mo. No one objected. With Yi Mo and Ning Cheng's power, even if they couldn't win, they should be able to escape. Ning Cheng had the shard of Immortal Axe. If they wanted Immortal Axe to help, they had to negotiate with Ning Cheng. E.G. was very unwilling. He was planning to kill Yi Mo in the chaos. However, Yi Mo was too strong. With Qin Mutian, they could only injure Yi Mo. At the same time, he was injured again. Without power, he had no right to speak. E.G. was heavily injured, so he had no right to speak. Chaos Tao Lord, these two are called Ning Cheng and Yi Mo. They snatched Sacred Master Golden Page's Golden Page World and Sacred Master Mysterious Yellow's Mysterious Yellow Bead. By the way, Ning Cheng also snatched 5-colored Tao Lord's 5-colored Splitter Star. These two people are simply bandits. She felt very regretful. Her sword strike had been a little too late. If it had been a little faster, she would have cut Ning Cheng in half. As for why it was a bit slower, she knew very well. It was because after she was cut in half by Ning Cheng, her power dropped a level. If Chaos Tao Lord knew that Ning Cheng and Yi Mo had fortune treasures on them, he might be tempted and keep attacking. Chaos Tao Lord looked plainly at Shi and smiled but didn't say anything. Other people treasured fortune treasures, but Tai Yi didn't care about it. Of course, if he had the chance to get it, he wouldn't give it up. If they wanted him to be a spear, they were underestimating him a little too much. After she said that, she knew that she had been too impatient. Before she could explain, Ning Cheng said calmly, "My things are picked up. It's much better than some sword boys killing their master and stealing their master's things. A traitor who betrays his master dares to talk about the great Tao. How shameless." Ning Cheng's words were based on his speculation. The reason why he made such a guess was that he saw Xianhuang Gaian, Primal Chaos Tao Lord, Itinerant E.G., and even 5-colored Tao Lord alive and well. Since Sacred Master Green Lotus was the owner of the Green Lotus of Good Fortune, there was no reason for her to be inferior to these guys. What was even more strange was that Sacred Leader Green Lotus had perished, but Sacred Leader Green Lotus Sword Boy was safe and sound. Not only was he safe, but he also became the new Green Lotus. You. Shi's face turned green with anger and even her hands were shaking. In terms of background, she was indeed much worse than others as a sword boy. Which of the sacred lords and Tao lords here didn't have illustrious backgrounds? You're slandering me. She finally spat out. Ning Cheng smiled faintly. Just when he was about to speak, he heard an even calmer voice. This Tao friend isn't completely slandering. Tao friend Green Lotus death is indeed strange. As he spoke, another figure appeared in front of everyone. It's very lively. It's the first time I've seen such a lively scene in all these years. Sigh, it makes me miss it. After this person appeared, he seemed to be in awe again. I was wondering who it was. So it's Tao Lord Karma. Chaos Tao Lord laughed and casually cupped his fists. There were clearly many people who knew Tao Lord Karma and many people cupped their fists to greet him. Whether it was genuine or fake, at least it showed that Tao Lord Karma was no less famous than Chaos Tao Lord. Qin Mutian's face was calm but he was extremely shocked. There were too many powerful beings in the 5-element universe, one after another. When the Gate of Fortune opened, could he really be the first? This thought disappeared in Qin Mutian's mind. Then, he stared at the fortune indestructible axe. Regardless if he could be the first, he had to be the first to enter the chaos inner realm. Tao Lord Karma, you can't say things like that. Everyone clearly saw my master perish. That was the doing of Tao Lord Fate. In the future, when I, Xing Shi, am successful in my Tao, I will definitely seek justice for my master. Xing Shi stood up and said sternly. Her tone was filled with grief and dissatisfaction. Tao Lord Karma smiled. Whether Green Lotus was killed by Tao Lord Fate or not, heaven and earth circulates. Karma is free to judge. After Ning Qing heard those words, he immediately felt a strange Tao charm aura seeping into his body. Ning Qing frowned, and the Tao charm around his body started to revolve, and the strange aura disappeared without a trace. Brother Yi, this person is a bit strange. Ning Qing sound transmission to Yemo nodded. He also felt the strangeness of Tao Lord Karma just like Ning Qing. How do I call you two Tao friends? Tao Lord Karma didn't seem to notice their discussion at all. Five-color Tao Lord said, the left is Yemo and the right is Ning Qing. These two have quite a strong background. They took the golden page world and abstruse yellow bead. Of course, what makes me furious is that my five-color shatter star was also taken by this person. What do you think of their karma? Everyone knew what five-color Tao Lord meant. Everyone looked at Tao Lord Karma wanting to know what he would say. Tao Lord Karma smiled as though he didn't understand what five-color Tao Lord meant. Treasures of the world belong to the fated. Then, he suddenly looked at Ning Qing and said, Tao friend seems to have gotten my karma heritage. Why don't you go cultivate? As soon as Tao Lord Karma said those words, Ning Qing's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1461. That kind of quivering feeling flashed through his mind, and Ning Qing immediately felt a sense of luck in his heart. Fortunately, he did not cultivate a karma cultivation method. Since Tao Lord Karma threw out a karma cultivation method, it meant that the person who wanted to cultivate this cultivation method had a karma connection with him. As long as he didn't cultivate it himself, he would have a way to sever the karma of the people around him who cultivated the karma cultivation method. Tao Lord's plan is indeed profound. Although the karma cultivation method is good, I have too many good things and can't think of any. Ning Qing smiled and said with a faint tone. Ning Qing meant that although the karma cultivation method was good, it wasn't in his eyes yet. Tao Lord Karma chuckled and didn't care about Ning Qing's words. He continued, since I'm here, I also want to drink a mouthful of soup. Tao friends, please forgive me. After saying this, Tao Lord Karma really stood to the side and stopped talking nonsense. The powerhouses who came here all wanted to drink a mouthful of soup. Not only that, but they also wanted to eat a few pieces of meat. No one cared about Tao Lord Karma's thoughts. Tao Lord Chaos cupped his fists again. Tao friends, what do you think of my opinion? Ning Qing and Yemo glanced at each other before Ning Qing nodded, sure, but I need to ask Eternal Axe's opinion. With that, Ning Qing raised his hand and grabbed a few fragments before throwing them towards the indestructible axe. At the same time, he spoke, many thanks for your help just now. Consider these fragments as a gift from me. After Ning Qing threw out a few of the fragments of the indestructible axe, the axe intent surrounding the indestructible axe started to condense even more. Then an axe charm started to roll up, before swallowing up the fragments. In just half an incense stick of time, the Tao waves around Eternal Axe surged and the axe intent became even more mellow, making it impossible to pry with spirit sense. The broken parts of the indestructible axe also disappeared. Clearly, Eternal Axe's power rose once again after completing its body. Ha, Tao friend Ning is really loyal. Thank you, Tao friend Ning. Eternal Axe's voice was still immature but had a hint of arrogance. Ning Qing smiled and didn't care. If Eternal Axe didn't help him, he would have used those fragments to force Eternal Axe to help him open the Chaos Inner Realm. Eternal Axe took the initiative to help him. Even if he wanted to open the Chaos Inner Realm, he would only discuss it with Eternal Axe. Fellow Taoist Ning, aren't your methods a bit lacking? Tao Lord Strength, on seeing Ning Cheng hand over the indestructible axe fragment without any conditions, spoke up in dissatisfaction. Ning Cheng showed a disdainful smile and spoke, "What does it matter to you whether I am improper or not? I can do whatever I want with my things. Who are you to talk nonsense here?" Tao Lord Strength had an ugly look on his face. He was a supreme Tao Lord, after all. Ning Cheng was just a mere junior, yet he dared to say that he was a chatterbox. Xian Huang Gaian patted Tao Lord of Strength's shoulder in time. "Brother Guy, you don't have to care about this junior. He thinks that he's nothing just because he comprehended 1 or 2 Tao runes. Ha, this kind of person can only look at the sky from the bottom of a well forever." Tao Lord of Strength didn't say anything else. He knew what Xian Huang Gaian meant. To deal with such an arrogant person like Ning Cheng, there was no need to be entangled for a while. Once he entered the chaotic inner world, he would eventually have a chance to deal with such people. After Ning Cheng handed over the indestructible axe fragment, the attention of Tao Lord Chaos and the others fell on the indestructible axe. The reason why they looked at Ning Cheng before was because Ning Cheng could threaten the indestructible axe. Now that Ning Cheng couldn't threaten the indestructible axe, how could Tao Lord Chaos care about Ning Cheng? No matter how strong Ning Cheng was, he was just a junior. How could they put such a junior with no background in their eyes? The indestructible axe wasn't a fool. Seeing so many experts blocking its way, it knew that it couldn't escape at all. Taking a step back, even if it could escape, these experts would eventually catch up with it and eventually become a weapon in the hands of others. Seeing that the indestructible axe didn't escape immediately, Xian Huang Gaian took the initiative to step forward and said, "Brother Pan was also the strongest expert in my 5-element universe. Even if the Pan clan unfortunately fell, no one didn't admire you. Although you are a weapon of the Pan clan, you are also a part of my 5-element universe." After witnessing Ning Cheng's strength, Xian Huang Gaian knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Ning Cheng and take back the mysterious yellow bead without a greater opportunity. Therefore, he was the most eager person to open the Chaos Inner Realm and go in to snatch resources. "If you have something to say, just say it," Indestructible Axe said impatiently. Seeing this, Tao Lord Chaos also said, "Taoist Indestructible Axe, you can also feel that this is the Chaos Void. It turns out that after the Chaos Outer Realm shattered, the Chaos Inner Realm also has some clues. If we want to enter the Chaos Inner Realm, we have to break the Void barrier between the Chaos Void and the Chaos Inner Realm. So you want Lord Axe to help, right?" Although Tao Lord Chaos was very satisfied with calling him a Taoist, the Indestructible Axe still didn't fall for it. Tao Lord Chaos said seriously, "That's right. Taoist Gaian also said that if we can enter the Chaos Inner Realm, our 5-element universe's strength will take another step forward. You also know that the reason why Brother Pan didn't enter the Gate of Good Fortune back then, apart from the disorderly competition, was that we were still too weak." Indestructible Axe said disdainfully, "Chaos knows, your Chaos Bell is also a good thing. Why do you want me to help?" "Sorry, this kind of thing doesn't benefit me at all." Tao Lord Chaos didn't care about Indestructible Axe calling his nose. He smiled faintly. "Taoist Indestructible Axe is a treasure for the creation of the universe. Naturally, you know that my Chaos Bell isn't as good as you in opening the Chaos Inner Realm. Moreover, this kind of thing isn't without any benefits for you. Once the Chaos Inner Realm opens, you can transform at any time." Transformation and artifact spirit were two different things. An artifact spirit was just the spirit of a treasure, while transformation was when the treasure had fully grown into a great Tao body. Even Indestructible Axe was tempted by such a thing. Indestructible Axe's heart moved, but he still replied, "That's right. If you could do it, you would have done it a long time ago. Why would you ask Lord Axe for help?" After Tao Lord Chaos finished speaking, he looked at Ning Cheng. Obviously, he wanted to persuade Ning Cheng. After all, Indestructible Axe and Ning Cheng seemed to have a good relationship. Before Ning Cheng could speak, Indestructible Axe said, "Ning Cheng, do you think Nose is right? Should I listen to him?" Ning Qing knew that although Indestructible Axe asked him casually, Indestructible Axe already had an idea. However, he could use Indestructible Axe's problem to ask Tao Lord Chaos and the others a few questions. After gesturing for Indestructible Axe to wait, Ning Qing said to Tao Lord Chaos, "Fellow Taoists, you have been in the Chaos Void for a long time. Naturally, you know more than the two of us." Although Tao Lord Chaos said that opening the Chaos Inner Realm would benefit everyone, including Taoist Indestructible Axe, it's just a rumor. But this is just a rumor. We don't know what the specific benefits are. If fellow Taoists really want to work together, then tell us the benefits of knowing about the Chaos Inner Realm. Then, we can all work together. It seemed like Ning Cheng was talking to Tao Lord Chaos alone, but in fact, Ning Cheng's words included everyone. After Ning Cheng asked this question, everyone fell silent. Not only did Ning Cheng want to know about this, but many people who didn't know about it also wanted to know about it. Tao Lord Chaos remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Tao Lord Karma knows more about this than I do." Tao Lord Karma smiled faintly when he saw this. "I do know a little. If I'm wrong, please forgive me." After Tao Lord Karma said this, everyone held their breaths and listened attentively. With the good fortune Indestructible Axe here, it was very likely that the Chaos Inner Realm could be opened. If they could find out what good things were in the Chaos Inner Realm, they would at least have some confidence. Tao Lord Karma didn't seem to know everyone's eagerness and continued speaking unhurriedly. Rumor has it that when the Chaos first split, the Chaos Inner Realm was the center of the Chaos Void. When the Chaos first split, laws were born and the universe was condensed. A Tao rune gave birth to spiritual wisdom. At first, that spiritual wisdom only wanted to see the vast and majestic universe. However, when it really felt that vastness, it suddenly felt something in its heart. It wanted to leave behind the essence of the chaos universe to prepare for its future achievements. Unfortunately, once the chaos universe was formed, it was too vast. Even that spiritual wisdom couldn't control it. In the end, that spiritual wisdom was annihilated in the chaos universe that had just split. The essence of the chaos universe that it left behind was condensed into the Chaos Inner Realm. At this point, Tao Lord Karma smiled again. Has anyone heard of the Chaos 9 regions? Even Ning Cheng had heard of this matter. Therefore, when Tao Lord Karma mentioned the Chaos 9 regions, everyone expressed that they knew about it. Tao Lord Karma then said, "Actually, the Chaos Inner Realm isn't the Chaos 9 regions. It's the 9 primordial Tao runes. Every person who obtains the primordial Tao runes will not only have their great Tao perfected and unobstructed, but they will also have a 100% chance of stepping into the creation great Tao. Moreover, there will be no Tao obstructions when entering the creation gate." Unfortunately, I found out about this a little too late. When my body shattered and I came to the chaos void, I slowly realized these principles. Even though everyone here was a top-notch expert, they subconsciously clenched their fists after hearing Tao Lord Karma's words. They were all wondering what would happen if they obtained that primordial Tao rune. Primordial Chaos Purple Chi. Yi Mo and Ning Qing thought of this at the same time. The two looked at each other again. Although they didn't talk, that extreme confusion could no longer be erased. However, they weren't familiar with Tao Lord Karma, so they couldn't ask where he came from or if he had heard of Primordial Chaos Purple Chi or the difference between Primordial Chaos Tao runes and Primordial Chaos Purple Chi. Tao Lord Karma said, "I believe everyone knows how powerful the Chaos Chi in the Chaos Edges is, right? Because those Chaos Edges are the closest to the Primordial Chaos Tao runes, we can feel this power." Everyone fell silent, and no one spoke anymore. "I agree, but I have one condition." Just when everyone was still in shock or contemplation, the Fortune Indestructible Axe's voice broke the silence. Chapter 1462. What conditions? Even Tao Lord Chaos could not help but ask. Immortal Axe had an absolute advantage here because it was necessary to open up the Chaos Inner Realm. If it was just Immortal Axe, they wouldn't care. No matter how strong Immortal Axe was, it wouldn't be able to escape with so many masters here. The key was that Ning Cheng and Yi Mo were helping Immortal Axe. Even though Ning Cheng and Yi Mo combined weren't a match for them, it was enough to help Immortal Axe escape. Immortal Axe laughed, I can break open the Chaos Inner Realm and I'm willing to do my best. But not now. I have to wait for someone to come. Wait for who? Qin Mutian asked. Immortal Axe snorted, what does it have to do with you? Even if you were from the Five Elements universe, I wouldn't know who you are, much less if you were from the Five Elements universe. Qin Mutian's face was calm and didn't change because of Immortal Axe's mockery. Instead, Tao Lord Strength said, this concerns everyone. If you wait here for tens of thousands of years, will we wait with you? Immortal Axe said arrogantly, you're right. I'm going to wait tens of thousands of years. Guy, when my master dominated the universe, you were nothing. Now you dare to point fingers at me. If you don't have time, leave. No one will care about you staying here. Chaos Tao Lord stopped Tao Lord's strength and saluted with his fists to Immortal Axe, Tao friend Immortal Axe, everyone knows your origin. Although Tao Lord's strength's words are a bit harsh, it makes sense. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Indestructible Axe to tell me who you are waiting for and how long you are waiting for. The Indestructible Axe was still very wary of Tao Lords of Chaos. Putting everything else aside, the Chaos Bell of Tao Lord Chaos was in no way inferior to his Indestructible Axe. A descendant of the Pan clan. Back then, the Pan clan brought me to dominate the universe. Although I can't continue to be the Pan clan's magic treasure, I have to leave something for the Pan clan's descendants. Immortal Axe said with a slightly sad tone. Everyone understood what the Indestructible Axe meant. The Indestructible Axe was about to transform. Once it became a body of the Great Path, unless the Pan clan was reborn, no one would be able to control the Indestructible Axe as their own treasure. Immortal Axe meant that since he opened up the Chaos Inner Realm, he would leave some benefits for the Pan clan's descendants. This was equivalent to repaying a debt of gratitude to his deceased master. Fellow Taoist Indestructible Axe, who is that descendant of the Pan clan? Ning Qing suddenly thought of Pan Qian. But with Pan Qian's strength, if he wanted to come to the chaotic inner worlds, he felt that he still had a long way to go. The Indestructible Axe felt very grateful to Ning Qing. Therefore, when Ning Qing asked it, it replied without hesitation, I don't know what that kid's name is. I only know that he took a little girl and ran around in the void like a headless fly. If I hadn't given him some direction, he might never have found the Chaos Realm. While speaking, the Indestructible Axe drew out an axe charm, which then transformed into a void image. Ning Qing understood at a glance that the Indestructible Axe referred to Pan Qian, and Shen Mengyan standing next to Pan Qian. Seeing Pan Qian and Shen Mengyan, Ning Qing couldn't help but sigh. He did not expect that the two of them had been wandering in the void for tens of thousands of years. It was clear how much hardship they had experienced. Thinking of Shen Mengyan, Ning Qing immediately thought of Yu Qing. Ning Cheng's gaze fell on Xing Shi. He didn't know if Xing Shi did anything to Jiangsha City after he left. If anything happened to Yu Qing again, he would crush Xing Shi's soul into nothingness even if he had to go to heaven or hell. Looking at their cultivation bases, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to reach here even after tens of thousands of years. In that case, let's just send someone to bring him here. Xianhuang Gaian's eyes fell on the image drawn by the Indestructible Axe and spoke in a dissatisfied tone. As I said, if you're willing to wait, then wait. If you're unwilling, then I won't force you. If Master Axe is unwilling to do something, even if all of you come at him together, Master Axe will still not be willing to do it. At worst, we'll just break up and Master Axe will return to the primal chaos. Indestructible Axe did not take Xianhuang Gaian's words to heart. Tao Monarch Karma laughed heartily. We'll do as Taoist Undying Axe says. Those who are willing to wait can stay by his side. Those who aren't are free to leave. Everyone understood the meaning of the Indestructible Axe. If the descendants of the Pan clan did not have the ability to reach here, then they were not worthy of the fortune that the Indestructible Axe had sent out of the primal chaos inner realm. Pan Qian had once saved Ning Cheng's life, and was also a friend of Ning Cheng. As such, Ning Cheng was naturally willing. Moreover, Ning Cheng wanted to leave the primal chaos inner realm during this period. Without waiting for others to express their stance, Ning Cheng took the initiative to speak up. I'm willing to wait. In that case, let's go to the chaotic corner and wait. Although tens of thousands of years might pass by in a flash for us, we can't waste it. Itinerant E.G. followed up. Everyone understood Itinerant E.G.'s meaning. As one of the 5 sacred masters, Itinerant E.G.'s strength had fallen the most. Perhaps even 5 colored Tao monarchs could easily kill Itinerant E.G. Itinerant E.G.'s proposal was to use the chaotic corner to quickly restore his strength. Despite this, no one felt that Itinerant E.G.'s opinion was inappropriate. Ning Cheng did not take everyone to the chaotic corner where he was. Instead, Xianhuang Gaian took the initiative to invite everyone to the chaotic corner he had discovered. The chaotic corner that Xianhuang Gaian had discovered was even larger than the chaotic corner where Ning Cheng was previously. It also had a much richer primal chaos aura. Most likely, it was because of some cracks in the area. As the group of more than 20 people entered, each of them immediately found the best position to enter. They needed to wait for more than a day or two. In such a suitable place for cultivation, everyone wanted to improve their strength before entering the chaotic inner realm. Ning Cheng and Yi Mo found a place to sit down in the corner. In this place with many strong people, they naturally had to be on guard. Xing Shi, when you went to Jiangsha City, Ning Cheng didn't cultivate. He kept staring at Xing Shi. When Xing Shi heard Ning Cheng mention Jiangsha City, she immediately knew what Ning Cheng meant. She sneered in disdain, Jiangsha City. I destroyed that planet with a raise of my hand. By the way, there was a woman called Yu Qing. She looked pretty good. I brought her back to be fertilizer for the flowers. Ning Cheng's anger surged. Before Xing Shi finished speaking, he raised his hand and blasted out with a finger. Boom! Ning Cheng's law-breaking finger blasted onto the blue lotus flower, causing endless explosive Tao runes. No matter how stable the chaotic corner's space was, it kept shaking under this explosion of Tao runes. Primal Chaos Tao Lord snorted, Tao friend Ning Cheng, you're very strong. There's no need to try anymore. Everyone is doing business now. If you want to fight, don't blame me. Ning Cheng took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xing Shi. He didn't attack again. He was still a bit weaker than Primal Chaos Tao Lord. If he told Xing Shi to go out and fight, he was sure that she wouldn't leave. Ning Cheng saluted with his fists to Yi Mo, Brother Yi, I want to leave this place. Do you have a location jade slip? Yi Mo dazed. He really didn't have a location jade slip. Ever since he entered the chaotic void, he had been cultivating here until he reached the 3rd step. It's not that troublesome. If you want to go out, I'll help you hack with my axe, Immortal Axe said. Ning Cheng said speechlessly, if you want to tear open the void here, I have some ways. But where would you appear after tearing open the void? The chaotic void was so vast. If he tore open the void and appeared in a completely unfamiliar place, it would be hard to come back. I do have a locational jade slip. If Daoist Ning trusts me, I can give it to you. Tao Lord Chaos didn't seem to care that they had fought before. He smiled at Ning Cheng. Just when Ning Cheng wanted to speak, Yi Mo suddenly said, Brother Ning, if it's not urgent, I suggest you don't leave here. Is Tao friend Yi scared of being alone? E.G. sneered. Yi Mo laughed, Yi Mo, have never known what fear is. So what if you're 100 times stronger? You want to keep me, Yi Mo, don't even dream about it. E.G.'s face looked bad but he couldn't rebuke. Yi Mo was telling the truth. Even if Ning Cheng left, it wasn't possible for the people here to keep Yi Mo. Yi Mo was no match for them. He couldn't even beat a Primal Chaos Tao Lord. Not being able to beat him and keeping him here were two different things. If he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. Besides, who here wasn't selfish? Even if a fight broke out, no one would go all out. They might even use 1/3 of their power. When everyone surrounded Yi Mo and Ning Cheng, if everyone attacked with full power, Yi Mo and Ning Cheng wouldn't have just suffered such minor injuries. Ning Cheng knew what Yi Mo meant. After he left, he wouldn't be able to stop anything that happened here. Not to mention whether the good fortune indestructible axe had the patience to wait for tens of thousands of years. Even if the good fortune indestructible axe was waiting for Pan Qian, it would not necessarily take tens of thousands of years to arrive here. After all, Pan Qian's power kept rising on the way. Once he reached a big state, he might only need 1/10 of tens of thousands of years. Pan Qian had the ancient giant bloodline. His talent was very likely. Indeed, Yi Mo's sound transmission, there are countless powerful people here. If Brother Yi can't get benefits in the Chaos Inner Realm, your power will drop a level when you leave. Ning Cheng fell silent. He wanted to go to the Great Change Realm to see Shi Qionghua. But Yi Mo was right. If he lost the right to go into the Chaos Inner Realm, his power would be pulled apart from these people. In the future, his strength would definitely pull apart from these people. Without strength, he would have nothing. Others could not wait for him to leave as soon as possible. Once he left, there would be one less competitor. Ning Cheng saluted with his fists to Yi Mo. Thank you Brother Yi for your guidance. I've decided to leave after this place opens. As the powerful people in the Chaos Inner Realm reached an agreement to cultivate while waiting for Pan Qian, the entire Chaos Void seemed to have calmed down. Chapter 1463. No matter who you are, one day in the future, I will grind your bones to ashes. Outside the chaotic void, a purple copper-faced man stared at the chaotic void and cursed. This man was the one who was defeated by Ning Cheng and escaped from the chaotic void. He knew very well that he would never have the chance to find another chaotic corner in this life. Therefore, he might as well take this opportunity to leave the chaotic void as soon as possible. However, his hatred for Ning Cheng had already been etched in his mind. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Ning Cheng came from the Grand Essence Realm. Otherwise, he would have gone to the Grand Essence Realm first. However, this man only cursed half a sentence before staring at the vast void in the distance in shock. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "Uncun stone, did I just see the Uncun stone?" Immediately, he felt surprised. He was sure that what he saw was the Uncun stone. The next moment, he rushed over without hesitation. When he arrived in front of the huge stone, he froze. A skinny man stood on top of the huge stone. Rather than a person, it was more like a standing skeleton. Did the Uncun stone recognize him as its master? The purple copper-faced man's eyes flashed with surprise, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. The Uncun stone continuously sucked away the Dao charm aura from the skeleton, and the skeleton seemed to have no ability to resist at all. Not good, this person should have seen the Uncun stone and wanted to refine it. But what was the Uncun stone? It was an ancient great Dao supreme treasure, one of the top treasures. How could such a thing be refined so casually? That skeleton was also quite capable, but it was still holding on until now and hadn't been corroded by the Uncun stone. After understanding this, the purple copper-faced man no longer cared about the Uncun stone. Just when he wanted to retreat, a majestic void shackle came over. The purple copper-faced man snorted coldly and punched out. In the Chaos Realm, he wasn't an opponent of those supreme powerhouses. Now that he left the Chaos Realm, someone dared to attack him. It was simply courting death. Boom! The purple copper-faced man's punch was answered with the same punch. The two fists collided, and space exploded. Before the purple copper-faced man could say anything, a powerful force rolled him up and dragged him onto the Uncun stone. If he could regret, he would have regretted it countless times. He shouldn't have approached the Uncun stone. The skeleton on the Uncun stone was obviously using the Uncun stone's Dao charm aura to imprison him. The purple copper-faced man was also a powerhouse from the Chaos Realm. Even if he fell into a trap, he wouldn't give up so easily. As his domain stretched out, the Dao charm aura around his body, formed waves after waves of laws. If one wanted to, and 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Dao charm, the Dao matter, 1 Dao, 1 hand, 1 1, 1, 1, 1. Over the countless years, he had absorbed countless blood essences and Daoist rhymes, but he had never encountered such a strong resistance. The two Daoist powers were in a stalemate, but they soon reached a stalemate. The copper face was unable to get away from the uncun stone, and the skeleton man was unable to do anything to the copper face. As time passed, the purple copper face's heart sank. He knew that the longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. As time. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 100 years, perhaps 1,000 years. The purple copper face's Daoist spirit finally loosened. It was only for a moment, but a sharp Daoist spirit entered his world area. It hit his protective rule. Kacha. A soft sound was heard. The copper-faced man was shocked. Before he could resist, the blood essence and Dao runes in his body were instantly opened up and were sucked away. Blood qi gradually appeared on the skeleton-like man's body. Soon after, a black mist revolved around his head. His body also became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Copper Face's body began to shrivel up. Stop! I will tell you the path of the creation path. The copper-faced man was panicking as he shouted. Air! You know about the great Tao of creation? The man on the uncun rock asked in a hoarse voice. The copper face quickly said, yes, there is a chaotic edge in the chaotic void. The edge of chaos was filled with the aura of chaos when the universe first separated. If one could enter the chaotic inner realm from there, they would be able to enter the creation great Tao directly. If you let me go, I will guide you to the chaotic void and bring you there. Then, as if he was afraid that the man on the uncun rock would worry, he added, there are only 3 or 4 people there. I am not afraid of fighting one-on-one, but I am no match for the 4 of them together. I swear that if I lie, my great Tao will collapse and I will not be able to reincarnate. If that is the case, lead the way. The man on the uncun rock was emotionless. He had no intention of letting go of the copper-faced man. The copper-faced man knew that begging for mercy was useless, so he just led the way. Even if he died, he wanted to bring this person to the real experts. He wanted to let this guy, who had consumed his blood essence and Tao runes, know that there were many people stronger than him in this universe. Even if he had the uncun rock, in front of these experts, he would be just like him, waiting to die. In the chaotic void, the chaotic corner that was occupied by many experts fell into silence after everyone started cultivating. Each of them used a restriction to protect their bodies and cultivated wholeheartedly. In this place, no one trusted anyone. To them, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, like eating and breathing. Qin Mutian's eyes scanned past where Ning Cheng and Yi Mo were. He even glanced at where Xing Shi was. Everyone was cultivating in the same place. He could clearly feel that these 3 improved the most. There was the qi of the origin of chaos here, but to Qin Mutian, it could only condense his power and make his god art more rounded. It was impossible to suddenly improve in just a few thousand years. The terrifying Dao rune aura condensed around the 3 of them made him feel that if this continued, there would be a day when the 3 of them would surpass him, Qin Mutian. He couldn't let the 3 of them cultivate like this, especially Ning Cheng and Yi Mo. These 2 were even more dangerous. Qin Mutian got up, but before he could speak, a few powerful beings stood up too. Qin Mutian stared at the chaotic corner in shock. He knew that these people standing up had nothing to do with him. Instead, it was because everyone felt a similarly majestic aura that carried the vastness of the void. Uncun stone. Ning Cheng was shook. He cultivated on the uncun stone before. This was clearly the qi of the uncun stone. Before Ning Cheng could understand how the uncun stone came here, a few people charged out. Ning Cheng naturally did not hesitate to rush out from behind. It was not that a treasure like the Kun stone suddenly appeared in this place, as such no one would not feel excited in their hearts. Dao friends, this person wants to refine the uncun stone. The copper-faced man was only skin and bones now. When he saw everyone, he immediately yelled. But his yell was cut off abruptly. Then, he became paralyzed on the unkun stone and disappeared. It really is the unkun stone. Chaos Tao Lord exclaimed. Almost at the same time, E.G. and Xianhuang Gaian charged at the unkun stone. Following behind the two of them, even more experts rushed over. Who didn't want the unkun stone? The man standing on the unkun stone sneered. His eyes scanned Ning Cheng and Yi Mo with cold killing intent. With so many powerful beings here, it would be a feast for him, but his smile instantly froze. He soon found that no one here was weaker than him. In fact, most of them were stronger than him. How was this possible? How could so many powerful beings suddenly appear? What was going on? The man on the unkun stone wanted to scream, but the endless space imprisoned him. He couldn't resist at all. No, how could he be so arrogant? Why did he come to the chaotic void? His mind seemed to be blinded by something. A lifeless voice sounded in the depths of his consciousness, I'm just helping your hatred. You bastard, you're the worst scum I've ever seen. Your Grandpa Duan didn't mess with you. If you want to kill your Grandpa Duan, even if Grandpa Duan doesn't reincarnate, I'll give you a bowl of water to wash your feet. The voice disappeared in an instant. The man on the unkun stone's mind suddenly cleared up and he screamed, Duan Gantai, it's you bastard. All these years, he was focused on refining the unkun stone. He was in a stalemate with the unkun stone and didn't realize that this insect's will was still there. Unfortunately, his voice stopped abruptly. The next moment, a red sword ray pierced through his body, turning him into pieces of flesh and blood. A primordial spirit escaped in a hurry, but before it could get far, the Xianhuang Gaian who couldn't snatch the Kun stone suddenly formed a void hand seal. This void hand seal directly crushed the essence spirit into nothingness. Then, countless Dao runes swept towards the unkun stone. Everyone knew that it was impossible to refine the unkun stone in a hurry. These Dao runes were doing the same thing, and that was to take the unkun stone into their realm domain and then slowly refine it. However, even if everyone here was extremely powerful, it was impossible to take the unkun stone in a hurry. Among those fighting for the unkun stone, Xing Shi clearly had the greatest advantage. She had the creation green lotus. Although it couldn't sweep away the unkun stone in a hurry, its advantage was extremely obvious. Chaos Tao Lord and Qin Mutian seemed to know that these people wouldn't be able to get the unkun stone, so they simply stood on the periphery and waited. At this moment, Ning Qing suddenly rushed in and blasted a finger on the unkun stone. The violent Dao runes spread out and blasted away all the surrounding power. Under Ning Cheng's finger, the Bukuan stone rushed out of the many Dao charms and disappeared into the endless chaotic void. A few Dao lords didn't even have time to deal with Ning Cheng and were about to chase after the unkun stone. However, these people just took a few steps and came back again. It wasn't that they couldn't catch up, but they were worried that once they left, the chaotic inner realm would suddenly open. Compared to the primordial chaos Dao runes, the unkun stone seemed to be less attractive. What's more, the unkun stone wasn't that easy to collect and refine. Such a familiar qi. Yi Mo frowned as he looked at the body that was killed by Xing Shi and then crushed by Xianhuang Gaian. Ning Cheng also felt a sense of familiarity. He was just about to ask the mysterious yellow Gaian if it was because that person was once an unlucky person in the mysterious yellow bead, when he saw a huge figure striding over. Pan Qian was here. Ning Cheng immediately threw this matter aside. Chapter 1464. It really is the good fortune indestructible axe. Pan Qian immediately saw the giant axe floating in the void. The indestructible axe chuckled. As expected of a descendant of the Pan clan. Not only is your willpower commendable, you've also advanced 2 levels in such a short period of time. I reckon you've had some sort of fortuitous encounter along the way. Kid, what's your name? Pan clan's unfilial junior, Pan Qian, greets senior indestructible axe. Hearing the indestructible axe's words, Pan Qian hurriedly bowed and replied. At this moment, no matter how many experts were in the surroundings, his attention was focused on the indestructible axe. Not bad, not bad. Pan Qian, since you're here, you'll have a share of the good fortune. The indestructible axe said with satisfaction. In fact, Yi Mo guessed right, the immortal axe was getting impatient. If Pan Qian still didn't come, it was hard to say whether he could continue waiting. Fortunately, Ning Qing did not leave. If Ning Qing left, then the chaotic inner world would no longer have anything to do with him. For the indestructible axe, it was only natural for Ning Qing to give him the fragment of the indestructible axe. Because he had also saved Ning Qing once, both of them did not owe each other anything. He would never deliberately wait for Ning Qing here for such a trivial matter. He had waited for Pan Qian for so many years, not because he admired Pan Qian, but because the indestructible axe was once a magic treasure of the Pan clan. Big brother Ning. Shen Mengyan saw Ning Qing standing on the side and called out in shock. She did not understand how Ning Qing could appear in such a place. Didn't elder brother Pan Qian say that if not for the trace left behind by the indestructible axe, they would not have been able to enter? Ning Cheng's strength should not be as high as elder brother Pan Qian, so how could he come in? Not to mention that he was not as strong as elder brother Pan Qian, Ning Cheng's strength might not even be as good as his own. After all, she and big brother Pan Qian had advanced again because of the opportunity in the void hundreds of years ago. She had reached the late-stage Dao birth while big brother Pan Qian had reached the mid-stage Dao integration. She, Shen Mengyan, could cultivate to the middle-stage Dao birth in just tens of thousands of years. It was all because of the opportunities in the void. Without these opportunities, let alone the Dao birth, it would have been difficult for her to step into the eternal realm. No matter how good big brother Ning Cheng's opportunities were, it couldn't be better than hers, right? Oh, brother Ning Cheng, you are also here. Pan Qian spoke out in surprise. It was not until this time that he saw Ning Cheng. Not waiting for Ning Cheng to speak, Pan Qian continued, Brother Ning, your strength has made a lot of progress. Could it be that you have already stepped into the third step? Pan Qian stared at Ning Cheng with wide eyes, almost in disbelief. His Pan clan bloodline could be said to be one of the most suitable bloodlines for cultivation. After so many years, he was only at the mid-stage Dao integration realm. When he had separated from Ning Cheng's strength was not as good as his, so how could he have stepped into the third step so quickly? Ning Cheng smiled and walked up before speaking, Pan Qian, you've spent quite a bit of time in the void this time. I've been to the Great Change Realm a few times, but there was no news of you. I didn't expect you to be lost. You've been to the Great Change Realm? Pan Qian asked in surprise. Ning Cheng nodded. Let's talk about this later. After that, Ning Cheng said to Shen Mengyan, Senior Apprentice Sister Mengyan, long time no see. Congratulations on stepping into the Dao birth realm and condensing your Dao charm. Hearing Ning Cheng's words, Shen Mengyan understood that Ning Cheng's strength was indeed much stronger than hers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen through her cultivation at a glance. Moreover, Ning Cheng looked like an ordinary person to her. Junior apprentice brother Ning, elder brother Pan Qian and I obtained some opportunities in the void. Alas, it's a long story. Shen Mengyan spoke with a sigh. Ning Cheng suddenly felt a little strange. He addressed Yu Qing as junior apprentice sister and Shen Mengyan as senior apprentice sister. Moreover, Yu Qing's previous life was Shen Mengyan's daughter. This was simply, however, Ning Cheng quickly put these thoughts aside. Although Shen Mengyan and Yu Qing's previous life had a connection, such things were difficult to explain in words. She glanced at Shen Mengyan. She felt that Shen Mengyan and Yu Qing looked a bit alike, but she didn't talk nonsense. First, after Pan Qian came here, the chaotic inner realm was about to open. She didn't want to talk nonsense. Second, this place wasn't the chaotic inner realm. If she angered Ning Cheng might even attack her immediately. Seeing Ning Cheng and Pan Qian, who was waiting for indestructible axe, Dao Lord Primal Chaos couldn't accuse Ning Cheng of wasting time. Therefore, he said, Dao friend indestructible axe, now that the descendants of Pan clan are here, should we open the chaotic inner realm? What's the hurry? Indestructible Axe angrily asked. The chaotic inner realm required Indestructible Axe to open. Therefore, although Tao Lord Primal Chaos felt angry, he couldn't do anything about it. Pan Qian, I brought you here because I wanted to see if you still have the same persistence as Pan clan. Second, I'm leaving. I want to give you some opportunities when the good fortune inner realm opens. Indestructible Axe spoke as if no one else was around. Pan Qian was slightly startled, but he immediately understood Indestructible Axe's meaning. He felt very sad in his heart. After all, Indestructible Axe used to be Pan clan's weapon. But now, his Pan clan couldn't have Indestructible Axe anymore. Senior, whatever you say, Pan Qian will obey. Pan Qian bowed. No matter what, Indestructible Axe was Pan clan's weapon. It was equivalent to being the senior of all Pan clan clansmen. I plan to peel off a few creation axe runes from my body for you. You can find an extreme grade material to forge a giant axe. Saying this, Indestructible Axe suddenly flew to Ning Cheng's side. It's best if it's the same as your brother Ning Cheng's blue spear. And Dao friend Yimo's purple saber. It's a material that can upgrade magic artifacts. Indestructible Axe didn't finish speaking and muttered to himself, no, there are too few materials that can upgrade it. I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. Ning Cheng took the initiative to speak, Dao friend Indestructible Axe, if you're willing to peel off a few creation axe runes, I have a material that can help Pan Qian forge a giant axe. As he spoke, Ning Cheng raised his hand and grabbed that piece of heaven creation iron essence. You! Qin Mutian's eyes almost spat out fire when he saw Ning Cheng grab the heaven creation iron essence. Wasn't this iron essence something from his treasure trove? Why did it appear on Ning Cheng? Heaven creation iron essence? At this moment, almost everyone stared at the ordinary piece of iron in Ning Cheng's hand in shock. The people here all knew what was good and what was bad. Good stuff, this is the best thing to forge Pan Qian's axe. Indestructible Axe said in surprise. Although he had called Pan Qian over, Pan Qian's strength was too low. Even if he entered the chaotic inner realm, he would at best only reach the third step. It was impossible to snatch the primordial chaos Dao runes. Ning Cheng, this heaven creation iron essence belongs to me, right? You're quite a character, yet you sneaked into my treasure trove and took away my iron essence. It doesn't match your identity. Qin Mutian resisted the anger in his heart and spoke in a gloomy tone. Ning Cheng understood Qin Mutian's thoughts. Don't look at Qin Mutian's generosity in leaving the treasure in the radiant treasury. It was because he knew that even if the people from the light and dark cosmos obtained this mother iron, it would only be a wedding dress for him. He wished that the people of the light and dark universe were as strong as possible because he was the one who raised them. No matter how strong they would only be in the light and dark universe. He didn't expect that Ning Cheng, a person from the five-element universe, would not only enter his light treasury and take away his heaven creation iron essence, but also leave the light and dark universe. Not only that, but Ning Cheng also wanted to make this heaven creation iron essence into someone else's weapon. Oh, is this yours? Why did I hear that it belonged to the Lord of the Light and Dark Universe during the origin of the Light and Dark Universe? By the way, I also heard that the Lord of the Light and Dark Universe was harmed. The person who harmed him called himself the Light and Dark Sacred Lord. You know that I like to fight against injustice, so I built the reincarnation path in the Sacred Region River in anger and turned the Sacred Region River into the reincarnation realm. Ning Cheng said in a faint tone. When Qin Mutian heard this, he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. If Ning Cheng hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known about it. In other words, the light and dark universe already had its own reincarnation path and had nothing to do with him anymore. Very well, I hope you remember what you just said. Qin Mutian took a deep breath and said word by word. If he didn't kill Ning Cheng, he wouldn't be the light and dark sacred lord. When they heard that Ning Cheng built the reincarnation path and turned the Sacred Region River into the reincarnation realm, everyone looked at Ning Cheng differently. Even Chaos Dao Lord and Karma Dao Lord looked at Ning Qing differently. Although they were stronger than Ning Qing, it probably wasn't that easy to build a reincarnation realm of their own. Ning Qing had just stepped into the third step, yet he was able to achieve this. It was simply too heaven-defying. Yi Mo looked at Ning Qing and smiled. Congratulations, it's finally perfected. Ning Qing knew what Yi Mo was congratulating him for. He perfected the 7 bridges and used them to build the reincarnation path, turning the sacred region river into the reincarnation realm. He knew that if he could do this, Yi Mo would be able to do the same after reaching the third step. Yi Mo had teamed up with him before and had seen his first 6 bridges. He was certain that after reaching the third step, Yi Mo perfected the 7 bridges god art. Then I'll congratulate Dao friend Ning. Let's go into the Chaos Inner Realm as soon as possible. Chaos Dao Lord felt even more threatened after knowing that Ning Qing could build the reincarnation realm. The indestructible axe gave a snort. What's the hurry? Since Dao friend Ning Qing took out the innate iron essence, then it means that he naturally wants to refine the axe. I will only start when Pan Qian's axe is finished. No matter how unhappy Qin Mutian and them were, there was nothing they could do. The indestructible axe clearly wanted Pan Qian's axe to advance in the chaotic inner realm, which was why it wanted to refine the axe first. Of course, Immortal Axe was also worried that once they entered the chaos inner realm, no one would be willing to help Pan Qian forge his axe. Ning Qing saluted with his fists. Dao friend Immortal Axe, I can help, but I promised someone that I would give them 1 magic artifact made from the heaven creation metal source. That is only natural. Seeing that you took out the opening heaven iron source, and even helped me to refine this axe, I can also give you some of my axe charm. The indestructible axe spoke up. Chapter 1465. Everyone once again entered the chaotic corner. This place was filled with primal chaos aura, and the laws here were also chaotic. This was the best place to refine weapons. Since the indestructible axe insisted on helping Pan Qian refine the axe, everyone could only wait. After waiting for thousands of years, why would they care about this little bit of time? What a rich primal chaos aura. Shen Mengyan froze as soon as she came in. But then she understood why Ning Qing had such high strength. If she cultivated here for tens of thousands of years, she would have already stepped into the primordial chaos realm. She didn't know that Ning Qing hadn't cultivated here for long. Moreover, at Ning Qing's realm, even if he cultivated here, the improvement in his strength would be limited. The indestructible axe stood not far from Ning Qing and said to Ning Qing, you can refine artifacts. If you need me to strip off the axe charm, just let me know. Okay. Ning Qing didn't stand on ceremony and directly brought out a blue flame. The flame looked like a brilliant galaxy, and it looked gorgeous. The aura coming from it was amazing. Celestial River Sacred Flame. As soon as the Celestial River Flame came out, someone immediately recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. Making a fuss. The Celestial River Flame muttered in disdain. Primal Chaos Sacred Emperor and the others didn't care about it. For them, it was indeed a fuss. The Celestial River Flame didn't count as anything. There were at least 3 or 4 people with Celestial River Sacred Flames here. Before the flames confronted each other, no one would think that their flame was inferior to others. Qin Mutian didn't put the Celestial River Flame in his eyes. He had at least 3 sacred flames that weren't any weaker than Ning Qing's flame. But when he saw Ning Qing take out another thing, he turned furious. Ning Qing, do you still have any face? You even took my universe origin embryo membrane. Ning Qing didn't bother to pay any attention to Qin Mutian and directly called out Chasing Bull. He pointed to Qin Mutian and said to Chasing Bull, Master wants to refine artifacts. If this fellow dares to be long-winded, block him for me. Refining artifacts in the chaotic corner, he also had the help of the indestructible axe charm. Faced with such an opportunity, how could Ning Qing give up? He decided to refine at least 4 artifacts. Even if Qin Mutian was more shrewd, seeing Ning Qing use his most precious artifact to refine artifacts, he still found it unbearable. Did you also take my chaotic origin stone? Qin Mutian asked word by word. Not only had Ning Qing taken away the chaotic origin stone, but he had also used it to reach the third step. However, Ning Qing simply ignored him and continued to carve out the void array for crafting artifacts. Chasing Bull, on the other hand, didn't speak well. It didn't know who Qin Mutian was and yelled, "Dead face, what's wrong with you? Can't you see my master crafting artifacts? If you shout again, your grandpa ox will seal your mouth and smear some cow dung on it." Qin Mutian's face was gloomy. If this was anywhere else, he would have smashed the stupid cow into pieces the moment it said the first word. Speechless? Can you afford to pay for any damage caused by my master's artifact forging? With your 2 or 3 pieces of dead human flesh in your buttocks, my master's fart is worth more than yours. Do you know where my master's things come from? You don't know, right? Grandpa Ox will tell you, it's the Radiant Light Treasury. Kid, have you heard of the Radiant Light Treasury? You don't know about it, right? Grandpa Ox will slowly tell you. Chasing Bull saw that its first sentence had an effect. Shut up! Ning Qing yelled. This stupid cow, why didn't you just scold Qin Mutian until he shut his mouth? What Radiant Light Treasury? The Radiant Light Treasury originally belonged to Qin Mutian. Everyone looked at Chasing Bull speechlessly. It must be very tiring to have such a pet beast, right? Yi Mo thought of his pet beast, Shadowless. If Shadowless met Chasing Bull, what would the result be? Would it be a group of ducks? Or, Yi Mo didn't dare to think about it. Chasing Bull shut up. Although Qin Mutian was furious, he didn't speak any nonsense. He knew that as long as he dared to say half a word, this stupid cow would probably continue talking for days and nights. Ning Qing had already forged the creation god spear, so he had some experience with the celestial river flame. The mother iron melted in the flame, and Ning Qing controlled the melted mother iron to roll in the void. Endless primal chaos aura poured in and seeped into the constantly changing heaven-opening mother iron. Ning Qing also sent the universe origin embryo membrane into the flame and gradually fused with the heaven-opening mother iron. Ning Cheng's Dao rune hand seals engraved one after another. Soon, everyone realized that Ning Qing wasn't refining 2 weapons, but 4. Refining several magic treasures at the same time was something that everyone here could do. But fusing the heaven-opening mother iron with the universe origin embryo membrane and even fusing the indestructible axe's axe charm wasn't something ordinary people could do. The primordial chaos aura from the chaotic edges swept over and fused with the materials that were being fused. At this moment, no one felt annoyed with Ning Qing for delaying everyone's time. Everyone wanted to see what kind of treasure Ning Qing could refine in the end. Even Xianhuang Gaian felt shocked. Ning Cheng's artifact crafting technique was somewhat similar to his. He was sure that Ning Cheng's artifact crafting technique was derived from abstruse yellow formless. But Ning Cheng's technique had clearly surpassed the artifact crafting technique derived from abstruse yellow formless. It made people feel an indescribable Dao aura. In fact, Xianhuang Gaian felt good. When Ning Qing reached the 3rd step, he directly severed Dao creation realm. At this moment, the influence of abstruse yellow formless on him had disappeared, or rather, he had severed abstruse yellow formless. Even if he still cultivated abstruse yellow formless, it was no longer the abstruse yellow formless he learned in the abstruse yellow bead, but a cultivation method condensed from his own laws. Ning Qing realized that as long as he was present, the Dao was behind. Whether it was his cultivation method or spirit art, pill concoction and artifact crafting, they all changed. Yi Mo also sighed. Ning Cheng's Dao was similar to his Dao. After he reached the 3rd step with Dao severing, he also surpassed the original 3-birth Dao chant like Ning Cheng. This was the 3rd stage that Ning Cheng and Tamu spoke of. Seeing mountains as mountains, seeing water as water as water. Ning Cheng was still cultivating abstruse yellow formless while Yi Mo was still cultivating 3-birth Dao chant. But perhaps only the person who comprehended it could understand the Dao. Time gradually passed, and in a blink of an eye, a month had passed. The chaos chi that swept over also slowly weakened. Under the astral river flame, a prototype of a giant axe gradually appeared. The axe hadn't completely condensed yet, but a violent killing intent seeped out. Everyone was secretly shocked. Once this giant axe was formed, it would probably be another top-grade treasure. After the axe rolled a few times in the flame, it floated in a corner. Just half an incense stick later, a pair of half-moon double rings and a 7-color glass belt prototype appeared at the same time. Following closely behind the crescent moon double rings and the 7-colored glazed belt was a green longsword. The 4 magic artifacts occupied the 4 corners, each occupying one side. Ning Cheng's Tao waves were engraved one by one. Under the infiltration of the astral river flame, these Tao waves kept condensing into the 4 magic artifacts. Just when everyone was attracted by Ning Cheng's grand Tao waves, Ning Cheng suddenly called out, "Tao friend Indestructible Axe, please send out 4 creation Tao waves." Indestructible Axe had been waiting for Ning Cheng to speak. When he heard Ning Cheng say that he would send out 4 creation Tao waves at once, he was dumbfounded. He thought it would be 2 at most. 4 at once? Did he pick up the creation Tao waves? Thinking of his promise to Ning Cheng, he could only strip off the 4 creation Tao waves and throw them towards the 4 magic artifacts. As soon as the 4 creation Tao waves fell in, Ning Cheng swept them into the 4 magic artifacts. The 4 magic artifacts let out bursts of Tao waves, and the chaos chi in the corner once again swept over. Ning Cheng's Tao wave hand seals were even faster as he sent them into the 4 magic artifacts one by one. After a few days, the clear sounds gradually subsided. The 4 magic artifacts flew out of the astral river flame and floated around Ning Cheng. Although the giant axe didn't have the imposing aura of the good fortune indestructible axe, it still exuded a primal aura. Because it hadn't been refined yet, it still exuded a primal aura. Not only the giant axe, but the 7-colored glazed belt, the half-moon twin rings, and the blue sword also exuded the same primal aura. One could imagine that as long as they settled for a period of time or were scoured by the chaotic inner world, these 4 magic artifacts would become something that everyone would want. Tao friend Ning, this is the first time I've seen such a grand Tao artifact crafting technique. Tao Lord Chaos praised sincerely with a sincere tone. Apparently, he truly praised Ning Cheng's methods. Ning Cheng cupped his fists, "Many thanks for Tao friend Chaos praise." After saying this, Ning Cheng waved his hand, and the other 3 magic artifacts fell around Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng grabbed the great axe in his hands, before sending it to Pan Qian and spoke, "Pan Qian, this axe is for you." Pan Qian grabbed the giant axe in excitement. He had seen Ning Cheng forge this axe with his own eyes. Most likely, apart from the good fortune indestructible axe, this axe was the strongest axe in the world. Brother Ning Cheng, I, Pan Qian, won't say any words of thanks. Ning Cheng patted Pan Qian, "We've all been through life and death together, so there's no need for thanks. This axe has just taken shape. After entering the chaotic inner world, you can refine it. I hope that in the future, you can take this axe and come with me to the gate of good fortune." Okay. Pan Qian bowed to the good fortune indestructible axe again, "Many thanks for Senior's selfless help. Pan Qian will never forget it." The indestructible axe said indifferently, "If the descendants of the Pan clan didn't have a giant axe, how could they have the surname Pan? You don't have to be so polite. I'll give you the axe. The rest is up to you. But this axe should also have a name. What should I call it?" Yi Mo smiled, "Why don't we call it Pangu Axe?" The good fortune indestructible axe was overjoyed, "Not bad, this name is good. Pan Qian, from now on, this axe of yours will be called Pangu Axe." Chapter 1466. After saying that, the indestructible axe suddenly swept up a monstrous axe intent. "Everyone, when I'm going to split open the chaotic inner realm, please give it your all. Taoist indestructible axe, don't worry. We will attack at the same time," Tao Lord Chaos said immediately. After Tao Lord Chaos finished speaking, the rest also took out their magic treasures, indicating that they would attack immediately. The indestructible axe was strong, but it would be difficult to rely on the power of the indestructible axe alone to open the chaotic inner realm. Only when the indestructible axe cleaved down and everyone took out their magic treasures to attack at the crack at the same time could they tear open the chaotic inner realm. Therefore, Tao Lord Chaos had no objections to the indestructible axe's request. After getting the consent of Tao Lord Chaos, the indestructible axe's blade, which had already swept up a monstrous aura, instantly transformed into tens of thousands of feet long, and the killing intent of the axe became even more substantial. This was not the end, as the axe's blade continued to extend. At this moment, all the people around could sense a powerful killing intent from it. If not for the attraction of the chaotic inner realm, some people would have even sat down to comprehend it. Boom! The axe blade, which had condensed endless killing intent, slammed down in front of everyone, where spiritual senses and vision could not penetrate. Without any nomological divine power, there was no room for reservation, and the axe just slashed down. The endless axe blade's killing intent followed this aura and poured onto the barrier of the chaotic inner realm before seeping in and disappearing without a trace. After several breaths of time, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. The cracking sounds were endless, as if ice was being blasted apart. Then, the cracks slowly spread. Do it. Tao Lord Chaos took out the chaos bell as he spoke. Almost at the same time, everyone took out their magic treasures. Ning Cheng's creation divine spear also blasted out. Unless one's control of the divine power law was higher than the chaotic inner realm, any divine power would be illusory in the face of this void barrier. At that moment, everyone did not need any divine power to attack. What they needed was the most direct Tao rune power. More than 20 top experts took out their magic treasures at the same time and attacked with all their might. The violent Tao runes directly tore countless cracks in the space at the edge of the chaos. The people here all knew that these cracks were not what they needed, only the crack in front of the indestructible axe's blade was the place that they wanted to enter. Ka. The sound of the void tearing became louder and louder, and the surging aura of primal chaos seeped out. Everyone could see a crack. The indestructible axe once again transformed into an axe blade that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and once again smashed down. Everyone's attacks followed the bombardment of the indestructible axe at the same time. More and more cracks appeared in the void, and the crack grew even larger. The void blade radiance and collapses shot out from the other planes and fell on the bodies of the many experts that had been shaken open. At this moment, no one cared about these void blade lights that were harmless to them. Everyone's eyes and attention were focused on the same place, the crack that led to the chaotic inner world. The indestructible axe's blade slammed down for the third time. This time, before everyone's attack fell, the void that spiritual consciousness could not penetrate suddenly issued a hua sound. It was as if a giant mirror had been shattered and completely collapsed. Hua. The sound spread out from the inside, and a vast and majestic world appeared in front of everyone. Although everyone's spirit sense was still blurry, they could vaguely feel that vast and majestic chi. A few impatient powerhouses could no longer hold themselves back and rushed in. Those supreme experts didn't move, and neither did Ning Cheng and Yemo. At this moment, the chaotic inner world had just opened, and the baleful chi and violence that had been accumulated for billions of years instantly gushed out. At this moment, no one would have a good time going in. Plus, this chaotic inner world hadn't been completely opened yet, and it was still collapsing. Like dominoes, after the indestructible axe's third strike, the barrier of the chaotic inner world started to collapse, and then it extended out. Those experts who charged in first were hit by the endless baleful chi and that vast chi, and like cannonballs, they flew out of the corner of the chaotic inner world. Everyone knew that even if these guys could come back here, they would only be able to eat the leftovers. It's actually a complete collapse. Tao Lord Xing Qin said in shock. Everyone understood what Tao Lord Stellar meant. When they blasted open this chaotic corner, the other chaotic corners would also collapse at the same time until the entire chaotic inner realm was completely revealed to everyone. At this moment, even those who didn't participate in this attack would have a chance to enter the chaotic inner world as long as they were in the corner of the chaotic inner world. The collapse of the void didn't last long. When the majestic aura weakened, everyone rushed in crazily. Ning Cheng and Yi Mo also charged into the chaotic inner world in an instant. At this moment, it was a competition of luck and speed. When he was in the chaotic inner world, Ning Cheng only had one feeling. He seemed to be the number one person in this universe, and he was surrounded by the endless primal origin Tao waves. The primal chaos chi could allow people to easily understand all the Tao of heaven and earth that they couldn't understand before. Then, these Tao of heaven and earth would give birth to their own law Tao waves. Everyone could imagine that if they cultivated here for tens of thousands of years, they would probably reach the fortune state. No one would really cultivate here. At the same time, it wasn't realistic. This primal chaos Tao wave chi would soon disappear after the chaotic inner world was opened. The reason why people could feel this supreme primal Tao wave was because this place had just been opened. More importantly, this wasn't a place to cultivate. Everyone charged towards the 9 golden Tao waves in the depths of the chaotic inner world. If it wasn't for Tao Lord Karma's explanation, perhaps people wouldn't know what these 9 Tao waves were. After Tao Lord Karma said this, everyone could guess that these 9 Tao waves were the most precious things in the chaotic inner world. They were 9 primordial chaos. They weren't primordial chaos purple chi but golden. This thought appeared in Ning Cheng and Yi Mo's mind at the same time. The 9 primordial chaos Tao waves were distributed in different corners. Ning Cheng charged towards a golden primordial chaos Tao wave with a few faint runes. At the same time, Yi Mo charged in the opposite direction to Ning Cheng. There was also a primordial chaos Tao wave there. In that instant, the chaotic inner world was where the treasures were distributed. Even those with weak cultivation level wouldn't want to see the primordial chaos Tao wave get taken by someone else. Everyone here knew Yi Mo and Ning Cheng's power. Other than a few people, most people would rather fight for other primordial chaos Tao waves than fight with Ning Cheng, Yi Mo, Qin Mutian and Chaos Tao Lord. Everyone understood this principle. Instead of fighting for the primordial Tao aura with the top powerhouses, it was better to fight for the primordial Tao aura with the weaker ones. But not everyone knew that Ning Cheng was very strong. The chaotic inner world had completely collapsed. Those who cultivated in the corners of the chaotic inner world could charge into the chaotic inner world immediately. Just as Ning Cheng rushed towards the primordial Tao charm, 4 people also rushed over. A middle-aged scholar, a fat monk, a long-haired young man and a white-haired old man. These 4 had the same goal as Ning Cheng, and that was to take the primordial chaos Tao wave before anyone else. Ning Cheng didn't know any of these 4. Even if he knew them, he wouldn't give up on the primordial chaos Tao wave. Ning Cheng's creation god's spear swept out without hesitation and used traceless void tread. At the same time, the 4 who fought with Ning Cheng for the primordial chaos Tao wave also attacked. Ning Cheng didn't target anyone. His traceless void tread smashed towards the space around the primordial chaos Tao wave. Other than him, anyone who got closer to the primordial chaos Tao wave before him would face his attack directly. The middle-aged scholar's target was the young man because he was closest to the middle-aged scholar. The fat monk's staff smashed towards the white-haired old man without hesitation. He was almost neck to neck with the white-haired old man. Only Ning Cheng was alone. No one got close to him. This was because Ning Cheng and the 4 didn't come from the same corner of the chaotic inner world. Chapter 1467. The young man clearly wasn't the middle-aged scholar's opponent. Coupled with the fact that the middle-aged scholar had attacked first, the young man's protective domain immediately shattered. By the time the young man blocked the middle-aged scholar's attack, the middle-aged scholar had already thrown him a kilometer away. In this kind of battle between powerhouses, even a fraction of a second was crucial. With a distance of a kilometer, one wouldn't stand a chance. The young man also seemed to know that he had no chance. He stared at the middle-aged scholar angrily and left without hesitation. The chaotic inner realm had just opened, and everything here was a precious treasure from when the primal chaos first separated. No one would waste a single breath at this time. Contrary to how the middle-aged scholar chased the young man away, when the fat monk attacked the white-haired old man, the white-haired old man forcibly withstood the fat monk's Dao rune attack. Then, with the help of the fat monk's Dao rune attack, he risked the danger of the domain cracking and the Dao rune scattering to increase his speed. The fat monk and the middle-aged scholar had the same plan. After driving away the opponents around them, they would reach the location of the primordial chaos Dao charm before Ningcheng. But now, because of the white-haired old man's actions, the white-haired old man's speed was the fastest among the several people rushing towards the primordial chaos Dao charm. Based on the white-haired old man's speed, he would be the first to reach the primordial chaos Dao charm. Ningcheng had worked so hard to attract the indestructible axe and even participated in opening the chaotic inner realm. How could he let someone snatch away something that was already in his hands? Even with traceless space splitter blocking in front of him, Ningcheng's speed rose to the extreme at this moment. He even crazily activated the twin wings of the heavenly clouds, which he hadn't used in a long time. At this time, even a small increase in speed would be a huge advantage. Not to mention that the twin wings of the heavenly clouds didn't just increase Ningcheng's speed by a little bit. The void seemed to have disappeared under Ningcheng's feet. In just a moment, Ningcheng overtook the white-haired old man. Almost at the same time, Ningcheng, the white-haired old man and the middle-aged scholar attacked. Ningcheng raised his hand and once again sent out countless Dao charm laws, turning this space into his law domain. The white-haired old man and the middle-aged scholar both attacked Ningcheng with all their might. The middle-aged scholar's magic weapon was a copper flute, while the white-haired old man's magic weapon was extremely insidious. It was a colorless needle that was almost invisible to the naked eye and divine sense. The middle-aged scholar's copper flute wasn't too bad. Although the flute's sound could scatter Ningcheng's nomological Dao charm, it couldn't stop Ningcheng. As for the white-haired old man's colorless needle, if Ningcheng had not brought out the traceless collapsing space first, Ningcheng would have doubted that he could have avoided the old man's colorless needle, which even his spiritual consciousness could not detect. Ningcheng's law space could only slow down Xiao Yinhe and the colorless needle a little. However, the traceless collapse also caused the layers of void to collapse, causing Xiao Yinhe to lose the effect of his attack. At the same time, the colorless needle also slowed down. At least, Ningcheng's spiritual consciousness could now scan it. Even the traceless spatial collapse could not tear the space here. It could only cause a slight collapse in the void. This slight collapse was more than enough for Ningcheng. When traceless space collapse blocked the white-haired old man, Ningcheng locked onto the primordial Dao charm. A feeling of standing alone in the clouds, looking down on all living beings from afar, suddenly welled up within him. It wasn't just vast and majestic, but also a powerful state of mind. Ningcheng took in a deep breath. Even if he didn't understand anything, he understood that this primordial Dao charm was probably the most precious cultivation treasure in this universe. With such a treasure in hand, how could there be any difference in qualifications? Sensing a crisis, the good fortune divine spear in Ningcheng's hand turned into countless spear patterns and shot towards the direction of the crisis. At the same time, Ningcheng's hands shot out countless restrictions to lock onto the primordial Dao charm and pulled it into his domain. Just as Ningcheng put away the primordial Dao charm, the Dao charm exploded with a kaboom, and Ningcheng's good fortune divine spear got hit by a powerful Dao charm. A violent whirlpool appeared at the location of the primordial Dao charm, and Ningcheng was sent flying by the backlash from the Dao charm of the good fortune divine spear. At the same time, a few cracks appeared on his protective domain. Ningcheng secretly felt shocked. If he had taken away the primordial Dao charm a moment later, the primordial Dao charm would have been sucked away by the whirlpool. Even if he could snatch it back from the whirlpool, it wouldn't be that simple. As the various attacks calmed down, Ningcheng was pleasantly surprised to find a large piece of stationary soil under his feet. This was something that he had spent a great deal of effort to find, but now, it had appeared right beneath his feet. The chaotic inner world really was filled with treasures. Ningcheng decided to search for it carefully. Ningcheng quickly raised his hand, grabbed the piece of stationary soil, and sent it into the mysterious yellow bead. Unfortunately, it wasn't the balanced soil. If it were the balanced soil, he would have gathered all 5 earths. It wasn't until this moment that Ning Cheng's gaze fell on the opposite side. There were 3 people standing in front of him, a fat monk, a middle-aged scholar, and a purple-haired woman standing at the very front. The white-haired old man who brought out the colorless needle had long since disappeared. It seemed that he knew that he couldn't snatch the primordial Dao charm from Ning Cheng, so he took the initiative to leave. The purple-haired woman, on seeing Ning Cheng excitedly put away the piece of stationary soil, showed a trace of disdain at the corner of her mouth, and spoke with a flat tone, "Hand over the primordial Dao charm and leave." Ning Cheng chuckled. This woman truly had a lot of self-confidence. Ning Cheng had snatched the primordial Dao charm, yet she wanted him to hand it over. Listening to her tone, it sounded as if she wouldn't be polite if he didn't hand it over. Seeing that Ning Cheng ignored her, the woman's Dao charm soared, and a powerful aura of the great Dao burst out. Even the fat monk and the middle-aged scholar in the distance had to step aside to keep some distance. "I'll say it one last time. Hand over the primordial Dao charm and get out of here." The purple-haired woman directly changed from walking to rolling, and wave after wave of killing intent and Dao charm condensed into substance. Was this Dao Lord Fate? Ning Cheng looked at the purple-haired woman in amazement, feeling puzzled in his heart. Because the great Dao charm around this woman was the Dao charm of fate, and it contained a kind of Dao charm aura, but he had heard from Xiao Wuxin that Dao Lord Fate was a very kind person. Not only did he teach his fate cultivation method to many Dao disciples, but he also often opened Dao halls to discuss the Dao. This woman was so fierce. Was she really Dao Lord Fate? I understand now. So you're the ancestor of the Blue True Hope tribe. Sure enough, what kind of gourd produces what kind of ladle? Ning Cheng suddenly spoke up. The ancestor of the Blue True Hope tribe cultivated a fate cultivation method, but Ning Cheng could tell from this purple-haired woman that she had comprehended the fate cultivation method's branch of fate cultivation method to the extreme and had even made a breakthrough. Ning Cheng shook his head. Except for Li, the kings of the Blue True Hope tribe didn't seem to be good people. The purple-haired woman didn't care about Ning Cheng knowing about the Blue True Hope tribe at all. Seeing Ning Cheng shake his head, she no longer spoke any nonsense. A gray butterfly-shaped weapon rolled up a monstrous Dao charm of hope and blasted towards Ning Cheng. The moment the purple-haired woman brought out the weapon, Ning Cheng felt a desire to crawl on the ground and pray. Along with the butterfly-shaped weapon, the power of hope billowed like smoke, vast and boundless. Ning Cheng had never thought that the power of hope could reach such a terrifying level. If his mind was weak, he feared that the power of hope would have directly turned into a Dao charm, and then become a part of the power of hope. Moreover, this Dao charm of hope was something he was willing to do. The soundless Dao charm filled Ning Cheng's body, mind, and soul. This kind of fullness seemed impossible to dispel with his body and will. I want to pray with my flesh and blood, I want to pray with my soul, I want to pray with my Dao. The endless Dao charm of hope completely wrapped around Ning Cheng at this moment. It felt as if only by kneeling on the ground could he alleviate and free himself from the oppression and suffering. Turn into the Dao charm of hope for me. The purple-haired woman snapped. The butterfly-shaped weapon felt like a rolling mountain, almost pressing down on Ning Cheng's head. The middle-aged scholar watching from the side quietly retreated. He knew that even if Ning Cheng died, the primordial chaos Dao charm would no longer belong to him. A sneer appeared at the corner of the purple-haired woman's mouth. She didn't know how Ning Cheng got so lucky to enter the chaotic inner world and obtain a primordial chaos Dao charm. Unfortunately, he met her, Dao Lord Wish. Everything was illusory. Kacha. Ning Cheng's realm domain shattered, and the butterfly-shaped weapon rolled up the endless power of hope and came crashing down. Ning Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and the Dao charm around him surged wildly. His own Dao charm laws once again transformed into a new realm domain. Anyone who wanted to break his realm domain would have to pay a price. Not to mention Dao Lord Fate, even if Dao Lord Fate came, it would be the same. The moment Ning Cheng opened his eyes, the purple-haired woman's heart thumped for no reason. Her wish butterfly had devoured many souls and devoured many Tao charms, but she had never seen anyone like Ning Cheng. Some powerhouses would look at her when the wish butterfly swallowed them, with only pious prayers and expectations in their eyes. But Ning Cheng definitely wasn't like him, who looked calm with a bit of sarcasm. Before the purple-haired woman could understand what was going on, Ning Cheng's good fortune divine spear had already shot out. The raging spear intent, along with the endless aura of time, blasted towards her wish butterfly. This was a laws of time spirit technique. As a supreme powerhouse, the purple-haired woman naturally knew about the power of time cultivation methods. The most powerful time cultivation methods could stagnate or even reverse time. However, Ning Cheng's time spirit technique didn't make time stagnate, nor did it reverse time. If she had to describe this spirit technique with her own feelings, it would be that time flew by like an arrow. This was the rapid flow of time. At this moment, time poured down like a river bursting through a dam. The Tao charm of time that poured down formed a space, time-space-time. This was the third stage of Ning Cheng's time realm. Boom! The wish butterfly, which came crashing down, was blocked by the time-space-time. The endless power of hope and Tao charm seemed to have been swallowed by time. A long spear crossed the time-space-time and blasted into the stagnant wish butterfly. Chapter 1468. Although it was just a magical weapon, the butterfly wish, under Ning Cheng's spear, unexpectedly issued out a shrill scream. Following which, the power of destiny that was suppressing his mind instantly dissipated, and his surroundings became clear again. Only then did Ning Cheng get a clear look at the Hope Butterfly magical weapon. It was somewhat similar to the bird that he had obtained from the ancient desolate Hope Butterfly, but it did not have the imperial jade seal. This was a weapon refined from a living being. Ning Cheng could actually feel the sadness and sorrow of the Hope Butterfly in his heart. It felt as if it was narrating the helplessness and injustice of life. It felt as if it was narrating that it, a heaven-splitting divine bird, ended up being refined into a Hope Butterfly weapon. An inexplicable anger rose from the bottom of Ning Cheng's heart. Regardless of whether this anger was due to the influence of the Hope Butterfly or not, the murderous aura around Ning Cheng's body gradually grew thicker. Who are you? The purple-haired woman looked at Ning Cheng with a slightly pale face. This person not only broke free from her endless hope power Tao charm but also hurt her Hope Butterfly. Ever since she started cultivating, she had seen many experts. She knew of the 5 sages and the 10 Tao lords, and she herself was one of them. But he had never heard of this young man before. Ning Cheng took in a deep breath. He didn't answer. With a roll of his long spear, it transformed into one space after another. At the same time, he rushed towards the purple-haired woman and shot out a finger. The law-breaking finger could destroy everything and ignore any law-sacred art. Boom! The purple-haired woman's Tao charm boundary directly cracked under Ning Cheng's law-breaking finger. The purple-haired woman was shocked. She did not think that Ning Cheng would not even bother to answer her question. However, at this moment, it was too late for her to get angry. What she had to face was Ning Cheng's monstrous imposing aura, which almost turned her corporeal body into slag. The purple-haired woman's Tao charm also started to stir up, and the wish butterfly, which had screamed miserably under Ning Cheng's attack, once again turned into a bird-type weapon made of the power of hope. Ning Cheng suddenly felt a surge of sadness in his heart. He didn't even want to use his finger to attack the wish butterfly, which contained the endless Tao charm of long-awaited wishes. His finger paused slightly, and the purple-haired woman had already disappeared without a trace with the butterfly. Ning Cheng did not chase after them, as he did not know what to do after catching up with them. If he wanted to kill the purple-haired woman, he would have to destroy her butterfly wish treasure. Master! Chasing Bull's screams rang out. Ning Cheng couldn't care less about the purple-haired woman and rushed over with a flash. The fat monk on seeing Ning Cheng disappear hesitated for a long time. In the end, he did not chase after Ning Cheng. Instead, he changed a direction and instantly escaped. Before he arrived, Ning Cheng condensed a Tao charm hand seal and grabbed the fleeing chasing bull. The next moment, a fist blasted out and landed at the original location of Chasing Bull. If it had been just a little later, Chasing Bull would have most likely turned into slag under this punch. Even a place as hard as the Chaos Inner Realm was blasted open by this punch. Master, this bastard saw that I got a good thing and attacked me. If it weren't for Master, this Grandpa Bull. No, your loyal little bull would have died at the hands of this bastard. Chasing Bull was just short of tears and snot. You again. The man who punched out stared at Ning Cheng and shouted out. Ning Cheng actually knew this person. This person had extremely white skin and looked very delicate. Moreover, this person's magical weapon was an octagonal heaven and earth hammer. This fellow's name was Xian Mao, and he should have cultivated a strength cultivation technique. As such, he had incredible strength. Ning Cheng had fought with him in the heavens beyond of mysterious yellow, and Ning Cheng's strength had been slightly stronger than his. During that battle, he had used all 6 bridges, coupled with the 3rd stage flowing time realm and the order-breaking finger. Moreover, he had grasped the perfect timing to drive Xian Mao away. Even so, he had suffered heavy injuries. One could say that he had lost that battle. Without the quintessential essence of the universe, no one knew what the consequences would have been. Now that Xian Mao appeared in the Chaos Inner Realm again, his strength had increased by several levels compared to before. He had even stepped into the Realm Convergence realm. Facing Xian Mao, who had increased his strength, Ning Cheng felt even more relaxed. Compared to when he was in the heavens beyond of mysterious yellow, his strength had also increased. It wasn't just a few levels, but a qualitative transformation. Ning Cheng ignored Xian Mao. Not to mention Xian Mao, he didn't even care about Dao Lord's strength, who cultivated a strength cultivation technique. No matter how strong Xian Mao was, he couldn't be stronger than Dao Lord's strength, right? What did you pick up? Ning Cheng asked Chasing Bull instead. Chasing Bull proudly grabbed a piece of gray material and said, Master, take a look. Heaven-opening mother iron. Ning Cheng said in shock. Heaven-opening mother iron was precious because there was only one piece after the universe opened. The heaven-opening mother iron of the light and dark universe had been collected by Qin Mutian in the light vault and ended up becoming his. He had refined the 5-element universe's heaven-opening mother iron into the creation divine spear, and another piece had appeared in the chaos inner realm. This showed that the heaven-opening mother iron used to refine the transformation spirit spear wasn't complete. The piece of heaven-opening mother iron used to refine the transformation spirit spear and the heaven-opening mother iron obtained by Chasing Bull had fused together to form a complete piece. Seeing the heaven-opening mother iron, Ning Cheng also understood why Xian Mao disregarded his identity and attacked an ant-like Chasing Bull. Xian Mao had an unusual obsession with the heaven-opening mother iron. When he first saw the creation divine spear, he wanted it. However, during the competition, Ning Cheng had injured him and left. Now that he saw Chasing Bull picking up the heaven-opening mother iron, it would be strange if he didn't feel tempted. Ning Cheng raised his hand and grabbed the heaven-opening mother iron. After putting away the mother iron, he looked at Xian Mao and said, "You're also a realm convergence expert. Yet, you actually dared to snatch my companion beast's thing. Don't you have any face?" Xian Mao wanted to say that he saw it first, but it would be a ridiculous lie. If he had seen it first, no matter how far away it was, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a companion beast with low cultivation. I know all your means. You're not my opponent. Take out the heaven-opening mother iron, and I won't embarrass you. Xian Mao said with a slow tone. He knew that Ning Cheng's most powerful move was the 6 bridges. As long as Ning Cheng didn't have the 7th bridge, Ning Cheng couldn't do anything to him. What's more, his current strength couldn't be compared to when he first arrived at the mysterious yellow heavens beyond. Ning Cheng didn't start immediately because he knew that Xian Mao didn't want to kill Chasing Bull at first. If Xian Mao had wanted to kill Chasing Bull from the beginning, Chasing Bull wouldn't have even been able to call for help. Later, when Chasing Bull escaped and called for help, Xian Mao took action. Ning Cheng said with a calm voice, "There are many good things in the chaotic inner world. If you don't pick them up, I'll leave." If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Xian Mao originally felt that he was in the wrong, but seeing that Ning Qing didn't appreciate it at all, he sneered and brought out the octagonal heaven and earth hammer. Wait! Just when Xian Mao was about to make a move, another figure descended. Senior apprentice brother. Xian Mao called out in surprise and didn't continue to fight. Ning Qing also knew this person, Tao Lord Strength. Looking at Tao Lord Strength's appearance, Ning Qing understood that this fellow must have obtained a lot of benefits here. It turns out to be Tao Lord Ning. I wonder why Tao Lord Ning wants to fight my junior apprentice brother. Tao Lord Strength knew very well that Xian Mao wasn't Ning Cheng's opponent at all. Not to mention Xian Mao, even if he and Xian Mao joined forces, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Ning Cheng. Xian Mao looked at Tao Lord Strength in doubt. Senior apprentice brother, do you know this person? He's just a junior. Even if he obtains some good spirit techniques by chance, it doesn't count for much. His 7 bridges spirit technique is also missing the 7th bridge. Xian Mao felt puzzled because he knew Ning Cheng's origin. And Tao Lord Strength was his senior apprentice brother, one of the 10 ancient Tao Lords. Before Ning Qing entered the reincarnation cycle, his strength surpassed Tao Lord's strength, but his reputation was far inferior to Tao Lord's strength. Which of the 10 ancient Tao Lords wasn't a proud person? How could they be so polite to a nobody like Ning Qing? Tao Lord's strength waved his hand at Xian Mao and continued to look at Ning Qing in doubt, seemingly waiting for Ning Cheng's answer. Ning Qing then understood that Xian Mao and Tao Lord Strength's cultivation method originated from the same place. Seeing that Xian Mao didn't show much respect to Tao Lord Strength, Ning Qing wondered if it was because Gai Yi took away the title of Tao Lord Strength, while Xian Mao didn't get anything. In fact, Ning Cheng's guess was right. Both Xian Mao and Gai Yi cultivated strength cultivation methods. Before entering the reincarnation cycle, although Xian Mao wasn't as strong as Gai Yi, he wasn't much weaker than Gai Yi. Later, Xian Mao cultivated hard and even felt that his strength had surpassed Gai Yi. That was because he had been in seclusion, while Gai Yi was wandering outside. In the end, Gai Yi gained the title of one of the 10 ancient Tao Lords, but he didn't get anything. It wasn't until the gate of good fortune opened that he fell inside and was reborn through reincarnation that he no longer cared about the title. However, he still found it strange that Gai Yi, one of the 10 ancient Tao Lords, was so polite to Ning Qing. Ning Qing chuckled, it turns out that Xian Mao is your junior apprentice brother. Your junior apprentice brother snatched my companion beast's things and even tried to kill my companion beast. I didn't care about it, but now he even tried to kill my companion beast. What do you think? Tao Lord Strength looked at Chasing Bull next to Ning Qing and understood everything. He quickly cupped his fists again and said, this is my junior apprentice brother's fault. I hope Tao Lord Ning can forgive him. After saying that, Tao Lord Strength stopped Xian Mao who was about to speak. Tao Lord Strength wasn't such a person. Even if he wasn't as strong as Ning Qing, he wouldn't speak so politely. Even if Tao Lord Strength had some kind of plot, Ning Qing would take it. Let's go. Ning Qing no longer spoke any nonsense. With Chasing Bull in his hand, he flashed deeper into the chaotic inner world. For him, the most important thing right now was to look for good things in this place. Senior apprentice brother, why are you so polite to him? He's just a junior. And do you know what that bull took? It's the heaven-opening Iron Mother. As soon as Ning Qing left, Xian Mao spoke up with a gloomy expression. The heaven-opening Iron Mother was too important to him. After saying this, Xian Mao wanted to chase after it again. Heaven-opening Iron Mother. Tao Lord Strength felt shocked and couldn't help but sigh at Ning Cheng's dog shit luck. This thing was extremely important to him and Xian Mao. Wait. Even if he wanted the heaven-opening Iron Mother, Tao Lord Strength still stopped Xian Mao. Chapter 1469. Xian Mao looked at Tao Lord Strength in confusion. He knew that it was the Heaven Creation Metal Mother, so why did this senior brother still hold him back? Tao Lord Strength let out a depressed breath and said solemnly, Junior brother, do you know what this person did before the Chaos Inner Realm opened? What? Xian Mao asked subconsciously. Tao Lord Strength said in a deep voice, he defeated the Xianhuang solitary goose, easily defeated the five-colored Tao Lord and even fought with Tao Lord Chaos without being at a disadvantage. Xian Mao took a deep breath. Although the Xianhuang solitary goose's strength had not recovered to its original level, Xian Mao was definitely not a match for him. He was one of the five sacred lords. Even the five-colored Tao Lord was probably not weaker than Xian Mao, let alone the Xianhuang solitary goose. As for Tao Lord Chaos, Xian Mao was sure that even if he and his senior brother Tao Lord Strength joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Tao Lord Chaos and Tao Lord Strength were both part of the 10 Tao Lords, but there were differences in strength. Tao Lord Chaos was clearly an expert among the 10 Tao Lords. Is he really that powerful? Xian Mao was filled with doubts. Although his relationship with his senior brother wasn't very good, he knew that his senior brother shouldn't lie to him about this. Tao Lord Strength's tone was simple and direct. He's really that powerful. Seeing Xian Mao's desolate expression, Tao Lord Strength suddenly smiled. But don't worry, we have a way to deal with him. If he can really fight with Tao Lord Chaos, the two of us might not be able to do anything. Xian Mao regained his composure. Not the two of us. Tao Lord Strength raised his hand and set up a soundproof restriction. Apart from the two of us, there's also the Xianhuang solitary goose and the five-colored Tao Lord. They will help. Xian Mao was even more puzzled. Before the Xianhuang solitary goose's strength was damaged, he was one of the five sacred lords. Even Tao Lord Chaos couldn't do anything to him. To be honest, even Tao Lord Strength wouldn't be able to invite such an expert. Such a person wouldn't help even if the benefits were lacking, not to mention there were no benefits. Tao Lord Strength knew what Xian Mao meant and sighed. We've cultivated for countless years and seen many treasures in the void, but we can't compare to a junior like you. Do you think that Ning Cheng only has the heaven-opening Mother Iron and the good fortune divine spear? He also has the five-colored star splitter and the mysterious yellow bead. Xian Mao sucked in a breath of cold air. How could this fellow have so many treasures on him? Immediately, he understood why the mysterious yellow Gaian and the five-colored Tao Lord would help him. The two of them wanted the mysterious yellow bead and the five-colored splitter star. Although he also wanted these two things, he knew very well that these two things originally belonged to the Xianhuang Gaian and the five-colored Tao Lord. He wouldn't be able to live in peace even if he took them. Alright, then between the two of us, one of us wants the Mother Opening Iron and the other wants that spear. What's the harm in giving the other two items to them? Where were the heavenly yellow sacred leader and the five-colored Tao Lord? Let's stop Ning Cheng together. Even if he has great abilities, he would not be able to escape. Xian Mao immediately made up his mind. In his opinion, with the Xianhuang Gaian and five-colored Tao Lord taking action, coupled with him and Strength Tao Lord, Ning Cheng could only wait for death no matter how strong he was. Strength Tao Lord waved his hand. If the four of us join forces to stop him, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Even if the four of us join forces, are we still not his match? Is he Five Elements sacred leader or the Pan clan? Strength Tao Lord said with a frown. Strength Tao Lord smiled slightly. Five Elements sacred leader and the Pan clan have already dissipated from the universe. He naturally isn't one of them. However, if the four of us were to face him head-on, even if we could defeat him, we wouldn't be able to kill him. You should know how strong he is from the fact that he snatched a primordial chaos Dao rune. Ning Cheng snatched the primordial chaos Dao rune. Xian Mao felt a chill run down his back. No matter how conceited he was, he did not dare say that he would snatch the primordial chaos Dao rune from those experts. If Ning Cheng had really snatched the primordial chaos Dao rune, then Ning Cheng might really have the strength to kill him. Strength Dao Lord said affirmatively, that's right. He did snatch a primordial chaos Dao rune. Xian Mao's heart suddenly burned with passion. If Ning Cheng still had primordial chaos Dao Lord on him, it would be enough for him if the four of them joined forces to kill Ning Cheng. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Xian Mao no longer had any qualms. Against the primordial chaos Tao runes, what else did he have to worry about? The corners of Strength Tao Lord's mouth curled into a sneer. This person is extremely conceited. The four of us do not need to face him head-on. We can only sneak attack him. 4 consecutive sneak attacks. Even if 5 Elements Sacred Leader revives, he will remain in the Chaos Inner Realm. We will make him spit out whatever he ate. Xian Mao frowned slightly. How could an expert like Ning Qing sneak attack him? Strength Tao Lord continued, there's no need to worry about this. Now that the Chaos Inner Realm has just opened, it's time to search for treasures. Let's search for treasures first. This matter will be led by the Xianhuang Solitary Goose in the end. All we need to do is assist from the side. Xian Mao nodded slightly and did not speak further. No matter how vast the Chaos Inner Realm's void was, the competition for treasures was extremely intense with so many experts entering. Every single treasure that appeared here was peerlessly rare. There were fights and frantic scrambles everywhere. Since Chasing Bull's speed was too slow, Ning Qing sent Chasing Bull into the mysterious yellow bead to search for treasures in the Chaos Inner Realm. In just half a day, his mysterious yellow bead had accumulated a variety of top-grade artifact crafting materials. He even found a drop of the Chaos Tear. The Chaos Tear was a treasure no worse than the heaven-opening Mother Iron. It was condensed at the beginning of the Primal Chaos, and it was also a top-grade spirit technique that could fuse and comprehend concept-related spirit techniques. In other words, if Ning Qing used the Chaos Tear to fuse with his concept-related spirit techniques, None to Depend On, or Sunset's Twilight, it would be several times more powerful than it was now. After fusing with the Chaos Tear, None to Depend On might become Ning Cheng's top spirit technique. At that time, even his order-breaking Finger and Traceless Void might fall behind. Once Ning Qing obtained such a thing, it would naturally be akin to obtaining a priceless treasure. In just one day, many experts had already searched through all the top-grade treasures in the Chaos Inner Realm. Apart from the experts who fell here, the experts who obtained the treasures quickly evacuated. Even powerhouses like Primal Chaos Tao Lord had to withdraw immediately. Although there were still many things that had yet to be found, Ning Qing decided to leave. He had already obtained what he wanted, so there was no need to stay here any longer. Ning Qing had just turned around and walked for an incense stick worth of time when he felt the aura of the Chaos Tear again. Obtaining a drop of the Chaos Tear was already a great joy for Ning Qing. Now that he felt the Chaos Tear again, Ning Qing rushed over without hesitation. Just a moment later, the aura of the Chaos Tear disappeared. Ning Qing stopped in doubt. He clearly felt the aura of the Chaos Tear just now. After waiting for half an incense stick worth of time, the vague aura of the Chaos Tear appeared again. This time, Ning Cheng's spiritual consciousness directly locked onto the location of the Chaos Tear. He could clearly see that it was a somewhat broken natural concealment array. No wonder no one found it, which made Ning Qing overjoyed. In this broken natural concealment array, he also found some top-grade artifact crafting materials. If someone found the Chaos Tear, these materials would definitely not exist. Ning Qing didn't hesitate to rush towards the broken natural concealment array. What could be happier than obtaining another drop of the Chaos Tear before leaving? Ning Qing didn't have only the None to Depend On spirit techniques. Among the 7 bridges, the Village Gazing Bridge and Sunset's Twilight were both related to spirit techniques. Something's not right. Just as Ning Qing was about to step into the concealment array, a sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart. Cultivating the Tao naturally required luck, but Ning Qing knew that among the people who could come here, which one of them didn't have a strong luck? So why did he sense this drop of the Chaos Tear? Why didn't others sense it? Even if there was a broken natural concealment array, with so many experts' spiritual consciousnesses wandering around here, shouldn't they have noticed it? Thinking of this, Ning Qing suddenly stopped and swept out with his spiritual consciousness. Ning Cheng's spiritual consciousness was so strong that it could penetrate even the most hidden corner. Soon, Ning Qing was convinced that there was no one nearby, nor were there any killing arrays arranged around him. Was he overthinking things? Ning Qing frowned slightly. Chapter 1470. It should be that I am overthinking things, Ning Qing thought to hear without any hesitation, as he stepped into the broken concealment array. The moment Ning Qing stepped in, the broken concealment array suddenly shattered. Not good, Ning Qing immediately realized that someone had plotted against him. Sure enough, the next moment, the broken concealment array turned into a top-grade killing array. Sure enough, a few Dao lights tore through the void and blasted towards him. I can't retreat. Ning Qing understood what to do in the shortest time. The good fortune divine spear in his hand transformed into a spear pattern that protected him outside the domain. The moment he brought out the good fortune divine spear, Ning Qing punched behind him. He didn't know if there was an attack behind him, but he believed that since that person had deliberately set up such a sneak attack, it definitely wouldn't be a frontal attack from the killing array. This kind of frontal attack couldn't even hurt him, so how could it sneak attack him? Sure enough, Ning Cheng's fist had just punched out when an octagonal heaven-earth hammer slammed into Ning Cheng from behind like a meteorite. As soon as the violent Dao charm hit him, Ning Cheng immediately realized who was behind him. Xian Mao. If Xian Mao hadn't plotted against him from behind, Ning Cheng might have fought back with all his might. But since Xian Mao appeared behind him, Ning Cheng understood that there must be another plot. The one who plotted against him with Xian Mao was Dao Lord Strength. Xian Mao looked handsome and had great strength. But in Ning Cheng's impression, he wasn't a master of schemes. When he thought of Dao Lord Strength, Ning Cheng started to doubt Dao Lord Strength's thoughts. He and Dao Lord Strength had come into contact before. Although Dao Lord Strength had a more meticulous mind compared to Xian Mao, he probably wasn't as meticulous as Xian Mao. Boom, the Dao charm exploded. No matter how strong Ning Cheng was, Xian Mao's all-out attack from the octagonal heaven-earth hammer shattered his fist and turned it into a bloody mess. But Ning Cheng didn't care about it at all. His good fortune divine spear couldn't even completely block the incoming killing array attack before it rolled back. The killing array's attack blasted open Ning Cheng's domain, which he hadn't fully defended, and tore open several bloody wounds on Ning Cheng's waist. 5 lights swept over Ning Cheng's head, and the laws of space instantly changed. Ning Cheng raised his hand and pointed out with a finger. Nirvana destroyed everything, and the void broke the laws. Boom! Ning Cheng's finger blasted open the law space created by the 5-colored spirit light, and the 5-colored Dao monarch also suffered a backlash from the powerful Dao charm aura and flew out. Ning Cheng did not even have the time to breathe a sigh of relief, when an aura of death descended upon him. In a hurry, Ning Cheng quickly brought out the good fortune divine spear. His spiritual sense scanned Dao Lord Strength's figure and he heaved a sigh of relief. It was Dao Lord Strength's giant seal that came crashing down. As long as he could block the attack of the Dao Monarch of Strength, he would be able to regain his senses. The divine spear of creation collided with the Dao Lord of Strength's gigantic seal. Dao runes exploded once again and the surroundings were in chaos. At the same time, Ning Cheng realized that he had made a mistake. No matter how powerful a sneak attack from a Dao Lord of Strength was, it wouldn't pose a threat to him. What he had sensed just now was the threat of death. It could be seen that apart from the Dao Lord of Strength, there was another person hiding in a corner and plotting against him. 7th Reincarnation Bridge. Ning Cheng raised his hand and rolled up the Reincarnation Bridge. The outline of the Reincarnation Bridge had just appeared, and the Dao charm of Samsara hadn't had time to condense yet. A giant monument filled with a vast aura came crashing down. This was the real killer move. What made Ning Cheng feel the threat of death wasn't the Dao Lord of Strength's giant seal, but this giant monument. The one who attacked him was the mysterious yellow solitary goose. Ning Cheng's eyes turned red, and he suddenly turned around with his back facing the giant monument. Kacha! Ning Cheng's Reincarnation Bridge, which had yet to take shape, completely shattered under the giant monument. The next moment, the giant monument tore through Ning Cheng's realm barrier once again and blasted towards Ning Cheng's back. Ning Cheng didn't care about the giant monument at all. Instead, he pointed at the vast void in front of him and raised his hand to tear it apart. This was his only chance of survival. Bang! The giant monument slammed into Ning Cheng's back, and bursts of bone-tearing sounds could be heard. Ning Cheng's entire body's bones broke inch by inch at this moment, and the Dao charm all over his body exploded into chaos. Ning Cheng should be thankful that the Chaos Inner Realm had been blasted open for some time, and the most primitive Chaos aura in the Chaos Inner Realm had dissipated. Otherwise, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't have been able to blast open the void here. Because the Chaos Inner Realm's aura had dissipated, the Chaos Inner Realm now had all kinds of messy laws, which allowed Ning Cheng's finger to tear open a crack. As soon as the crack in the void appeared, Ning Cheng rushed in without hesitation. His entire body almost turned into a ray of light and completely disappeared from the crack. Hurry up and chase after him. He doesn't have any combat power at this moment. Xian Mao said anxiously. The mysterious yellow solitary goose appeared and looked at the place where Ning Cheng disappeared with a gloomy face. It slowly said, "It's useless. Even if we tear open this place again, it might not necessarily be the positional plane Ning Cheng left from. The Chaos Inner Realm now faces endless positional boundaries. We won't be able to find him. This person is too strong." Dao Lord of Strength also sucked in a breath of cold air and wondered if Ning Cheng would come looking for him in the future. Five-color Dao Lord clenched his fists and shook his head after a long while. In the future, if you meet this person alone, run as far as you can. His strongest point isn't his strength, but his ability to find the right way in the shortest time. The four of them fell silent. Everyone understood Five-color Dao Lord's words. Ning Cheng's temperament was even more terrifying. No matter who it was, when faced with the sudden attack of the trap and kill array, their first reaction would be to quickly retreat. If that was the case, Ning Cheng's retreat would be a gift to Xian Mao. Not only did Ning Cheng not retreat, but he also punched backwards while bringing out the Good Fortune Divine Spear to block the attack of the trap and kill array. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that after Ning Cheng broke through the Five-color Dao Lord's law space, his aura dissipated. At this time, Dao Lord of Strength suddenly launched a sneak attack. Ning Cheng should have focused all his energy on Dao Lord of Strength. In this case, the mysterious yellow solitary goose made its final blow. Even if it was Ning Cheng facing the mysterious yellow solitary goose's full blow, even if he didn't die, his body would shatter. However, Ning Cheng could still bring out half of the reincarnation bridge to block part of the mysterious yellow solitary goose's attack. In fact, even up to this point, it was all within the mysterious yellow solitary goose's calculations. He guessed that Ning Cheng wouldn't be easy to kill, so he prepared for Ning Cheng to suffer heavy injuries. As long as Ning Cheng suffered heavy injuries, facing the four powerhouses in the trap and kill array, even if he hid in the mysterious yellow bead, he would still die. In the end, Ning Cheng's choice disappointed Xianhuang Gaian. Even if Ning Cheng's grand Dao scattered and his bones broke, he still put all his strength into blasting open the chaotic void of the inner realm at the last moment instead of using it to resist Xianhuang Gaian's mysterious yellow steel. It turned out that Ning Cheng's choice was a success. He managed to escape, albeit with heavy injuries. But it was much better than facing the siege of four powerhouses in the trap and kill array with serious injuries. "I'm leaving." The Five-color Dao Lord suddenly no longer had any interest in chasing after Ning Cheng. He turned around and disappeared instantly. After the Five-color Dao Lord disappeared, the mysterious yellow solitary goose also grabbed the Tear of Chaos and quickly left. "I'm leaving too. If Ning Cheng can appear again, don't provoke him in the future." After Dao Lord of Strength finished speaking, he changed directions and quickly left. He was sure that Ning Cheng would appear again. They had already calculated that Ning Cheng would die this time, but Ning Cheng still managed to escape. At this moment, Ning Cheng found himself in a void without any spiritual aura. He couldn't think of a way to escape. First, if the mysterious yellow solitary goose and the other three chased after him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Second, he didn't have the ability to do so. At this time, he fully understood the mysterious yellow solitary goose's arrangement. The broken natural concealment array was most likely real. After a little modification by the mysterious yellow solitary goose, it turned into a trap and kill array that could be activated at any time. And the one who activated the trap and kill array was Ning Cheng. When he stepped into the broken concealment array, he was equivalent to an array flag. How could he have thought of such a scheme? As for the 4 people who suddenly appeared, they also activated 4 of the teleportation arrays after the trap and kill array took shape. Fortunately, he managed to tear open the void of the chaotic inner realm in time. Otherwise, facing these 4 powerhouses in the trap and kill array, it would have been difficult for him to survive. In any case, he had to take revenge. But now, he was so badly injured that he couldn't even cultivate. His Grand Tao was fragmented, and his bones were shattered. Each of the mysterious yellow tablets' Tao charm attacks carried a tearing aura. Even the best treasures of heaven and earth couldn't repair his bones in time. Ning Cheng let himself float in the void and recondensed his Tao charm. Condensing the Grand Tao in this void without any laws or spiritual aura was even better than entering the mysterious yellow bead. Chapter 1471. Ha, even you have such a day. In a void at the edge of the chaos, a man stared at an empty space and sneered. Beside him, a beautiful woman in red asked in confusion, "Big Brother Tianmu, who is it?" The man turned around and said with a smile, "It's Ning Cheng. Someone just schemed against him. Even if he doesn't die, it's tantamount to crippling him." After saying that, the man raised his hand and looked at the iron nail he had just picked up in his hand with a satisfied expression. Congratulations to Big Brother Tianmu for obtaining a creation wood nail. The red-robed woman spoke with a gentle tone and bowed. This man was Qin Mutian from the light and dark cosmos, while the red-robed woman was Zhu Yinghua, who followed Qin Mutian. She had been in Qin Mutian's world until Qin Mutian snatched the primordial chaos Tao runes. Only then did Qin Mutian call her out and look for some opportunities. After hearing Zhu Yinghua's words, Qin Mutian laughed. "Yes, I didn't expect to not only obtain a primordial chaos Tao rune but also a creation wood nail in this place. Ha ha ha. With these 2 things, even if he lost many things in the Radiance warehouse, it would be enough to compensate." His smile quickly faded and he said with some regret, "Unfortunately, it's just a creation wood nail and not the creation wood. If I had obtained the creation wood." Qin Mutian didn't continue. He also knew that it was impossible. If he could obtain the creation wood, he wouldn't have waited for Qin Mutian. Zhu Yinghua also echoed and said with regret, "It's really a pity. I heard that the creation wood broke when the primal chaos first formed and split into 2 pieces. One piece gave birth to the Tree of Life, while the other gave birth to the Tree of Life." Qin Mutian smiled slightly. "You're wrong. When the creation wood broke, it didn't split into 2 kinds of trees, but into 5 kinds of trees. The first was the universe tree, the second was the Tree of Life, the third was the chaos tree, the fourth was the nirvana tree, and the 5th was the Tree of Life." Zhu Yinghua quickly said, "The universe tree, the Tree of Life, and the chaos tree are actually the same kind. The nirvana tree and the Tree of Life are also the same kind. Therefore, it's still 2 kinds of trees." Qin Mutian said indifferently, "That's because there are really only 2 types left. It's not like the world tree split into 2 back then. So, it doesn't matter what you call them." Zhu Yinghua didn't seem to doubt Qin Mutian's words at all. She quickly nodded and said, "Brother Mutian, I heard that Ning Cheng and Yi Mo each have a branch of the world tree." Qin Mutian looked at the builder wood nail in his hand again and sneered. "So what if they each have a type of tree? My builder wood nail is a chaotic item that hasn't been derived from the builder wood. It's many times stronger than an ordinary divine wood derived from it." At this point, Qin Mutian sighed. "It's a pity that I don't have a creation world treasure. Otherwise, my creation wood nail might have regained its former elegance." Qin Mutian once again thought of Ning Cheng and secretly sighed in his heart. When Xianhuang Gaian and the others plotted against Ning Cheng, he had been watching from a distance. Unfortunately, Xianhuang Gaian and the others failed. If Xianhuang Gaian and the others succeeded, then he would have killed Xianhuang Gaian immediately and snatched the mysterious yellow bead. If the mysterious yellow bead was in Ning Cheng's hands, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to snatch it away. However, since it was in Xianhuang Gaian's hands, he was confident that he could snatch it away. Although Xianhuang Gaian was the first owner of the mysterious yellow bead, her current strength was probably not as good as Ning Cheng. Brother Tianmu, now that you have obtained a primordial chaos Dao rune, you must be going into secluded cultivation. Yinghua will also be leaving. In the future, when Brother Tianmu comes out of seclusion, if you want Yinghua to serve you, just send me a message. Zhu Yinghua once again bowed, her tone filled with reluctance and dependence. Qin Mutian smiled. He walked in front of Zhu Yinghua and gently hugged her. He took out a ring and handed it to Zhu Yinghua. He said, Yinghua, I will come out of seclusion soon. In the future, I will make you extremely satisfied. Take this ring, it will be of some use to you. Zhu Yinghua took the ring and showed a soft smile. Brother, I believe in you. I will take my leave first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear to part with you. After that, Zhu Yinghua looked at Qin Mutian affectionately again before turning around and leaving quickly. The moment Zhu Yinghua disappeared, Qin Mutian's smile also disappeared. He looked in the direction Zhu Yinghua left and nodded slightly. This was an extremely smart woman. Just now, he deliberately said that Ning Cheng suffered heavy injuries because he wanted to see if this woman would ask him to destroy the Grand Essence Realm. But this woman didn't mention it at all. Instead, she said goodbye. Apparently, she was very tactful. At this time, Qin Mutian obtained the primordial chaos Dao rune. The first thing he wanted to do was to integrate the primordial chaos Dao rune and step into the top-grade Grand Dao. At this time, if Zhu Yinghua dared to ask him to destroy the Grand Essence Realm and waste his time, he would slap her without hesitation. Since this woman didn't mention it, then after he integrated the primordial chaos Dao and comprehended the primordial Dao of the universe, he would definitely crush the Grand Essence Realm. Zhu Yinghua followed him in this chaotic inner world and obtained a lot of benefits. This woman was so smart and possessed a supreme profound Dao physique. Not only did she betray him, but she also hid herself. Her future achievements would definitely not be low. But no matter what this woman did, Qin Mutian wasn't in the mood to destroy the Grand Essence Realm. The most important thing for him was to find a remote place and integrate the primordial chaos Dao charm. Not long after Qin Mutian disappeared, Zhu Yinghua, who was running in the chaotic inner world, stopped. Her gentle eyes suddenly turned sharp as she stared at the place where Qin Mutian disappeared and said coldly, "Is it that easy to sleep with a profound Dao physique?" After muttering to herself, Zhu Yinghua took a step into the void and disappeared. If Ning Cheng saw Zhu Yinghua's actions, he would definitely be shocked. Because Zhu Yinghua's speed wasn't any slower than Dao Monarch Star. Grand Essence Realm. It had been nearly 100,000 years since Ning Cheng left this place. In the past 100,000 years, too many things had happened in Grand Essence. No matter how many things had happened, the Grand Essence Dao Court had become stronger and stronger. Even Li Feng had officially entered the Dao Integration Realm. At this moment, in the meeting hall of the mysterious Yellow Sect's main peak, Ning Rulan, Chu Manha, Dao Monarch Proud Dance, and Ao Ken were all silent. After a while, Ning Rulan asked again, "Big brother Ao Ken, did my brother really go to the chaotic inner world back then?" Ao Ken nodded and said solemnly, "That's the news I got from Heavens Beyond. I heard that many people obtained supreme treasures in Heavens Beyond. Did those who entered the chaotic inner world appear?" Ning Rulan asked anxiously without waiting for Ao Ken to finish speaking. Ao Ken shook his head. "No, but I'm sure someone came out. Otherwise, how could this news have spread?" Seeing that Ao Ken seemed to want to say something, Ning Rulan frowned and said, "Big brother Ao Ken, you and my brother are like brothers. What else can't you tell me?" Ao Ken sighed. "There is indeed one thing, but I don't know if it's true or not. Big brother Ao Ken, Aunt Proud Dance and Sister Manha are not outsiders." Ning Rulan nodded and said to Ao Ken. Ao Ken hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind and said, "Rulan, don't worry. Although I heard that a few experts in the chaotic inner world schemed to attack Big Brother, they didn't manage to kill him. Ning Rulan suddenly stood up. Not only her tone, but even her fingers trembled slightly as she said, Big Brother Ao Kan, do you mean that my brother was plotted against in the chaotic inner world back then and was severely injured? Ao Kan hurriedly said, Rulan, don't worry. Rumor has it that Big Brother was plotted against and left with severe injuries. Firstly, this is just a rumor. Secondly, even if it's true, Big Brother will definitely be fine with his ability. Ning Rulan said with red eyes, but it's been almost 100,000 years, and there's no news about Big Brother. It's not just Big Brother. There's also no news about the others who entered the chaotic inner world. Ao Kan explained. No, I have to find Big Brother right away. Ning Rulan could no longer sit still and spoke up anxiously. Ao Kan walked out of his seat and spoke to Ning Rulan with a straight face, Rulan, even if you want to find Big Brother, it should be me. I have more experience in the outside world than you, and my cultivation is also higher. What's more, this is the foundation left behind by Big Brother. Don't go. Ning Rulan's face turned red and was about to speak when she suddenly heard another trembling voice, Rulan, Big Brother Ao Kan is right. You can't go. I'll go. Big Sister Luofei, did you come out? Ning Rulan quickly took a few steps forward and hugged Ji Luofei. She couldn't help but sob. Even if she cultivated for a long time and improved her strength, she still couldn't give up on her big brother. Ji Luofei held back the anxiety in her heart and patted Ning Rulan's shoulder, Rulan, don't worry. I vaguely feel that your brother will be fine. Moreover, my strength has also reached the late-stage primordial chaos realm, so I have the ability to walk outside. Didn't your brother say that? Flowers raised at home can never withstand the wind outside. Taisu has too many enemies. If we continue to stay here and cultivate in seclusion, I'm afraid we won't be able to help much if something happens to Taisu in the future. Because this place is very important to us, Rulan, you have to stay here. Big Sister Luofei, I'll go with you. Another voice came. Ning Rulan looked at the woman in a cyan dress standing at the door and quickly asked, Big Sister Yen, did you also come out? Your cultivation. Although Ning Rulan was still at the late-stage Dao Essence realm, she could feel that Yen Ji's strength was a level higher than Big Sister Luofei's. Without waiting for Rulan to speak, Chu Manha spoke up, Yen Ji, congratulations. You've succeeded in Dao integration and are a little closer to the third step. You've reached Dao integration? Rulan asked in surprise. However, she immediately recalled her big brother, and the surprise on her face instantly froze. Yen Ji walked to Rulan's side and gently hugged Rulan. Rulan, I haven't really slept with your brother yet. He must be fine. After Big Sister Luofei and I leave, I'll leave this place to you. Everyone understood what Yen Ji meant. That is, even if she died, she would still be Ning City's people. This time, she had to go out and find Ning City. Chapter 1472. At this moment, a messenger flying sword flew in with a sharp whistling sound. Ao Kan stood up and grabbed the messenger flying sword. At this moment, everyone also stood up. Only the most important messenger flying swords could be sent to this hall, otherwise, they wouldn't have come in. Ao Kan didn't look at the message on the messenger flying sword but handed it over to Ning Rulan. Ning Rulan opened the restrictions on the messenger flying sword, and a voice came over, outside the mysterious yellow sect, a person named Shi Qianxi has an urgent matter regarding Qionghua. Sister Qionghua. Ning Rulan looked at Ji Luofei and the others and asked in surprise. Although Shi Qionghua hadn't come to the mysterious yellow sect, Ji Luofei and the others naturally knew about her. Among the most important people in Ning Cheng's heart, Shi Qionghua was definitely one of them. Shi Qianxi is the top elder of the 9 revolving sacred Dao Pond. Is she related to Sister Qionghua? Ning Rulan asked in doubt. Although she asked, she had already sent out a message to invite Shi Qianxi in. Yen Ji explained from the side, I heard that she is Sister Qionghua's first life's mother. After just a dozen breaths, a haggard beautiful woman appeared at the entrance of the hall. Luofei greets senior. Ji Luofei quickly came forward to greet her, followed by Ning Rulan and Yan Ji. In any case, Shi Qianqi was Shi Qionghua's mother. In terms of politeness, Ji Luofei, Yan Ji, and the others should respect her. However, Ji Luofei's respect also contained a hint of distance. The way she addressed her as senior and auntie were obviously different. Yan Ji, your cultivation. Shi Qianqi looked at Yan Ji and felt shocked for a long time. When she first noticed Yan Ji, what was Yan Ji's cultivation? She hadn't even entered the eternal realm. But now, Yan Ji's Dao charm flowed around her, indicating that her strength had far surpassed her. According to her experience, she definitely had reached the Dao integration realm. She was an existence that Yan Ji had to look up to in the past, but now she was still lingering in the primordial chaos realm. Yan Ji bowed again and didn't speak. She had no feelings for the 9 revolving sacred Dao pond. One could even say that she hated this place. Shi Qianqi quickly recovered. She also knew that Yan Ji wouldn't have a good impression of her. Therefore, she took the initiative to congratulate Yan Ji. She then turned to Ji Luofei and said, Fairy Luofei, I wonder if Dao Lord Ning has returned? Can I see him? Ji Luofei looked at Shi Qianqi in doubt. Senior, why are you looking for my husband? Shi Qianqi completely ignored her identity as a senior and bowed to Ji Luofei and Ning Rulan. Dao Lord Ning, please save Qianghua. What's wrong with Sister Qianghua? Ning Rulan and Ji Luofei simultaneously asked in surprise. Shi Qianqi quickly said, when Qianghua reached the peak of Dao unification, she went to the 9 revolution sacred Dao Pon's path of severing emotions and samsara, preparing to step into the 3rd step. But after she went in, she never came out again. Dao Lord Ning, please save Qianghua. Severing emotions and samsara Dao. Ji Luofei subconsciously repeated the words. Yes, this is my 9 revolving sacred Dao Pond severing emotion samsara Dao. It's in the Great Change realm. I can take Dao Lord Ning there. Shi Qianqi quickly replied. Yan Ji looked at Shi Qianqi in shock. Although she wasn't even the lowest level disciple of the 9 revolutions sacred Dao Pond, she had heard of the 9 revolutions sacred Dao Pond's Dao of severing emotions and samsara. It was the most mysterious and noblest place in the 9 revolutions sacred Dao Pond. Even in the entire sect, only a few people knew about it. Yet, Shi Qianqi was willing to talk about the Dao of severing emotions and samsara. From this, it showed that she truly couldn't let go of Sister Qianghua. Yan Ji didn't think wrong. Before Shi Qianghua entered the Dao of severing emotions and samsara, she even wanted to push Shi Qianghua into it. But after Shi Qianghua went in and never came out, she felt a little regretful in her heart. If one entered the Dao of severing emotions and never came out, there was only one possibility. That was, one's spirit soul perished. After waiting outside the Dao of severing emotions and samsara for tens of thousands of years, Shi Qianqi finally believed that something had happened to Qianghua. At this time, she didn't think of asking Ning Cheng for help. But after she saw the great changes in the Great Change Realm, she realized that the Great Change Realm had undergone many changes over the past tens of thousands of years, and the abyss's demonic creatures had looted it. If it weren't for Ning Cheng, the Great Change Realm would have already become a barren land. After Ning Cheng destroyed the demonic creatures in the Great Change Realm, the Great Change Realm imitated the Grand Essence Realm and established a new world order. Ning Cheng's symbolic statue stood in the center of the Great Change Realm and received the respect of all the people of the Great Change Realm. Only at this time did Shi Qianqi think of asking Ning Cheng for help. Once she asked Ning Cheng for help, she had to tell Ning Cheng the location of the Dao of severing emotions and samsara. Because of this, Shi Qianqi felt a little numb from the torment. In the end, she chose to go into secluded cultivation. After tens of thousands of years, Shi Qianqi's cultivation not only didn't make any progress, but the cracks in her grand Dao grew bigger and bigger. It wasn't until this time that Shi Qianqi made up her mind to leave the Great Change Realm and return to Grand Essence to ask Ning Cheng for help. To make up her mind to ask Ning Cheng for help, she didn't even return to the 9 Revolutions sacred Dao Pond. After listening to Shi Qianqi's words, everyone understood that Qianghua had an accident because of severing emotions. From this, it could be seen that before Qianghua's accident, Shi Qianqi had wanted Qianghua to sever all relations with Ning Cheng. Everyone fell silent. If Ning Cheng were in the mysterious yellow sect, they would have naturally told Ning Cheng about it. But now, Ning Cheng wasn't in the mysterious yellow sect, and they didn't even know if he was dead or alive. Moreover, Qianghua had already reached the 3rd step of severing emotions. Most likely, she had already severed all the feelings between her and Ning Cheng. Seeing everyone remain silent, Shi Qianqi's heart sank. Most likely, Ning Cheng had truly forgotten about Shi Qianghua. It would be difficult to ask Ning Cheng for help. Unfortunately, apart from Ning Cheng, she couldn't find anyone else who could help Shi Qianghua. Several fairies, whether Dao Lord Ning is willing to help or not, as long as you can help me make an appointment with Dao Lord Ning, I would be satisfied. Shi Qianqi spoke with almost a hint of pleading. Ji Luofei sighed, Sister Qianghua is in trouble. Even if you don't say it, my husband should still help. It's just that Senior might not know that when the chaotic inner realm opened, my husband also went to the chaotic inner realm. Moreover, he hasn't returned yet. I'm about to find my husband. Ah. Hearing Ji Luofei's explanation, Shi Qianqi felt dumbfounded. How could she save Qianghua without Ning Cheng's whereabouts? What was the chaotic inner realm? How many things had happened to her over the years? In the vast void, Ning Cheng, who had been sitting cross-legged in front of the starry sky wheel, finally opened his eyes. Although he didn't know how many years had passed, Ning Cheng guessed that it was no less than tens of thousands of years. Over the years, he had only managed to restore a part of his Dao charm and could barely cultivate. As for his injuries, they had only improved a little. However, Ning Cheng didn't worry about it. It was more than enough for him to condense the Dao charm. As long as he found a quiet place and merged with the primordial Dao charm, not only could he fully recover from his injuries, but his control over the Dao would also reach a new level. This void didn't have any spirit qi or any worldly Dao charm laws. Ning Cheng had been here for many years, but he hadn't encountered any major dangers. The biggest danger he faced was the occasional meteorites. For Ning Cheng, this place wasn't suitable for him to condense the Dao and integrate the primordial Dao charm. Given his current condition, it was unrealistic for him to leave this part of the void. Taking a step back, even if he could tear through the void and leave this place, he might end up facing another similar void. If he hadn't severed his Dao, it would have been best to condense and integrate the primordial Dao in the mysterious yellow bead. But now that Ning Cheng's Dao had already surpassed the mysterious yellow bead, he couldn't go to the mysterious yellow bead to condense the Dao. He didn't even go to the mysterious yellow bead to heal himself because he feared that his Dao would be affected by the mysterious yellow bead. Master, have you recovered from your injuries? Chasing Bull's surprised voice came over. Ning Cheng saw Chasing Bull standing inside the starry sky wheel and asked, Chasing Bull, didn't you stay in the mysterious yellow bead to cultivate? After Ning Cheng suffered severe injuries and ended up in this unknown void, he had asked Chasing Bull to bring out the starry sky wheel. Then, he stayed in the void to heal while Chasing Bull entered the mysterious yellow bead to cultivate. The starry sky wheel had a defensive array, so even if there was any danger, he would still have some leeway. But because he didn't know how many years it would take to heal himself, he decided to let Chasing Bull enter the mysterious yellow bead. Chasing Bull spoke up with a flattering expression, I was worried about Master's safety and stayed by your side to guard you. Only when Master grows strong can this little bull show its might. Ning Cheng felt touched and stood up to pat Chasing Bull's head. Not everyone could guard a void devoid of God's spirit qi for tens of thousands of years without any traces of human beings. Not to mention the lively Chasing Bull. Chasing Bull had too many bad habits, such as a dog relying on its master's power, being afraid of death, bullying others. But it also had one of its biggest strengths, and that was growing more and more loyal. Chasing Bull, for so many years, you stayed outside to protect me. It must have been hard on you. Ning Qing said with a sigh. Chasing Bull showed a loyal expression and spoke up, being able to protect Master, not to mention not making any progress in cultivation. Even if my cultivation kept falling, it would still be Chasing Bull's luck. Although it spoke with a firm tone, Chasing Bull felt happy in its heart. Not only did it not need to cultivate, but it also received praise from its master. It felt wonderful. The only downside was that the place where its master healed was a desolate place. If it were in a lively place, then even if its master healed for 1,000,000 years, it would still feel happy. Ning Qing knew about the intestines in Chasing Bull's belly, but he didn't point it out. Instead, he spoke up again, "I'm looking for a quiet and stable place to go into seclusion. I'm afraid this side of the void doesn't have." Chasing Bull didn't wait for Ning Qing to finish and spoke up loudly, "Master, we passed by an uninhabited planet more than a decade ago. That planet is huge. If Master doesn't have any requirements for spirit chi or the Tao charm of heaven and earth laws, then that place is the best place for seclusion." Hearing Chasing Bull's words, Ning Qing felt pleasantly surprised. This place felt tailor-made for him to fuse with the primordial Tao charm. Chasing Bull, hurry up and push the starry sky wheel to its maximum speed. Yes, Master. Chasing Bull finished speaking and immediately went to take control of the starry sky wheel. Chapter 17-18. Don't worry. I won't let him get away with it. Jiang Tian stared at the most central, most magnificent, and tallest palace-like fortress in the academy. Layer after layer of talisman formations were inscribed on the walls and pillars of this fort, and the fluctuations of dermic energy were extremely strong. Moreover, the decorations were comparatively luxurious, and it wasn't as simple and natural as the other forts. Obviously, a great figure resided within it. He was sure that it was the Divine Prince who was half a step away from the soul formation level. Jiang Tian took a step in the air and flew towards the fortress at a seemingly slow speed. The remaining nascent soul and golden cores were not enough for the purple golden true dragon, so Jiang Tian didn't want to kill anymore. "I'm the Divine Prince of the Beihan sect, Chen Long Kong Te Chu, you're very talented. My Zongzi, Han Ming, cherishes talents the most. If you're willing to surrender, I'm willing to introduce you. I promise I won't punish you for what you did today." The Divine Prince in the fortress sensed Jiang Tian's energy and immediately sent out a message with his immortal will. "Hehe, I'm here to kill. Not to be a dog of the Beihan sect." Jiang Tian refused with a smile and approached him at a steady pace. "Are you worried that I'll go back on my words and Han Ming will punish you?" Chen Long said with a hint of disdain. "The cultivators you killed on Earth are just puppets that we've cultivated. They're not worth mentioning. It's okay to kill them. Han Ming doesn't care about their lives at all. Han Ming Zongzi is nothing. In my eyes, you're worse than a dog." Jiang Tian said with disdain. "Cut the crap. I'll kill you today to avenge Master Qing Mu and the cultivators of Lengjia. Kong Te Chu, how dare you disrespect Han Ming?" Divine Prince Chen Long roared with murderous intent. In his mind, Han Ming was a Divine Soul Formation Stage cultivator with unparalleled talents and wisdom. He was truly like a saint. He had seen Han Ming conquer many planet regions and star oceans. Killing normal Divine Soul Formation Stage cultivators was as easy as chopping vegetables. He was always invincible. Whether it was the sect masters of the divine sects or the masters of the star field, they all treated him with respect and did not dare to offend him. Even in the entire Mizar star system, or even the Big Dipper star system, Han Ming Zongzi had a pivotal position. This kid, a mere cultivator from a remote planet, actually dared to be disrespectful to Han Ming. He deserved to be hacked into pieces. So what if he was the #1 person on Earth? In the vast Big Dipper constellation, he had seen many such geniuses and had even killed many of them. "Kong Te Chu, who do you think you are? Do you think you can kill me?" Chen Long shouted and released his aura. Rumble. The world shook and the energy of a quasi-divine lord was launched towards Jiang Tian. In a blink, The essence qi in the world boiled like an ocean, and the true essence was like waves hitting the shore. All kinds of Dharma laws were extremely condensed and vast. Suddenly, the disciples of Langi Academy who were chasing after him stopped in their tracks, and they were sent flying backwards like wood shavings. Many of them knelt on the ground and their bones cracked, as if they were about to be crushed into meat paste in the next second. Is this the power of a half-step soul formation cultivator? No wonder Master Qing Mu was killed by him with one slap. Countless people were shocked. Divine Prince Qianlong rarely showed up. They had never met him, let alone fought with him. They had never thought that a quasi-divine lord could be so terrifying. Many disciples of the Langi Academy who had been confident in Jiang Tian suddenly felt uneasy and worried about Jiang Tian. Will Senior Taichu be a match for him? At that moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. Qianlong's subordinates also looked at the two in the sky. Because they knew that the two in the sky were the ones who would decide their fate. If either side won, how could the followers of the other side escape death? They could just kill them. Kang Taichu, you deserve to die. Boom! Qianlong stood on an ice chariot and rushed out of the palace. He was wearing a heavy armor made of dark iron and was surrounded by the ice Dharma laws. It was so cold that it froze the air. The ice chariot was like an ice sculpture. It was covered with all kinds of patterns and was pulled by 4 nascent soul giant ice bears. Qianlong's every word shook the void and froze the space. Even the mountain peak cracked. All kinds of green plants were instantly covered in ice crystals and lost their vitality. They were like ice sculptures. Countless disciples of the Langi Academy were stunned. If the purple true dragon didn't protect them, all of them would have died. That's terrifying. The cultivators of the Big Dipper sect are indeed powerful. Will Senior Taichu be a match for them? Many people were hesitant. Dugu Xiao was worried about Jiang Tian, and even Zhang Yilin couldn't stay calm. After all, the people Jiang Tian killed before were the puppets of the Beihan sect and cultivators from Earth, but Qianlong was a real cultivator of the Beihan sect. Qianlong, not only do you deserve to die, but the Beihan sect behind you also deserves to die. Jiang Tian's killing intent was gradually released. It rose into the sky like a smoke signal, and it shook the bull. His voice was so cold that it sounded like a cold gust of wind that came from the depths of hell. I'll kill all the invaders of the Beihan sect and wash the planet with blood. One day, I'll even go to the Beihan sect in the Beidou planet region and the Kaiyang planet region. I'll destroy the Beihan sect and uproot it. In fact, everyone who is related to this invasion will be killed. How dare you? Qianlong was enraged. He had never thought that a cultivator from Earth would say something like that. The Beihan sect was extremely powerful. They had many soul formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators, and they were all at the soul formation level and nascent soul level. They were the top of the top 10 divine sects in the Kaiyang galaxy and were even more powerful in the entire Beidou region. And yet, Jiang Tian said that he would destroy the Beihan sect. How arrogant and domineering he was. Very well, very well. The Beihan sect used to be gentle and didn't want to kill humans on Earth. But today, Earth will pay the price for what you said. After I kill you, your Heavenly Clear sect, your old friends, I'll slaughter them all. After Qianlong finished speaking, his right hand reached into the void. Suddenly, a long spear that looked like a beautiful jade crystal appeared in his palm. The long spear was surrounded by cold air and laws of the shape of snowflakes and ice crystals. Once it appeared, the temperature in the grotto heaven dropped to absolute zero. Everyone felt that it was difficult to circulate their energy and their immortal will suddenly stopped. Boom! He held the long spear in his hand and stepped on the ice chariot, creating a white turbulence. The long spear pierced through the dimension and froze everything. It seemed to be able to kill all living things. That's Divine Prince Qianlong's Ice Heart Divine Spear. I heard that Divine Prince Qianlong used this spear to kill 3 demonic beasts of the soul formation level. Jiang Taichu is dead for sure. Right, I heard that this spear is a peak stage Dao artifact. It's even a sacred weapon. It's extremely powerful. Isn't Divine Prince Qianlong bullying others with this spear? He can kill soul formation cultivators like killing chickens. Kang Taechu is too weak. How can he resist? Many puppet cultivators of the Beihan sect were thrilled to see this. Whoosh! The war chariot was extremely fast. Qianlong revealed a ferocious expression. His eyes were extremely cold and vicious. The Ice Heart Divine Spear pierced out with an unstoppable force. It could freeze space in advance and form a natural domain, making it difficult for the opponent to even move. HM. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know how vast the universe is. So what if you came back safely from the ruins of deities? The ruins of deities? Since when did the cultivators of the Beihan sect care about the ruins of deities? Seeing that the spear was about to hit Jiang Tian's spirit embryo, Qianlong thought with disdain, but he didn't show any mercy. You're just an ant. But right at this moment, Jiang Tian's right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the Ice Heart spear, and his movements were casual as if he was taking something out of his pocket. What? The Ice Heart realm can see through essence chi, dharma laws, dimension and divine soul. Why is it useless against him? Qianlong's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Go to hell. Jiang Tianxin's hand snapped as if he was breaking a hemp pole. He directly broke the divine spear into two halves. In front of Qianlong's frightened eyes, he unleashed a punch that caused Qianlong to spit out blood. His chest caved in as he flew away. How is that possible? That's a quasi-sacred weapon. Do you think it's a sugarcane? Godchild Qianlong was sent flying like a rag doll with a single punch. No, he's more like a chicken or a dog. He can't even withstand a single blow. Many cultivators of the Beihan sect screamed as if their mothers had died. What they had seen was too shocking. It was completely out of their expectations. But Qianlong didn't die. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he turned around and tried to escape. Huh. No wonder he's so resilient. He's a 9th grade peak stage nascent soul cultivator. He's as powerful as the soul formation cultivators in the ruins of deities. Jiang Tian scanned with his immortal will and was enlightened. Resilient? But I'd like to see how long you can last. Jiang Tian grinned. Swish. Jiang Tian didn't give him a chance. He used the Kunpeng to catch up with him. Crack, crack. Jiang Tian punched countless times and many of Divine Prince Qianlong's bones were broken. In the end, Jiang Tian stomped on the ground. He and his chariot were stomped into the depths of the small world, creating a giant pit a few kilometers wide. His nascent soul and his body were smashed into meat paste. At that moment, the entire small world was in silence. All the cultivators of the Beihan sect looked pale and couldn't believe what they had seen. Kill! The entire small world was boiling. The cultivators of the Lengia sect who had been oppressed for 3 months started to fight back. At this moment, along with this half-step divine lord being crushed by Jiang Tian, the situation of the battle had completely reversed, becoming a foregone conclusion. There was no need for Jiang Tian to do anything. Everyone was fighting bravely. There were even puppet cultivators that were torn to pieces and eaten alive. It was too tragic. The disciples of the Lengia sect had been bullied too badly. Thousands of people had died in 3 months. Parents had lost their children and women had lost their husbands. Many orphans and widows were crying helplessly. Those cultivators of the Lengia sect had been tortured to death. It was extremely miserable and inhumane. The entire Lengia sect had turned into a terrifying sea of blood. As for Jiang Tian, he scanned the area with his divine sense. Finally, in an extremely hidden cave, he found the imprint left behind by Divine Lord Scorpio. Jiang Tian raised his hand and grabbed it. After confirming that there was no mistake, his expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, Yilin, immediately release this video to the entire world. Chapter 1719. Then, the puppets of the Beihan sect fell one by one. Some of the golden core cultivators of the Beihan sect had also died in the chaos. Gradually, the sounds of fighting became softer and softer. The entire Langya secret territory finally calmed down. The battle had finally ended. We actually won. The disciples of the Langya Academy looked at the destroyed secret land and couldn't come back to their senses. They couldn't believe it. Even though they had fought back, the more they fought, the more they felt that the Beihan sect was invincible. Even a nascent soul cultivator was extremely powerful, not to mention a half-step soul formation cultivator. They thought that they would be slaves forever until they died of old age. Now, even Chen Long, who was half a step away from the divine transformation realm, had been killed. They had regained their freedom. It's all thanks to the Taichu sect leader. Thank you, Taichu sect leader. Many people were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Many of them even knelt down. Firstly, it was to thank Jiang Tian for saving their lives. Secondly, it was because of Jiang Tian's peerless power. Dugu Shao, the sect leader of the Langyi Academy, greets the sect leader of the Myth Alliance. Welcome back, Taichu sect leader. Dugu Shao also knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. His face was full of respect. He had a special relationship with Jiang Tian. When they were fighting in Japan, they called each other brothers. Even if he called Jiang Tian brother now, Jiang Tian wouldn't blame him. He would only feel happy. But now, he bowed to him respectfully. Because Jiang Tian had saved the entire Langyi Academy, so he had to show his respect and express his gratitude. This was not the time to be trifled with. Ah Shao, get up. From now on, you are free and you will never be slaves. Jiang Tian looked around at the crowd. Then, he helped them up and gave them pellets. He even helped them nurse their divine bodies and heal their wounds. How can we repay the Taichu sect leader's kindness? We can only repay the Taichu sect leader's kindness by sacrificing our lives. Many of the Langyi Academy cultivators were moved to tears. Some of the elders even shouted loudly. This was because when Jiang Tian fought for the sake of Hua Xia, the Langyi Academy only watched from the sidelines and never helped him. Even though Dugu Shao had suggested that they should help. However, at that time, the person in charge was still Taoist Master Qing Mu. He had followed the teachings of his sect, which forbade the Arcana land from entering the mortal world and the Yin sect from interfering with the secular world. Therefore, Dugu Zhao's suggestion was rejected. In short, due to various reasons, Langyi Academy had indeed not helped Jiang Tian at all, and the only thing they had done for him was the chance encounter between Jiang Tian and Dugu Shao. However, Jiang Tian took out precious medicinal pills to heal them. He even ignored his noble status and personally nursed them back to health. How could they not be moved? Brother-in-law, I've already broadcasted the images in the image to the entire world through my live stream. What should we do next? Zhang Yilin asked. Give them 3 days to think about it. Once the 3 days are up, if they still don't declare war on the Big Dipper cultivators, they can all be killed. Jiang Tian's face was indifferent as he said coldly. My live stream platform was already the most popular live stream platform after the recovery of Spirit Qi. In fact, a few years ago, a large number of venture capital and funds had entered the video live stream industry to expand and seize the market. However, they still didn't reach the level of my live stream. Especially after the recovery of Spirit Qi, my live stream signed a large number of cultivators and opened up a large number of cultivation-related channels, which made my live stream even more popular. In the end, it defeated all the other competitors or acquired them. Today, my live stream platform had the largest market share in the world. Whether it was viewers, fans, or streamers, hundreds of millions of users browsed on it every day. Before the recovery of Spirit Qi, Zhang Shisan was a frequent visitor on the Darknet Forum and the Warrior Forum, and a popular person on Weibo. After the recovery of Spirit Qi, when it entered the era of live streaming, Zhang Shisan also reached the foundation establishment stage. He took the opportunity to transform and became a live streaming internet celebrity. He was originally a demon hunting streamer. Every day, he would fly outside the city and casually kill a wild boar in the chi refinement stage. He deliberately made the battle process dangerous and added some lively and cute post-production special effects to receive a lot of crystal rewards. He bought a spiritual treasure-level flying sword and lived in a high-end community equipped with a spirit-gathering array. He lived a happy life. The channels of my live stream platform were very rich. For example, outdoor live streaming, flying sword racing, talking about the world, talents and beauties, national cultivation, crystal guessing, and so on. Whether you like to kill demon beasts, refine weapons, or refine pills, or even sing and dance, you could find a stage to display your talents. Let's see what's fun today. Today, Zhang Shisan didn't go out to hunt monsters. He was originally a more peaceful streamer. Yes. Zhang Shisan was a fanatical fan of Jiang Tian back then. However, since the arrival of the Big Dipper Alliance, his broadsword was no longer hungry and thirsty. He keenly felt that the extraterrestrial cultivators such as the Beihan sect had been secretly dispelling Jiang Tian's influence and weakening Jiang Tian's authority. Therefore, he became a real idler. He quit the Myth Alliance, stopped killing monsters, stopped fighting, and didn't join any cultivation organizations of the Big Dipper Alliance or the human race on Earth. Sometimes, he would kill a few beasts for fun. Although he was very peaceful, it had become a habit for him to log in and watch my live stream every day. He immediately lay down on the tiger skin sofa and lazily opened the app on his phone. The biggest secret in history is revealed, the truth about the arrival of the Big Dipper monster clan. Huh? When he saw this banner, Zhang Shisan was also stunned. He touched his chin and said, "When did my live stream become such a clickbait?" But this is the live stream room of the president, Zhang Yilin. Maybe there's something interesting. Zhang Shisan clicked on the live stream room. Damn, it's something interesting. But as he watched, Zhang Shisan suddenly sat up from the tiger skin sofa and slapped his thigh. He couldn't look away anymore. He sighed repeatedly. Damn. It turns out that the invasion of the Big Dipper monster clan was instigated by Han Ming of the Beihan sect. Damn. It turns out that Han Ming is playing a trick of killing two birds with one stone. He wants to get rid of the Scorpio Divine Lord and other monsters, and he also wants to establish an image of a savior in front of the human race on Earth. It turns out that the human race on Earth has been fooled for so many years. This video was the imprint of the secret discussion between Han Ming and the Scorpio Divine Lord. The imprint was different from ordinary holographic videos. It had the residual fluctuations of the laws, so it couldn't be faked. Therefore, Zhang Shisan immediately knew that it was true. This news is undoubtedly subversive. Zhang Yilin is indeed Kang Teichu's cousin. She's so bold and domineering that she even dares to release such news. Are we going to fight again? My big saber is thirsty and thirsty again. Zhang Shisan was so shocked that he slapped his thigh in excitement. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Billions of cultivators and mortals on Earth were paying attention to this matter. Originally, there were many die-hard fans of Jiang Tian on Earth. When the Big Dipper Righteous Alliance arrived and began to seize power, constantly weakening Jiang Tian's influence, many cultivators and mortals were greatly dissatisfied. Although Han Ming Zongzi did it very secretly. Although Jiang Tian's supporters didn't know the inside story and couldn't find any relevant evidence. But there was always a faint feeling that the Big Dipper human cultivators were up to no good. Now, their various speculations had finally come to fruition. Did you know? It turns out that the Big Dipper human race and the Big Dipper monster clan are in cahoots. It's just that the Big Dipper monster clan was used as cannon fodder, and after occupying Earth, they were dealt with again. See, I've long said that the Big Dipper human race is up to no good. Look, look. Look at the chairman's live stream room, there's something interesting. The plot twists, don't be too exciting. When this heavy news was released, it could be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the entire world couldn't calm down. Zhang Yilan's live-stream room instantly exploded, and the number of people online rose steadily, and finally reached more than 100 million people online at the same time. Moreover, there were people broadcasting, recording, or forwarding to Weibo, public accounts, and other platforms in the middle. Han Ming Zongzi of the Righteous Alliance is the culprit behind the Big Dipper monster clan's invasion of Earth in the past 2 years. In almost 5 minutes, this news had spread throughout Earth. Chapter 1720. Many cultivators and mortals didn't believe it at first. After all, Han Ming Zongzi and the other cultivators of the Alliance of Justice and Order were too good at disguising themselves. I don't believe it. It must be fake. A Foundation establishment cultivator shook his head. It said that the Kaiyang system in the Beta sector is much bigger than the solar system. The spirit chi and cultivation resources are 10 or 100 times richer. Why would Han Ming Zongzi and the others from the Beta sector covet Earth? It's like a true dragon swimming in the deep sea coveting the quagmire where a loach lives. We're just gauging the heart of a gentleman with our own mean measure. However, the Dharma artifact is a shadow left by the essence chi fluctuation. It can't be faked. It must be real. There's no need to discuss this anymore. Some cultivators argued. Even if this Dharma artifact is real, it can't prove Han Ming Zongzi's true intentions. Maybe it's just a strategic necessity. The previous Foundation establishment cultivator argued. Han Ming Zongzi is fully capable of occupying Earth, but he didn't do so. He just built some space cities in outer space or bought some concessions. If he wanted to occupy Earth, would he have stayed until now? Someone focused on how to obtain the Dharma artifact. This Dharma artifact should have been left by Lord Scorpio of the Beta Demon clan. How did it end up in Zhang Yilan's hands? Is she related to Lord Scorpio? If this is true, then we've really been used by the Alliance of Justice and Order. The Beta Demon clan is just cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if they die. But the demon clan of Earth once fought side by side with us against the invaders of the ruins of immortality on Mars. They died unjustly. Some cultivators had already begun to reflect. These discussions began in Zhang Yilan's live stream room. Soon, the relevant images were reposted on major Weibo, self-media, martial arts forums, and cultivator forums. The discussion further expanded and quickly grabbed the headlines of various media outlets. At this time, many puppets of the Alliance of Justice and Order had also received the news. However, it was impossible to stop and seal them. Soon, the Tianqing school made a public statement. We question the justice of the Alliance of Justice and Order. We demand all Beta cultivators and the Alliance of Justice and Order to withdraw from all secret realms and even space cities on Earth. Following that, the Western Temple of God and the new 12 Lords of God also stood on Tianqing School's side. These were the new 12 chief gods that Queen Hera had groomed and selected before she had sacrificed herself. They were deeply influenced by Queen Hera and were also her staunch supporters. Immediately afterward, Ghost Emperor Lu Shang of Mount Mang, Dragon Chi Ao Bing of Mount Whitehead, Li Wuji represented the cultivation world of Huaxia, and Yingying Laozu represented the reclusive royalty. They all publicly announced one after another, requesting the Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order to give an explanation and permanently withdraw from Earth before the cultivation world of Earth reached a consensus. I was once proud of Ing Su because he died in battle to protect Earth. But I didn't expect that the enemy he faced wasn't the real enemy. He's just a toy that some people use to play with the world. In order to protect our home and homeland, we do not hesitate to die. But we can't die without knowing why. Those who sat behind the scenes and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor, those who profited greatly from the war, must give a proper explanation. During the interview, Yingying Laozu burst into tears and angrily slammed the table. This was a great sorrow. They had thought that Ing Su and the others were fighting for lofty ideals, defending their home and fighting for justice. When the news of Ing Su's sacrifice came, although Yingying Laozu was sad, he also felt honored. As the saying went, Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the mountains. Why should they be buried in the battlefield? Dying on the battlefield was the most glorious ending for a warrior. In fact, all the blood and sacrifices in this war were meaningless. They were just being used, schemed against, and made a wedding dress for others. The real culprit was hiding behind the scenes and even putting on the mantle of a messenger of justice. They were regarded as saviors and benefactors. This made Ying Laozu feel that his intelligence had been insulted. Fight. If the so-called Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order didn't instigate and control behind the scenes, the Big Dipper monster clan wouldn't have invaded Earth. The human race and the monster cultivators on Earth wouldn't have died in battle in a foreign land, and we wouldn't have suffered heavy losses. Just the expulsion of Mars alone killed 2,000 cultivators on Earth. In the 2 years since the Big Dipper monster clan's invasion, how many people have been displaced? How many people have lost their homes? How many people have been separated from their families? Fight against our real enemy, the Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order. Some cultivators shouted angrily. Bah! They should be called the Evil Alliance. They're despicable and sinister. They're worse than robbery. Yes. They sold us out and made us count the money for them. They're despicable. Fight with them. Following the shout, many people agreed. As the discussion went on, they basically reached a consensus that the information imprinted in the image was true. The next step was to enter the strategy of how to deal with the Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order. There were serious disagreements. In the battle with the Big Dipper monster clan, we also saw how powerful the Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order is. They have more than a dozen soul formation cultivators and countless nascent soul cultivators. And they're all soul formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. How many soul formation cultivators are there on Earth? None. How can we fight with them? With our mouths? Under the agitation of the crowd, there were naturally many people who wanted to fight, but more people put forward opposing opinions to maintain their rationality. But we know that the enemy is the Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order. Shouldn't we take revenge? Don't tell me you're going to swallow your anger and pretend that nothing happened. How can the souls of those Earth cultivators who died in the war rest in peace? We're talking and laughing with our enemies. If we don't take revenge, how can we face the world? Someone choked, full of grief and indignation. We have to fight, but not now. I used to admire Zhang Yilan's courage to publicly imprint the image. Women are not inferior to men. But now, I still think that she's too impulsive. She should draw a bow but not release it. She should plan slowly and secretly join forces. As the saying goes, build high walls and slowly proclaim kings. She should have been fully prepared. Now, we've alerted the enemy. The Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order knows that their scandal has been exposed and the cultivators on Earth are hostile. How can they not take action? They'll immediately change from the original policy of appeasement to a policy of suppression and extermination. Again, with the power of the cultivation world now, we can't even compare to a finger of the Big Dipper Alliance of Justice and Order. Besides, they have the more powerful North Frost sect, the Mizeng Galaxy and the Alcade Galaxy behind them. Both sides engaged in a battle of words, exchanging blows back and forth, neither giving way to the other as they tore into each other. But when someone said that, the entire public opinion went silent. Many people were speechless. That was the truth. The Big Dipper Alliance was too powerful. It was formed by the cultivators of the North Frost sect and many other divine sects. There were more than a dozen soul formation cultivators in total. Any one of them could defeat everyone on Earth. For example, King Geoffrey of Atlantis and King Saidi of the Pyramid were merely puppets nurtured by the Alliance of Justice and Order. Yet, they were still able to suppress Li Wuji, Situ Shao, and even Lotus Old Rulai. If only Kang Te-Chu were still here. Suddenly, someone who was drunk lamented with a dejected face. Yes. If Kang Te-Chu were here, the Big Dipper humans wouldn't have succeeded. They might even work with the Big Dipper monsters to kill the humans. Someone slammed the table in excitement. Back then, Kang Tae-chu was so powerful that he defeated all the worlds in the solar system and directly triggered the spirit chi revival. He planted the foundation of eternity on Earth and broke the deity trap array, allowing the entire Earth to enter a new era of spirit chi revival. Besides, Jiang Tian was very wise. No one could trick him, whether it was the famous Pre-Qin sects or the Tungus demons. He proposed that the mythical alliance should abandon the differences between the sects and unite the monsters and ghost cultivators, which was very prescient. It turned out that it was indeed so. The monsters on Earth weren't villains. Instead, they played an important role in suppressing the violent monsters and resisting the expeditionary army in the ruins of immortality. Later, they were completely wrongly killed. The humans of the Big Dipper humans looked similar to the humans on Earth, but they were evil people. However, people could only hope for a moment. Because almost everyone thought that Jiang Tian must have died there after learning the truth about the ruins of immortality. And even if Jiang Tian came back alive, so what? A few years before the Spirit Chi revival, the eruption of Spirit Chi was the fiercest, and the cultivators improved the fastest. Kang Tae-chu had missed it. Besides, the Big Dipper cultivators were too strong. They belonged to an extraterrestrial civilization. How could Jiang Tian be a match for them? At this time, Jeffrey, the leader of the mythical alliance, the Pyramid King Seti, and the King of Babylon, Ashur, all stood on the side of the Big Dipper alliance. They began to speak, support, and show their attitude. Since the arrival of the Big Dipper cultivators, the progress of the cultivation world on Earth is obvious to all. Zhang Yilin published this fake image of the brand, distorting the truth. We can't help but ask, what is your purpose? This image of the brand involves the Big Dipper monsters. We can't help but ask, where did you get it? Are you in cahoots with the Big Dipper monsters? In the old site of Babylon, in the secret realm of the Tower of Babel, the king of Ashur stepped out and shouted at Zhang Yilin. Chapter 1721. A person like Zhang Yilin who distorts the truth should be killed as a warning to the world. Beside the Nile River, at the top of the Black Pyramid, Pharaoh Seti shouted to the audience in the live stream room. His face was cold and murderous. Now that Spirit Chi had recovered, cultivation was no longer mysterious and superior. Instead, it had become the mainstream of the new era and even the core and support of the operation of society. Under the great changes, the leaders of the Myth Alliance were also very close to the people. They often accepted media interviews and even set up live streams. They had many followers. Zhang Yilin has an ulterior motive. She's trying to confuse the public and destroy the great unity of the Big Dipper Alliance and the Myth Alliance. The Myth Alliance strongly condemns this and orders you to apologize to the Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, you will be arrested and convicted. In Atlantis, Jeffrey announced proudly with a very strong attitude. This was not an ordinary threat. He was speaking on behalf of the Myth Alliance. His words carried weight and he made the final decision. Even though some members of the Alliance had sacrificed themselves in the battle against the Big Dipper demon race, and even though Lotus, Old Rulai, Sita Shao, and Li Wuji had been suppressed, there were also new talents in the cultivation world who had risen to the top. At this time, the Myth Alliance was still very strong. It was still the top cultivation organization on Earth. There were many nascent Soul Realm cultivators and countless Golden Core Realm cultivators. If the Myth Alliance wanted to take action, Zhang Yilin could not resist at all. In the live stream room, Zhang Yilin immediately responded to the shouts of the three new giants of the Myth Alliance. Have you forgotten the oath you made when the Myth Alliance was first established? 5 years ago, you guys were greedy for peace, obstructing the recovery of spiritual energy, or trying to seize control of the Myth Alliance. You guys fought a fierce battle with my cousin in Tunguska and were utterly defeated. You knelt and begged for mercy, calling yourselves Taoist ancestors. If it weren't for my cousin's mercy, you losers would have been reduced to ashes. Especially Jeffrey, he was even willing to acknowledge my cousin as his foster father, saying, "Long live my foster father," and swearing eternal loyalty. Now, you've turned your back on us. You've thrown aside the alliance declaration, purpose, and doctrine that you worshipped back then. You've disregarded your oath back then as bullshit. Do you have any shame? Zhang Yilin was a businesswoman to begin with, and she started her business by researching live streaming. She often negotiated business deals or hosted various events. Perhaps she was not good at cultivation, but when it came to talking, she had no problem taking on 3 or 4 people at once. All of a sudden, the live stream was flooded with messages. The fans were sending gifts like crazy, and the number of people online soared again. Some even went to Jeffrey and the other two's live stream to curse at them. 66666. What Mr. Zhang said makes sense. Well said. 100 flying swords. Awesome. It was too satisfying. I'll give him a spiritual grade flying boat. Jeffrey is shameless. He likes to be a godson. I heard that he's planning to become Han Ming Zongzi's godson. Jeffrey, let's not talk about you. Do you think you deserve to be the leader of the Myth Alliance? Even if you're the director of our neighborhood's public toilet, you're not qualified. Director Zhang has already taken out the image imprint artifact. The evidence is conclusive, yet these 3 old farts still want to quibble on behalf of the Big Dipper Cultivator. Are you the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master of Myth Alliance? You're all just a bunch of bootlickers. The one with milk is the mother. Why don't you think about it? If the leader of the Tai Chu Alliance did not give them the status and opportunity to teach them cultivation techniques, would they be where they are today? Now, the leader of the Tai Chu Alliance has just left for a few days, and they're biting the hand that feeds them. They're shameless to the extreme. Faced with Zhang Yilin's sharp tongue, the 3 leaders of the new Myth Alliance were speechless. Especially when the netizens agreed with them, it made them even more furious. In the end, Pharaoh Seth, the Assyrian king of Babel, Jeffrey, and Zhang Yilin contacted them. Seth was the first to shed all pretense of cordiality. He snarled coldly, "Back then, Kang Taechu used his power to oppress us. We had no choice but to put up with him and endure the humiliation. But now, it's no longer his time. Do you think that if Kang Taechu looks back, you won't be afraid either?" Zhang Yilin asked with a half-smile. Seth smiled proudly and said, "I told you, this is no longer his time. We're all nascent soul cultivators now, and we're all nascent soul cultivators who have been taught by cultivators from other planets. Kang Taechu is nothing compared to us." Very good. Very confident. I hope that when Kang Taechu returns one day, you can still say the same thing in front of him. Zhang Yilin sneered. Of course. Seth was full of confidence. He was no longer the same as before. He didn't take Jiang Tian seriously at all. Not only him, the Assyrian king also spoke. "Ms. Zhang, you're too naive to ask this question. You probably don't know how powerful the Beta cultivation civilization is. In terms of the difference in cultivation civilization, for example, Big Dipper is like Silicon Valley, which is flourishing with technology. On the other hand, Earth, including the orthodoxy of the Tianqing sect, is like the slash-and-burn cultivation in the primitive jungles of Africa." He was brimming with immense confidence and inflated to the extreme as he proudly said, "Back then, Jiang Taichu seemed to be riding a motorcycle. Of course, it was much faster than us walking. For us to prostrate ourselves in worship, it is difficult for us to look up to him. But is a motorcycle the fastest? Don't forget that there are supersonic fighter jets and rockets. Unfortunately, the cultivation civilization of Big Dipper is a supersonic fighter jet. It's not something that Jiang Taichu, who rides a broken motorcycle, can compare to. There are thousands of principles in the world, but the biggest principle is that whoever has the biggest fist is right. In the eyes of the Beta cultivators, and even in the eyes of us, Kang Taechu is just an ant." He looked at Jiang Tian with disdain, as if he were an ant under his feet. "Ha, you don't know that in Kang Taechu's eyes, you are also ants." Zhang Yilin couldn't help but laugh. However, before the lid was about to be lifted, she would not say that Jiang Tian had already returned in a powerful manner. Let them jump around, the happier they jump, the better. Now was the best time to expose all the spies and traitors. Jeffrey, you called Kang Taechu your adoptive father. Aren't you afraid that Dad will beat you for betraying him like this? Zhang Yilin said mockingly. At the mention of acknowledging a thief as his father, Joffrey was so angry that his face turned red, then black, then white, before finally turning completely green. He said angrily, Hua Xia once said, the heavens don't disappoint those who work hard, and the heavens don't disappoint those who work hard. Isn't it the same for me? Father Aomu was killed by Jiang Taichu with his own hands. Think about it, if I had the slightest bit of conscience, how could I recognize Jiang Taichu, the person who killed my father, as my foster father? The answer is in that story. I took Jiang Taichu as my adoptive father in order to dissolve his enmity, so that I can take my revenge one day. I have never really surrendered to him. How could I betray him? Jeffrey said righteously. Very well. I hope you will remember what you said today and don't regret it. When Zhang Yilin ended the connection, she was on a flying boat. Nowadays, the development of Dharma artifacts such as crystal ships and flying swords had taken over the aerospace market. Jiang Tian had bought this flying ship in a small town at the foot of Hengduan Mountain. It was very affordable and was worth only a few million yuan. Besides, its speed was close to the speed of sound, which was enough for daily use. It also had an autopilot function, which allowed Jiang Tian to sit cross-legged and take a break. Jiang Tian was worried that the Beihan faction would find out about his whereabouts, so he used the strategy of swimming back to the sea. The Langyi Academy was disbanded and the disciples sneaked into other cities. The current Huaxia was too large for any orthodoxy or force to fully control. It was like spilling a glass of water in the desert. Even if the Beihan faction wanted to kill them, they could not do it quickly. She said to Jiang Tian, who was sitting in the passenger seat and looking at his phone, Cousin, did you hear what they said? They are not human. Sigh. In fact, I didn't trust Jeffrey, the king of Assyria, and Sudi. I wanted to get rid of them. Jiang Tian looked away from the electronic screen, looked at the clouds outside the window, and sighed helplessly. He sighed and said, but gossip is a fearful thing. If I had killed them quickly, I would have killed them. People would have said that I was cruel and unscrupulous. They would have even cursed me to die a horrible death. But I didn't kill them. They betrayed me today. Of the many onlookers who were watching from the sidelines, some of them were on my side and hated them to the core. But some of them will say that I was too soft-hearted and indecisive. They said that I was not decisive enough and that they deserved it. Zhang Yilin nodded and said, Yes, cousin. I also think that you are in a tough spot. As for Jiang Tian, he was flying to Gold City. The Mythological Alliance's competition was going to be held. It was going to be held in Jin City. Ji Muxian, Ji Mingchuan, and almost all the sects in Huaxia would be there. The significance of Ji Muxian holding such an important exchange meeting in Jiang Tian's hometown was self-evident. It was to announce to the world. The new generation would replace the old. Jiang Tian's era was over. This is a good opportunity to kill them all. Jiang Tian flicked his finger as a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. Chapter 1722. The current mythology alliance included almost all the cultivation sects and clans, big and small. It didn't matter if they were new or old, martial arts, spells, or pure cultivation. The latest competition of the Myth Alliance was held in Jin City. When the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar and many speculated. They purposely held it in Kang Taechu's hometown. But Kang Taechu's forces, other than the Tianqing School and Sidoni Dojo, are not much left. Isn't this a slap to Kang Taechu's face? Isn't that so? Now, the old cultivation forces in Huaxia have been replaced by some new orthodoxies. For example, the Boundless Dojo, the Snow God's Palace, the Desolation Temple, the Arctic Academy, and so on are all supported by the Boundless Sect and the Snow God's Palace. There are many nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention that the Freezing North Sect is behind him. Now, Kang Taechu's forces have almost withdrawn from Hua and are entrenched in Sidoni. If they were to lose their last piece of territory, Tianqing School will completely disappear from this world. Yeah, back then, the strongest under Kang Taechu's command were only Jinlong, Hades, and Lotus. In terms of cultivation, they were only in the nascent soul realm. The rest were Kang Taechu and a few other core formation cultivators. And the kind that has no grade. Unlike now, the orthodoxies are too prosperous. This should be the last competition of the Myth Alliance. The previous few times, the Tianqing sect had been defeated in the grand competition. If they lose again, they will lose 10 times in a row. Tianqing School will not be able to raise its head in the future. What a pity. The disciples of Tianqing School are too loyal and honest. In order to protect Earth, the three giants, Yi Tianren and Hu Qingtian, and so on, have all died on Mars. Otherwise, they might not have lost control of the Myth Alliance. Many people sighed regretfully. If only Kang Taechu was still here. Someone couldn't help but sigh. But immediately, there were rebuttals from below. Stop dreaming. Kang Taechu had already died in the ruins of immortality. He was only a golden core cultivator back then. It was difficult for him to challenge a nascent soul cultivator, let alone a soul formation cultivator. Do you know how many nascent soul cultivators there are in the ruins of immortality? There were at least 10,000 people. More than 100 semi-god realm warriors. Besides, even if Jiang Taichu comes back, with his strength, can the trash golden core cultivators like Yu Wendon, Gu Hu, and Arthur be compared to the new nascent soul cultivators like Zhang Huaiyan, Qi Jinglei, Tsing Yilong, and Yang Chen? I heard that they are all 9th stage nascent soul realm cultivators. They will definitely reach the divinity transformation realm in the future. Not even nuclear weapons could kill them. They've all been valued by the Freezing North Sect. In the future, they'll have the chance to follow the Freezing North Sect to the Big Dipper Kaiyang Galaxy. Such conversations were happening all the time on the internet. In today's new era, only a few people could remember Jiang Tian. One had to know that this was an era of great changes. There were many heroes and geniuses, and new heroes appeared every day. Just like now, we only remember who the richest man is today. As for those 10 or 20 years ago, especially those who had fallen and were even in prison, who would remember and care? This Zhang Huaiyan. When his grandfather was just born, he lost to Yi Tianren. His grandfather's cultivation is only at the golden core stage. Why are you so afraid of him? On the flying boat that had already entered the city of Jincheng, Jiang Tian tasted red wine and swiped his fingers across the tablet. On the screen was the identity information of the nascent soul cultivators who participated in this gathering, all sent by Cheng Lulu. Although Ji Muxian now controlled the power of the guardians of Huaxia, and even ousted Li Wuji in the Kunlun sect. However, not everyone was stupid and allowed to be manipulated by him. Many in the guardians of Huaxia were staunch supporters of Yingsu and Jiang Tian. After Cheng Lulu got in touch with some of the hawkish members, she immediately got the information. Indeed. Cheng Lulu video called Jiang Tian and said, his grandfather is called Zhang Batian. He is ambitious and unwilling to be left alone. After you left, he proposed to compete with Yi Tianren, but in fact, he just wanted to win an official position in the mythological alliance. Unexpectedly, he was no match for Yi Tianren at all. He was beaten until he spat out blood and almost died on the spot. Zhang Huaiyan is also a person from the secret realm and has been in hiding for at least 300 years. When he debuted, he was only at the immortal realm, the so-called late stage of qi refinement. However, in the first 2 years of the recovery of spirit qi, or perhaps because of the stimulation brought by his grandfather's serious injury, he reached the golden core stage. After the arrival of the Big Dipper, he was very brave in killing the demons and quickly got the attention and support of the Justice Alliance. Within a year, he reached the nascent soul stage. Now, he, Qi Jinglei, Seng Yilong, Yang Chen, and Ji Muxian are known as the 5 heavenly lords of the human race on Earth. They are known as the 5 supreme powerhouses on Earth. Even the limelight of old Lotus Rulai, Senior Li Wuji, and the others is firmly suppressed. Moreover, they have also made some lists, such as the mythological list, the immortal list, and so on, making a pretense. They have the intention of establishing a new order on Earth and replacing Senior Tai Chu. Cheng Lulu said with a look of disdain. Looking at the deeds of these people, they really have the intention of calling themselves the kings of the South because they have no ability at all. 5 supreme powerhouses, 5 heavenly lords, my ass. Pooh. Trash. In front of my cousin, all of them are ashes. Zhang Yilin waved her fist angrily and said hatefully, brother, after seeing the shameless faces of those giants of the mythological alliance today, I really can't stand it. Especially Qi Jinglei, Seng Yilong, Yang Chen, and the others, they are crazily scolding me in the live broadcast. You have to stand up for me, otherwise, I can't live anymore. Although she was a strong woman in the workplace, she was still a little girl in front of Jiang Tian, who said whatever was on her mind and was unscrupulous. It was probably because she had gone through hardships with Jiang Tian, so she was especially confident in this family relationship. I have to arrange it. Jiang Tian had only been back for a few days, but now he had learned some popular words on Earth. Jin City was now very prosperous. It had become a giant city that had both a sense of technology and cultivation. It was also a harmonious city. In the sky, flying boats came one after another, and flying swords streaked across the sky. They were gathered from all over the country and even the world. The exchange of the mythological alliance this time was organized by the Kunlun sect, and its influence was not small. Kunlun Building. Located by the Qinhuai River, it was the new landmark building of Gold City. It was more than 1,000 meters tall and had more than 200 floors, known as the tallest building in Gold City. The boss's background was very mysterious. It was said that there was a real nascent soul heavenly lord behind him. Even the most arrogant young masters of Gold City would not dare to be presumptuous when they came here. Even a dragon would have to lie low, and even a fierce tiger would have to hide its claws and teeth. And the official hotel of the exchange event was here. Nowadays, martial artists and cultivators had reached the highest level. They could fly in the sky and burrow underground, and they were also very destructive. A golden core cultivator could easily destroy a city, not to mention a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, the competition was held at a military training ground dozens of kilometers away from the hotel. Crack. Crack. At this time, the entrance of the Kunlun building was flashing non-stop. Luxury cars drove over one after another, and all sorts of men and women in suits and evening gowns walked out of them. Many media reporters even blocked the entrance of the building. It's Li Huiyan. She's the most popular celebrity in Huaxia and the world. I didn't expect her to be here too. I even heard that the young master of Zhang Huayan's family once expressed his love for her. Li Jinju, the goddess of South Korea, is here too. I heard that many golden core perfected cultivators are her fanatical admirers and pursuers. Not only does she control the Star Moon Group, the biggest conglomerate in South Korea, but she's also an all-round actress in the film industry. The reporters talked to each other excitedly as they took photos. Not only were there cultivators, but there were also rich and powerful people. There were even some celebrities and artists who were there to embellish the event. Although the grand competition was the core of this so-called exchange event, the merging of various interests, the intertwining of connections, and the facilitation of transactions were also important contents. It's so lively here. Jiang Tian walked among the crowd in the building. He was wearing an old robe and a pair of sunglasses. He had also changed his appearance with the art of deceiving the heavens. Zhang Yilin, who had also changed her appearance with a secret art, walked among the crowd. Chapter 1723. Not only were there cultivators, but there were also many tycoons and sect masters among the guests. Is that Chen Xiong, the young CEO of the Beihuang Mineral Group, the top mining magnate in Huaxia? I heard that 50% of the spirit stone mines in Huaxia are controlled and developed by him. He's so rich that even Rockefeller and the Middle Eastern oil giants have been bought by him. They can't even compare to him. Lu Qingho, the young CEO of the Green Bird Group. The Green Bird Group is currently the world's top flying boat manufacturer and has the technical support of the Beihan sect. It's enough to be on par with the artifact refining technology of the Sidoni Academy of Sciences. Yeah, I heard that the Green Bird Group has already bought Boeing. So many tycoons are here. It seems that they're taking this competition very seriously. As the tycoons walked in, the scene was in an uproar again. Many people were discussing. It's more than that. This is a big deal for the cultivation world in Huaxia. Do you think these competitions are a joke? They're all about the stakes. Tianqing School's dojos, such as Amei and Diansong, have all lost in the previous competitions. Now, only the 100 Medicine Valley is left. Once Tianqing School fails again, it will mean that the Tianqing School's dojos in Huaxia will be completely defeated and can only withdraw. A reporter who knew the inside story said calmly. Sigh. Tianqing School has declined after all. This is the cruelty of the era of great change. If you're not careful, you'll be abandoned by the era and can't keep up anymore. Everyone was discussing and lamenting. It could be said that this era was even more shocking than the reform and opening up of Huaxia in the last century. Every day, there would be people breaking through to the foundation establishment, golden core, and even nascent soul level. Every day, new cultivation arts were created and new dojos, sects and forces were formed. There were all kinds of people, and there were all kinds of changes. Whoa! It's the Zhang family of the Kunlun group. They're here too. Ah! He seems to be the famous young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Kai, right? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they opened their eyes to look. They saw a tall and handsome young man, surrounded by many tycoons and celebrities, walk over arrogantly. His figure was tall and slender, and there was a faint divine light flickering in his eyes. Everyone who had seen this man before couldn't help but give way to him, their faces filled with respect. Even the leaders of the top families in the country were afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. Kunlun's Zhang family. How awe-inspiring. A reporter snorted coldly. What can we do? Behind him stood the Kunlun sect's Ji Muxian, as well as the Dragon Lake's Zhang Huaiyan clan. The Kunlun sect and Zhang Huaiyan jointly invested in the Kunlun group. Someone said helplessly, now, who dares to provoke the Kunlun sect's Ji Muxian and the Dragon Slayer clan's Zhang Huaiyan clan? In the beginning, the Zhang Huaiyan clan had kept a low profile. But after the recovery of spirit qi, they began to rise. Especially after they received the support of the Beihan sect, they became the vanguard of killing monsters and killed many dragons and werewolves. By then, they had taken over the Dragon Lake in Changbai Mountain and were known as the Dragon Slayer clan. Then, the Qi family of Shanghai, who represented the Wuya Arena, and the Zheng family of East Sea, who represented the Desolation Temple, came one after another. They all had one thing in common. They were backed by the Beihan sect and the Righteous Alliance and had obtained the art of Beidou. In the new era, these new families were thriving and their wealth was comparable to that of a country. They were far more powerful than the Zhang Jinghua clan, the Yi family, the Song family, the Lu family and the Mo family of Yanjin. This is strange. Why aren't Zhang Huaiyan and Ji Muxian here? A reporter was puzzled. He wanted to get some important news. He's a peerless overlord standing at the top of Huaxia. He's a nascent soul heavenly lord, just like a real deity. If they wanted to communicate, they could only do it on the clouds. How could they do it in the boundless secular world? Disregarding everything else, even a golden core cultivator could reach a height of 100 meters if he unleashed his Dharma idol slightly. Wouldn't the Kunlun building collapse? Another reporter laughed. Wait a minute, in the banquet hall, Jiang Tian and Zhang Yilin were strolling around and eating when suddenly, Jiang Tian's arm was pulled by someone. Jiang Tian came back to his senses and saw Li Huiyan looking at him deeply. Her eyes were filled with panic and there were a few tears in them. At this moment, countless people looked at Jiang Tian with jealousy. Li Huiyan had always been clean and had never been involved in any scandals. But now, she had taken the initiative to grab a man's arm. Besides, the man's appearance and temperament were ordinary. What did he do? Is my art of creation really that bad? How did she recognize me? Jiang Tian thought to himself, but his face was calm. He smiled and said, Miss Li Huiyan, why are you looking for me? Deliberately, his voice became very dry and hoarse. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Your back is very similar to a friend of mine, including this lady. Li Huiyan smiled awkwardly but politely and said softly. Next to her, Li Huiyan's good sister, Tang Yuyu, who was in the same brokerage company, showed a little unbearable expression and sighed softly. Sister Huiyan, you miss him too much. But everyone said that he had died in. Nonsense. He won't die. Hearing this, Li Huiyan seemed to have been seriously stimulated. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she stared at Tang Yuyu fiercely. Zhao Qinzi, who was almost middle-aged and more charming, said, Yuyu, don't you know that the first sister doesn't allow anyone to say that? Apologize. Sister Huiyan, don't be angry. I'm sorry. I'm talking nonsense. Tang Yuyu took a step back in fright. Li Huiyan eased his tone, but his expression was firm. I have a feeling that he is still alive. The next moment, she looked at Lu Yun outside the building in a daze and started sobbing silently. Seeing this, Zhao Qinzi couldn't help but sigh. After handing over a paper towel, he didn't dare to disturb. Since Jiang Tian left. In recent years, Li Huiyan's star road has been smooth. She has starred in several big Hollywood productions. She is known as the national goddess and one of the top female stars in the world. But it's a little emotional magic, almost sick. Every day, I miss Jiang Tian and collect all the news about him. At this time, Tang Yuyu suddenly exclaimed, No, Zhang Xiao of Kunlun Group is here. Hearing this, Li Huiyan and Zhao Qinzi's faces changed greatly. Jiang Tian also looked at it casually. Surrounded by a group of people, Zhang Kai, the eldest son of Kunlun Group, walked quickly. For example, Qin Xiong, the young director of Northern Wilderness Mining, and Lu Qingho, the young director of Qingniao Group, could only stand behind him as followers. Li Fifan, the crown prince of Xinzhou and Mo Yuza, the head of Mo family in Yanjing, who had met Jiang Tian several times, could only stand at the end of the entourage. They were not even qualified to approach Zhang Kai. How could he appear here? Logically speaking, with his identity, he should go to the top floor. Everyone exclaimed. In any era, there was a clear distinction and a strict hierarchy. The party on the top floor was the high-end party. Those who participated were all nascent soul cultivators, masters of secret realms, masters of dojos, and so on. That was the top of the pyramid that controlled this era. Before, Zhang Kai went straight to the top floor and didn't come here. I'm afraid he's here for Li Huiyan. Suddenly, a gossip reporter thought of a rumor and instantly realized. He quickly raised his camera and shot. Chapter 1724. Li Xianlong has passed away and Li Fifan is the lord of the Li family. Mo Yuza is also the lord of the Mo family in Yanjin and has great influence in the mortal world. However, the two of them have joined the New Myth Alliance and Jeffrey. They are also close to the 5 heavenly lords and their henchmen in Huaxia. Seeing that Jiang Tian had noticed Zhang Kai and the others, Zhang Yilin hurried to explain. Oh. Jiang Tian nodded and didn't say anything. Zhang Kai's long black hair hung loosely on his shoulders, his figure was tall and healthy, and he had an imposing appearance. He walked over with a majestic gait, and his gaze was filled with might. He was releasing the energy of a golden core cultivator, which indicated that he was already a perfected cultivator. Everyone who attended the banquet bowed one after another when they saw this. This is Zhang Kai, the grandson of Zhang Huaiyan. He has formed an 8th grade golden core and has a high chance of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. He is also one of the most outstanding members of the Zhang family and the controller of the Kunlun building. Seeing Zhang Kai, Zhang Yilin showed a bit of resentment and said coldly, he has fought with the Tianqing school many times. Even Sister Mange was defeated by him. The Snow God Palace bought my videos and watched my live stream. He is also behind it. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. His eyes darkened as he looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. He didn't care about Zhang Kai at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian sipped his wine and waited for Ji Muxian and the other nascent soul heavenly lords to arrive. For him, the real battlefield was in heaven, not in this banquet. At that moment, Zhang Kai ignored the crowd and walked directly toward Li Huiyan. They didn't even have the right to be angry. He had a powerful background and was a golden core perfected cultivator. What was a rich man in the mortal world? He was like an ant. He could crush him easily. I heard that he likes Li Huiyan a lot. Li Huiyan is so lucky. She's just an actress and an ordinary person. How can she win young Master Zhang's attention? She's so lucky. Seeing him walk towards Li Huiyan, this scene caused a lot of discussion. Many people, especially women, were envious and jealous. Ms. Li, the Kunlun group has invested in the Spirit Chi revival movie, Great Lord of Heaven, and invited you to be the female lead. This is the 3rd time I've invited you. I don't think you'll refuse, right? Zhang Kai walked up to Li Huiyan and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Whoa! It was said that the investment for that movie was as huge as 10 billion yuan. It was known as the biggest investment in history. So, Li Huiyan was invited for the lead role. It seems like she rejected it before. Li Huiyan is so lucky to be able to win Zhang Kai's favor and get the biggest blockbuster movie in history. The hottest movie theme right now is undoubtedly the revival of spiritual energy. In addition to the performances of true cultivators and true demonic beasts, it's simply too explosive. At the side, everyone's gazes were cast on Li Huiyan, as if they were about to spew fire. At this moment, Li Huiyan was tall with a pair of 120 centimeters long legs. Coupled with strappy high heels, she looked even taller and stood out from the crowd. Her exquisite makeup and otherworldly temperament instantly stole the limelight of everyone present. Sorry, I'm not interested. Everyone thought that Li Huiyan would agree. However, they didn't expect that she would refuse without hesitation. Her face was cold, and she kept people thousands of miles away. Everyone was puzzled and surprised, and even Tang Yuyu was stunned. Only Zhao Qinzi had some understanding in his heart. Because this great Lord of Heaven alluded to reality very seriously, but it erased all of Jiang Tian's contributions to the revival of spiritual energy. After Li Huiyan read the script, she was furious. How could she participate in the performance? Zhang Kai's face stiffened, but he didn't speak. Li Huiyan, no one in Huaxia dares to not give face to my master again and again. Even if it's for my master's sake, you'll be fine. But your colleagues, friends, and even your agency may not be fine. Behind him, an old man in sackcloth walked out and said threateningly. Are you threatening me? Li Huiyan's face was unhappy as she snorted. So what if I'm threatening you? The old servant in sackcloth said proudly. He was a member of the dragon-slaying Zhang family. Even if he was just a servant, he didn't care about worldly people. Even if it was a superstar or a tycoon, they were nothing but ants in front of a cultivator. Do you know that I'm already at the foundation establishment level now? Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Suddenly, he released his energy and pressure. He originally had chicken skin and a crane head. His figure was stooped, and he looked old and ordinary. But all of a sudden, he gave people the feeling that he was a towering mountain. The pressure that came from him filled 100 meters, suffocating everyone and making them shudder with fear. Sky immortals are terrifying. Everyone was shocked and stepped back. At this time, the old servant in sackcloth's eyes shone and his true essence surged like a wave. He was apparently an overlord at the third level of the Foundation Establishment level. The third level of the Foundation Establishment level was called Sky Immortal, before the revival of spiritual energy. When the Immortal Entrapment Array existed on Earth, Sky Immortal was the limit of cultivation and the peak of martial arts. Otherwise, they would trigger the Immortal Entrapment Array and die without a doubt. Back then, the Great Celestial Yi was still a hair's breadth away from this realm, not completely reaching it. Although there were many more Foundation Establishment cultivators after the revival of Spirit Chi, a Sky Immortal was still not to be underestimated. They were usually the overlords of a city in Huaxia. However, the old man in sackcloth, a Sky Immortal, was just a servant in front of Zhang Kai. Ah, the dragon-slaying Zhang family is too terrifying. I heard that they used to be members of the Yin sects in the secret land and have 1,000 years of foundation. They also have the support and guidance of the Beidou cultivators. No one can stop them now. An immortal state overlord exclaimed. Li Huiyan might not give in. She's Kang Teichu's friend. But there were also people who thought otherwise. Then, a young man who was talking to other tycoons noticed this and quickly walked over. Jiang Tian knew him. Bai Choufei. He used to be one of the 4 young masters in Yangcheng. Later, he followed Jiang Tian and was also the chairman of Tiange Entertainment and Li Huiyan's boss. Bai Choufei, who was already middle-aged and appeared even more resolute and steady, revealed a somewhat angry expression. He asked coldly, Li Huiyan and Tiange Entertainment are under the protection of Tianqing sect. Your Excellency, are you threatening them in public because you want to start a war with Tianqing sect? Humph. The old man in sackcloth said disdainfully, Bai Choufei, since we're old acquaintances, I'll remind you. Now, Huaxia is no longer the world of Tianqing School. After today, all the dojos of Tianqing School will change owners and withdraw from Huaxia. Also, Lord Jeffrey of the Myth Alliance will also force Tianqing School to kill demons and sign the agreement. If they don't obey, they will be trampled to death. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Tianqing School can't do it, but you still cling to their thighs and resist the Dragon Slayer Zhang family. Do you want to live too long? He just snorted, and Bai Choufei seemed to have been hit hard. His face was pale, and he stumbled back a few steps. Boss, are you okay? Zhao Qinzi and Tang Yuyu hurriedly supported him, only to see that his 7 orifices were bleeding. It was a shocking sight. At that moment, the old servant in sackcloth had already used his spiritual awareness to seriously injure Bai Choufei. Bai Choufei had also cultivated, but he was just an ordinary qi refining cultivator. There was still a big gap between him and the old servant in sackcloth who was in the Zhuji phase. It was like a 3-year-old child meeting an adult giant. Vulnerable. The old servant in sackcloth showed a sarcastic smile, then slightly leaned to the side, made a please gesture, and said with a smile, Please, Miss Li, don't embarrass the old man, and don't let young Master Zhang wait for a long time. Huiyan, don't go. Bai Choufei struggled to get up, but he immediately vomited blood and his body was on the verge of collapse. He had just been hit hard by the old servant in sackcloth, and standing up was already his limit. Li Huiyan stood there alone, as if there was nothing she could do, and she could only accept her fate. The people between Li Huiyan and Zhang Kai all avoided and tried to curry favor with the Zhang family. No one dared to help Li Huiyan and Bai Choufei. Behind Zhang Kai stood the Dragon Slayer Zhang family, a nascent soul great lord of heaven. Who dared to provoke him? Tang Yuyu was so anxious that her eyes were red, and she was about to cry. Zhao Qinzi sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Li Huiyan slowly raised her head and was about to refute. Next to her, a light and leisurely voice suddenly came. Hui Yan told you to get out. Get out of here quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you looking for death? Chapter 1725. Everyone fell silent. The entire place was deathly silent. Countless people couldn't even make the slightest sound. Countless people looked at the source of the voice. A young man in an old robe was swirling a glass of red wine. This young man had gray hair and an ordinary face, like a drop of water in the sea. No one would notice him. Who is this? How dare he go against the Zhang family? Does he want to die? In an instant, the same thought appeared in many people's minds, as if they were looking at a short-lived ghost. Aunt. Do you know that there are some things you can't interfere with? The hemp-clothed old servant laughed proudly with his hands behind his back. He was a dog that relied on its master's power. He was deliberately imitating Jiang Tian's movements and posture. Even though he was a member of the hidden sects, he had paid close attention to Jiang Tian back when he dominated the entire world and suppressed the various multidimensional worlds in the solar system. Jiang Tian had still left a deep impression on him, making him revere him and wish that he could be in Jiang Tian's place. However, his imitation was always a bit deliberate. Without Jiang Tian's experience, he was like a 3-year-old child pretending to be an adult. He was petty and ignorant. Trying to be a tiger but ended up being a dog. This was probably his current state. Dog slave, who do you think you are? Even your ancestral patriarch, Zhang Huairan, doesn't have the right to be so arrogant in front of me. Jiang Tian walked over leisurely and sneered. Everyone dispersed as if they were avoiding the plague, and they opened up a path for him. They all looked at Jiang Tian with gazes of surprise, pity, and bewilderment. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he challenge the dignity of the Zhang family? Was there something wrong with his head? You're courting death. Zhang Kai was furious and his eyes were full of murderous intent. In his heart, Patriarch Zhang Huairan was an existence akin to a Buddha. How could he allow others to blaspheme him? At this moment, he wanted to kill Jiang Tian on the spot. But he still held it in. The purpose of this exchange event was to deal with Tianqing School. It wasn't good to complicate things. Of course, he wouldn't really let Jiang Tian go. When Jiang Tian was alone, he could naturally make a move. Who are you? The old man carefully sized up Jiang Tian and suddenly felt that Jiang Tian was very familiar. You are not worthy of me answering your question. Jiang Tian continued to walk closer. The old man scanned Jiang Tian with his divine sense, only to find that Jiang Tian's body was empty, no different from a mortal's. His eyes were filled with contempt as he said coldly, if it weren't for young Master Zhang, there wouldn't be any accidents today. I'll definitely twist off your head and kick it like a ball. With that, he ignored Jiang Tian completely. He stared at Li Huiyan with a pair of sharp and cold eyes and said in a serious tone, Miss Li, how long are you going to keep young Master Zhang waiting? It was a clear threat. Your arrogance and confidence is really like him. Unfortunately, you're not him, and you don't have his abilities. No one in this world can save me. Li Huiyan withdrew her gaze from Jiang Tian. Her eyes were filled with despair as she sighed regretfully. Zhang Kai couldn't wait any longer. He looked at the time and said leisurely, I'll go up first. Linen, remember to take her to the top floor. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Li Huiyan, you're shameless. Don't blame this old man for offending you. The old man in linen had finally lost his patience. His face was ferocious and his eyes were cold. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Li Huiyan's neck like an eagle's claw. Sizzle. Sizzle. The air was filled with the sound of his claw. That claw could pierce through gold and iron. If it hit, even an immortal state overlord would not be able to withstand it, let alone an ordinary person like Li Huiyan. Although Li Huiyan had a protective talisman, she could not withstand the attack of a sky immortal. Countless people felt a chill down their spines when they saw this. Sigh, the cultivation world is like a primitive jungle. The strong are respected and the weak are like ants. Li Huiyuan's backer is Kang Taechu, but now that she has lost her backer, what can she do? Ha! She used to be powerful with Kang Taechu's help and no one in the world dared to offend her. Now that Kang Taechu is gone, she's not even worth mentioning. She doesn't know what's good for her. Looks like Zhang Kai only sees her as a toy. Even if he doesn't destroy her, he will definitely humiliate her. At this moment, everyone's expression was different. Some sighed regretfully, some mocked and some gloated. Do you think I'm joking? Right at this moment, everyone saw the gray-haired youth actually take another step forward, and they couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. This person was courting death again and again. I said, get lost. Jiang Tiantian's words were very calm, but to the elder in the linen robe, it was like a clap of thunder. Dragon demonic roar. Jiang Tian had activated this divine power when he was at the qi refinement stage. However, Jiang Tian was now a nascent soul heavenly lord and a divine grade nascent soul. When he used this divine power, it was more than 100 times more powerful than before. You! The old man in linen was startled. He felt as if 10,000 cannonballs had exploded in his ears. The sound waves were mixed with terrifying true essence and blasted into his ears, nose, mouth and organs. His body shook violently and blood spurted out from his nose and mouth like arrows. But the next second, he knew that it was an understatement to call it a cannonball. The horrifying Zhen Yuan vibrated once again, and the old man's skin rippled like water as horrifying cracks appeared all over his skin. Then, his muscle fibers floated up like silk, and finally, his body exploded, turning into a mass of blood mist that filled the air. What? The power of his words is terrifying. Everyone was baffled, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jiang Tian's sound wave attack was only aimed at the old man in linen. It was like a high-pressure water gun that didn't leak at all. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Tian had only said one sentence calmly and the old man in linen, a third-level foundation establishment sky immortal, exploded in the air. HM. A sound wave attack. A cultivator. Only Zhang Kai's expression changed abruptly as he stared at Jiang Tian with a pair of eyes that were as sharp as swords. Oh. So it's a cultivator who uses sound wave attacks. He actually killed a third-level nascent soul celestial immortal so casually. Is he a golden core perfected cultivator? Only when they heard this did everyone realize that all of this was done by Jiang Tian, and they couldn't help but gasp as they were extremely shocked. He's so handsome, and he's a very powerful cultivator. Perfect. Tang Yuyu stared at Jiang Tian with her beautiful eyes full of worship. She couldn't wait to throw herself into Jiang Tian's arms. Who is this person? Although he has good intentions, he's too reckless. Zhao Qinzi was a little worried. It's him. It must be him. It's Jiang Tian. A person's appearance can be changed, but habitual movements and temperament are difficult to change. At this time, Li Huiyan looked at Jiang Tian carefully and suddenly understood. Her heart was filled with excitement and moved, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 1726. Li Huiyan was a professional actress who had learned micro-expressions from a specially hired teacher. She could tell whether a person was real or not based on their micro-expressions, movements, and behavior. Veterans don't even need to see you in person. They can recognize you just by looking at your back. When Li Huiyan first saw him, she also felt that he was similar to Jiang Tian, but he wasn't Jiang Tian. He was much older than Jiang Tian. However, she found that he was exactly the same as Jiang Tian, except that he was taller and had white hair. The distance of his footsteps, the way he walked and the way he held his hands behind his back were almost identical to Jiang Tian. She was sure that he was Jiang Tian, but she didn't say anything. She knew that Jiang Tian wasn't an ordinary person. Every word and action of his contained deep meaning. Since he had changed his appearance and concealed his identity, he must have his reasons. Naturally, she couldn't expose him. Do you think a golden core cultivator is qualified to challenge the dragon-slaying Zhang family? You should know that he is backed by a nascent soul heavenly lord. Ah, he's a talented person since he can reach the golden core level. However, he didn't know how terrifying the background of the Zhang clan was. What he did is like hitting a stone with an egg. Jiang Tian killed with a single sentence, shocking everyone present. But more people didn't think so. The dragon-slaying Zhang family was one of the top forces in Huaxia and had more than one nascent soul heavenly lord. Even if they weren't afraid of Zhang Kai, they still had to show some respect to the dragon-slaying Zhang family. However, Jiang Tian had killed Zhang Kai's personal servant just because of a disagreement. That was undoubtedly a slap in the face. How could he tolerate it? As expected. Soon, Zhang Kai's face became cold. The murderous intent in his eyes was as sharp as a sword. He stared at Jiang Tian and said, "Who are you? Don't you know the name of the dragon-slaying Zhang family?" The dragon-slaying Zhang family? Jiang Tian smiled and said disdainfully. "How dare you use this name to scare people? You should feel ashamed. What sins did Ao Bing of Dragon Pool's lineage commit for you to kill him? He's a demon. He should be killed." Zhang Kai said matter-of-factly. How dare you speak up for the demon race? Don't you know that the Global Mythological Alliance has already listed the shifters as a must-kill? The Big Dipper Righteous Alliance has also declared war on the shifters. It was common knowledge that the demon clan was the greatest enemy of the human clan. If word of this gets out, you'll definitely die. You're courting death. If word of this gets out, the human cultivators will gang up on you and tear you to pieces. The other cultivators also looked at Jiang Tian with mocking expressions. Demons should be killed. Jiang Tian said indifferently, "Let me ask you. When the cultivators from the ruins of immortality landed on Mars and began to march to Earth, Ao Bing's bloodline, Alexander's bloodline, and the mermen of the Bermuda Delta all fought. Where were you at that time?" Zhang Kai was dumbfounded, speechless. That day, when the Divine General led the expedition to the ruins of immortality to Mars and was about to attack Earth, the Myth Alliance and Zhao Xueqing had issued a call for all cultivators above the Golden Core level to participate in the battle on Mars. In fact, the Zhang family was also paying attention at that time. However, they were all selfish and didn't want to get into trouble with the ruins of immortality, so they all hid. It could be said that the Zhang family didn't make any contributions in the Battle of the Ruins of Immortality. On the contrary, many demons were able to withstand the harsh environment because of their special bloodlines and physiques, so they shone in the battle on Mars. Ao Bing even killed more than 20 nascent soul cultivators in a row. It could be said that his contribution was great. But in the end, because of the manipulation of the Righteous Alliance, the Dragon Pool Demon King Ao Bing and all the demons on Earth became the target of public criticism. They were surrounded and killed by many forces. Their entire family died tragically. The Zhang clan had actually taken over the nest of a magpie and occupied the Dragon Lake. They had even shamelessly given themselves the title of the Dragon Slayer clan. Let me ask you again. Since the establishment of the Myth Alliance, have the demons on Earth hurt any human? Have they bullied the weak? Jiang Tian took another step forward and asked coldly. Well, everyone, including Zhang Kai, was surprised again. After the establishment of the Myth Alliance, the demons had regarded the declaration of the Myth Alliance as a standard and had indeed not killed any human. Even when the violent demon beasts invaded the cities, the demons had already stood on the side of humans and fought to the end. In those 2 years, more than tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of demons had died in battle to protect humans. But you, Jiang Tian took another step forward and mocked. Some so-called humans have long forgotten the oath spread when the Myth Alliance was established. The strong fight for the weak. All the creatures on Earth are a community with a shared future. You are heartless and vicious. You have attacked your comrades. You have disregarded human lives and bullied the weak. You have turned a vigorous and orderly society into hell and a primitive jungle. You are not as good as the demons. With every sentence Jiang Tian said, he took a step forward. After a few sentences, he had already walked to the center of the field and faced Zhang Kai, looking down at him as if he were an ant. How dare you speak for the demons? You are a traitor to humanity. Zhang Kai did not want to argue, his murderous intent was exposed as he coldly said, I'll kill you to tell the world what the consequences of colluding with the demons are. Zhang Kai pointed at the vast sky outside the window and said aggressively, this place is too narrow. Let's go. This place is too narrow and restricts our movements. If you have the guts, then come with me to that vast world and fight to your heart's content. Wow! Are they going to fight this time? The old man in a linen robe killed a Foundation Establishment Sky Immortal with a snap of his fingers. It's rare to see a battle between two Golden Core perfected cultivators. Broadcast it. When they saw Jiang Tian and the old man in a linen robe fighting, many reporters immediately swarmed over like flies smelling blood. Those who watched the live stream also started to do so, which attracted countless netizens. This exchange meeting had already attracted a lot of attention. There were many people watching it in the venue and even in the live stream rooms. Now, there was another conflict, and it was related to Li Huiyan and the dragon-slaying Zhang family. It instantly set off a huge wave. All the netizens on the internet rushed to the live broadcast room. What? Someone is challenging the dragon-slaying Zhang clan's young master Zhang Kai for Li Huiyan? Tell me, who's there? Who's streaming? I want to see it. In the camera, Jiang Tian was wearing a long robe and a pair of sunglasses. He was surrounded by Li Huiyan and a few other national goddesses. He stepped on the old man's blood-stained head and faced Zhang Kai, the young master of the Zhang family. It was indeed eye-catching. When people heard that Zhang Kai had challenged Jiang Tian, the audience, as well as all the live stream rooms, fell silent. Even the bullet screen disappeared. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Jiang Tian, anticipating his strong reaction. Chapter 1727. I'm not going. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Tian shook his head. For a moment, both the audience and the audience in front of the screen were disappointed. You're quite sharp-tongued. Zhang Kai's face was full of ridicule as he said disdainfully, but what's the use of having a sharp tongue? Unfortunately, that's all you can do. At that time, that Shin Mange was also sharp-tongued, but she was still captured by me. I beat her until her little face was split open, and she couldn't scream anymore. As soon as he said that, coldness appeared in Jiang Tian's eyes. He didn't dare to provoke Brother Zhang. That's a wise move. At this moment, behind Zhang Kai, another young man laughed complacently. Who dares to provoke the 5 heavenly lords of the human race? Not to mention him, even the Tianqing sect wouldn't dare. He was Qi Zhuoran, the young master of the Qi Jinglei family, one of the 5 heavenly lord families. He had a good relationship with Zhang Kai. At this moment, he had to speak up for Zhang Kai. When I destroyed the Tianqing school's Diansang Daoist sect, the Tianqing school didn't dare to say a word. Tianqing school can't survive in Huaxia anymore. They can only swallow their anger. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. Tsing Xian from the Tseng Ilong family, another heavenly lord family, also laughed. That's right, this guy can only bully Foundation Establishment cultivators. He's a golden core perfected cultivator like Brother Zhang Kai. He raised his chin, but did not look at Jiang Tian at all. Instead, he stared at Tang Yuyu behind him and said, You're a peak stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Apologize to Brother Zhang Kai now and we'll let you go. Also, let those small celebrities drink with us. This is the end of this matter. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Tian was going to beg for mercy, Zhang Kai waved his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back, smiling smugly. I said I won't go out, but I didn't say I'll let you go. However, Jiang Tian said leisurely, what I mean is, killing you is just a flick of my sleeve. Why do we need to go out? What did you say? In an instant, Zhang Kai's face flickered with both shock and anger. You're courting death. His body bent like a bow and shot out, punching toward Jiang Tian. In his rage, although he did not use his Dharma form, he had used all of his strength in this punch. His immortal chi exploded in all directions, filling up a radius of 3 meters. In this small space, the space suddenly shattered, like the center of a nuclear explosion. Be careful. Li Huiyan, Tang Yuyu, Zhao Qinzi, and Bai Choufei all cried out in alarm. Except for Li Huiyan, the three of them didn't see through Jiang Tian's identity. They only thought that he was a rogue cultivator who spoke up for justice. Since they couldn't figure out Jiang Tian's cultivation, they were naturally worried. Even though Li Huiyan guessed that it was Jiang Tian, she didn't have much confidence. Jiang Tian had killed golden core cultivators before, but they were all ordinary golden core cultivators. And Zhang Kai was rumored to have an 8th-grade golden core, comparable to an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Another reckless cannon fodder. Only Zhang Yilin watched from afar with a mocking smile. Get out! Jiang Tian didn't even look at Zhang Kai, he just waved his sleeve casually. No one felt anything strange from Jiang Tian's wave of his sleeve. But the result was extremely horrifying. There was a muffled bang. Zhang Kai was instantly smashed into pieces. A rain of crystal-clear flesh and broken bones sprinkled down. Even his dantian and golden core that were said to be indestructible were instantly turned into a bloody mist and powder. His thin and ethereal soul was just about to flee when Jiang Tian raised his hand and pulled it towards him. If there was still some blood on the ground, people would even think that Zhang Kai had never appeared at the meeting that night. Hiss! Is he dead? Zhang Kai, the young master of the dragon-slaying Zhang family, was killed by him. How dare he kill Zhang Kai? Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the dragon-slaying Zhang family? Oh my god! That's the dragon-slaying Zhang family. The power of his sleeve is terrifying. For a moment, there was an uproar. Everyone was so scared that their legs turned to jelly and they stepped back. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. They looked at Jiang Tian as if they were looking at a demon. What the fuck, especially Qi Zhuoran and Seng Xian, who were completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that such a situation would happen. Zhang Kai, the elite disciple of the dragon-slaying Zhang family, who had an 8th-grade golden core and had reached the late stage, was killed by an inexplicable rogue cultivator. This was simply like a fantasy story, causing people to feel disbelief. This guy is very powerful. He is at least in the golden core stage, and I'm afraid he is at the late stage of the golden core stage. Seng Xian's face was pale, and he was terrified to the extreme. He staggered back like a stray dog, and he wished for nothing more than to run away. He was only an early-stage golden core cultivator and the grade of his golden core was average. The difference between him and Zhang Kai was not just a little bit. Jiang Tian killed Zhang Kai with a wave of his sleeve. It would be easy for him to kill Seng Xian. Sigh. We are in big trouble today. I'm afraid there will be a big fight. Qi Zhuoran said. Of course, he was powerful after killing Zhang Kai. But Zhang Kai had a nascent soul heavenly lord behind him. Was this kid not afraid of death? At this moment, Mo Yuza, who was in the crowd, suddenly panicked and said in a low voice, Li Fifan, don't you think this person looks like Jiang Taichu? Li Fifan's face also darkened. If Kang Taichu returned, those who had betrayed Jiang Tian and followed the 5 new heavenly lords would be punished. They would be doomed. No. It can't be him. He just looks a bit like him. Li Fifan clenched his fists and encouraged himself. He was only a golden core cultivator when he left. I heard that a golden core cultivator couldn't travel across the galaxy. He must have died in the universe or in the ruins of deity. Meanwhile, the scene had been broadcast to every corner of the world through various live streaming software and media. Billions of people on the internet witnessed it. It was the center of attention. The glorious return of a peerless overlord. However, they still didn't know that the man with white hair and sunglasses was Jiang Tian. Oh my god. He killed Zhang Kai, the prodigy of the dragon-slaying Zhang family. This kid is way too strong. What level is he at? I didn't see his dantian vibrating, golden core roaring or dharma form. But he must be at least a golden core perfected cultivator to kill an 8th grade golden core cultivator. Yes. Cultivation level is not important to him now. If he can kill Zhang Kai, it means he is at least a golden core perfected cultivator. A golden core perfected cultivator. I'm afraid it's more than that. Even a peak stage golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to kill a peak stage golden core cultivator. If their power was similar, the battle would be in a stalemate and they would have to fight for 300 rounds. However, this person in front of him had destroyed his opponent's soul with just a casual wave of his sleeve. This was clearly a one-hit kill of a crushing level. He must be a nascent soul heavenly lord. In a blink, the entire internet was in an uproar. It was as if a pot of ice water had been poured into a pot of hot oil. No one could remain calm. They were all incredibly shocked, unable to overlook this matter. They were all discussing and guessing Jiang Tian's strength and identity. A nascent soul heavenly lord. No wonder he dared to provoke the dragon-slaying Zhang family. He's a nascent soul heavenly lord. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? A nascent soul heavenly lord has appeared in Huaxia. When they realized that Jiang Tian might be a nascent soul heavenly lord, the internet was even more shocked. This news was like a hurricane that swept across the internet and the real world. It set off huge waves, and no one could remain calm. Countless netizens were dumbfounded. They stared at Jiang Tian as if flowers had bloomed on his face. Everyone was shocked, frightened, admiring. They didn't want to look away anymore. Chapter 1728. Even with the support and guidance of the beta cultivators on Earth, no one had entered the soul formation level yet. The nascent soul cultivators were the dominators among the natives on Earth. At the moment, there were only a few hundred natives on Earth who had reached the nascent soul level. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They were all ancestral patriarchs at the top of the pyramid of power, dominating a country or a sect. Compared to golden core overlords, nascent soul cultivators were worlds apart. Once they entered the nascent soul level, they would be in charge of their own lives and would be called heavenly lords. Their power would be in harmony with Dharma laws and they would be in harmony with the world, controlling the laws and forming a forbidden area. That man slapped Zhang Kai to death. I'm afraid it's just a prelude. I'm afraid he's going to declare war on the Zhang family and the new guardians of Huaxia. But who was this person? He does look like the alliance master of the Taichu sect. Is he his disciple? Zhang Shisan, a loyal fan of Jiang Tian, yelled excitedly in front of the screen. Wow, that white-haired heavenly lord is so handsome. It gave people a feeling of vicissitudes of life, and it reminded me of an old song, your hair is like snow, sad and beautiful as we part. I burn incense, who have I touched? I wonder how handsome he would be if he took off his sunglasses. I'm completely fascinated by him. Fans of Jiang Tian appeared everywhere on the live stream, Weibo, Douyin and headlines. Many girls were immediately attracted to Jiang Tian and were impressed by Jiang Tian's power when he slapped Zhang Kai to death. Some people even formed the White-Haired Heavenly Lord fan club and Snow-Haired fan club. However, there were also some old and wise people who shook their heads when they saw this. It's useless. That white-haired Heavenly Lord is only a nascent soul cultivator. The Zhang family alone has more than one nascent soul cultivator, and several Heavenly Lords. The 5 Supreme Heavenly Lord families are working together to control the cultivation world in Huaxia. That white-haired Heavenly Lord offended one of the 5 Supreme Heavenly Lord families. How can he be a match for them? The development of the situation also confirmed their speculation. At this moment, the people of the Zhang clan also began to report the great change that had occurred. Report it to the dragon-slaying Zhang family, and even the Huaxia Guardians Alliance and the Myth Alliance. After all, This event seemed to be hosted by the Zhang family and the guardians of Huaxia, but it was actually controlled by the Myth Alliance. They were even following the orders of the Big Dipper Righteous Alliance. His goal was to gradually weaken Jiang Tian's influence and compress Tianqing School's living space until it was completely uprooted. Now that there was such a huge change in the exchange gathering, the person in charge of the scene naturally didn't dare to be negligent and reported it to the higher-ups. Hundreds of miles away from the Gold City, a luxurious flying boat, which was about 1,000 feet long, was emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the layers of leaden clouds. It was flying towards the Gold City at lightning speed. The interior of the cabin was luxuriously furnished. There were all sorts of spirit-gathering arrays, temperature-controlling arrays, defensive arrays, and soundproofing arrays. Any random decoration was a spirit treasure or true artifact. Moreover, they came from the Big Dipper Righteous Alliance. Their magic power fluctuations were extremely strong and priceless. If he took it out, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by cultivators. In the most spacious cabin, a few nascent soul stage cultivators were sitting cross-legged, discussing with solemn expressions. Originally, the three nascent soul stage elders of the Snow God Palace, as well as Kai Shaochen and other disciples, came to the Zhang Jinghua family in Beijing to buy my live broadcast platform, but suddenly, we lost contact. We rushed to the scene overnight, but there was no trace of the Zhang family. According to the surrounding people, it seems that a nascent soul stage cultivator had made a move, and the battle was earth-shattering. Yang Chen, the palace master of the Snow God Palace and one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in China, said in a deep voice as his eyes shone brightly. He looked like he was only in his 40s, wearing a jade-colored Taoist robe, but his eyes were incomparably weathered, as if he had experienced the changes of the world and was used to the mortal world, proving that he wasn't as young as he looked. In particular, his face gave an extremely cold and gloomy feeling. Around him, there were also ice and snow laws surrounding him, forming snowflakes, ice crystals, glaciers, and other phenomena. Obviously, the laws were very condensed and formed a forbidden area, and it was getting stronger over time, indicating that this person had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. That's strange. Not to mention Kai Shaochen, the 3 nascent soul elders who we lost contact with are all disciples of the Beihan sect. Their bloodlines have merged and they're living in other people's bodies. Their dharma power is earth-shattering, and they're comparable to us. Besides, they're all equipped with supreme-grade Taoist artifacts. Even if we wanted to kill them, we wouldn't dare to fight them head-on. Who can kill them? Besides, we didn't receive any information back then because we blocked immortal will communication. Apparently, the person who did it must be a nascent soul heavenly lord. Qi Jinglei, the person in charge of the Wuya arena, said in a deep voice. Qi Jinglei was skinny, but his energy was as deep as the ocean and as tall as a mountain, giving people a feeling that it was boundless. Qi Jinglei used to be the owner of a famous secret land of the Yin sect. However, after he met the cultivators of the Beidu sect, he was immediately shocked and felt inferior. He changed his sect name and changed it to the Boundless Tao sect. He became the Boundless Tao sect's representative and training organization on Earth. He abandoned the ancestral tablets of his ancestors and claimed to be the grand disciple of the Boundless Tao sect's sect master. He was immensely pleased with himself. Who is it? Is it someone from the Tianqing school? Huang Linger is missing and the other nascent soul cultivators haven't recovered yet. They can't do anything. Zhang Huairan, the leader of the Zhang family, frowned and said. He looked to be in his 60s with white hair, triangular eyes, and an aquiline nose. He gave people the feeling that he was an ambitious and cunning old fox. His eyes flickered as his eyeballs rolled. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "That's right." What's more terrifying is that I also received a piece of news. A few hours after the incident at the Snow God's Palace, all the members of the Beidu sect at the Langyi Academy were killed, including Divine Prince Qianlong. The old man suspects that the 2 incidents were done by the same person. What? Divine Prince Qianlong was also killed? How is that possible? Who did it? Is there a conflict within the Beta sect? Everyone was shocked and exclaimed in surprise. Because they thought that no one on earth could kill Divine Prince Qianlong, it can't be the same person. Zheng Yilong, the owner of the Desolation Temple, said coldly, even a peak-stage soul formation cultivator would need at least a day to travel from Yanjin to the Langyi Academy. How could this person do it? Unless he's a Void Return Saint. Now that they had become the lackeys of the Big Dipper Righteous Alliance, they had learned that there were Void Return and Dao Reunion cultivators above the Soul Formation cultivators. More importantly, how did Zhang Yilin find the Dharma artifact? What a headache. Ji Muxian, the leader of the Huaxia Guardians and the current sect master of the Kunlun sect, shook his head and heaved a sigh. I heard that Han Ming Zongzi has heard about it and he's furious. He ordered us to kill Zhang Yilin and destroy the Tianqing school as soon as possible. So what if she's dead? The Tianqing school is just an ant. Zhang Yilin didn't know what was good for her and had to release the Dharma artifact. Zhang Huiran sneered. If she hadn't, Han Ming Zongzi would have tried to appease her. He would have used decades or even centuries to turn Earth into the world of the Beihan sect and other sects. And the Tianqing school would have at least 20 to 30 years to survive. Since she has announced it, there's no need for Han Ming Zongzi to pretend anymore. Just kill her. Yeah. She really doesn't know what's good for her. Qi Jinglei also sneered. We humans on Earth are just ants and caterpillars. We're too inferior. Even if it's an invasion, it's still a blessing for Earth. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for evolution. We should welcome them with open arms. The people on Earth are too stupid. They want to relocate and cherish what they have. Qi Jinglei shook his head with disdain as if he were the only one who was sober. He shook his head and said, they're always clinging to the idea of territory and country. They don't know the vastness of the universe and the vastness of the universe. They don't know that once their cultivation level increases, the entire universe will be at their disposal. They definitely won't be willing to give up Earth and let the cultivators of the Beihan sect come. They're full of hatred. It's because of Han Ming Zongzi's wisdom. He had already anticipated this. That's why he allowed the Beta monsters to invade Earth to train the humans. At the same time, it would make it easier for the Northern Frost sect and the Alliance of Justice and Order to descend on Earth. What's the big deal about sacrificing a few 100,000 people for the overall improvement of the cultivation civilization on Earth? This is the reform, the revolution. Ji Muxian nodded in agreement and sighed with emotion. Since ancient times, there have always been people who shed blood and sacrifice. Let's start with US. Wasn't it normal for all human beings to shed blood and sacrifice in the great process of evolution and sublimation? Some people are just short-sighted, just like village women. At this moment, a golden core cultivator quickly walked over and said in a deep voice, Zhang clan head, I have some unfortunate news. Chapter 1729. Who dares to make trouble at the Zhang family's banquet? You're looking for death. Zhang Huiran was furious after hearing that. In addition to the pain of his grandson's death, he was also furious that his dignity had been offended. After all, everyone in the cultivation world knew that the Zhang family was behind the Kunlun building and Zhang Kai. Killing Zhang Kai in the Kunlun building, the home of the Zhang family, was equivalent to disrespecting the dragon-slaying Zhang family. I suspect that this person is likely to be related to the Zhang family in Yanjing and the Langyi Academy. Ji Muxian's eyes flashed coldly and he ordered coldly, full speed ahead. Brothers, don't be merciful. Just kill him. If we really kill the main culprit, he'll definitely die. We can also explain to Han Ming Zongzi. As soon as he said that. Yes, Alliance Master. Several nascent soul heavenly lords present were full of killing intent and their eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. Zhang Kai was killed by Jiang Tian with a wave of his sleeve. At that moment, everyone was shocked. At this moment, Bai Choufei was full of worry. The white-haired heavenly lord killed Zhang Kai, the young master of the Zhang family, which was equivalent to igniting a barrel of gunpowder. It was bound to lead to the bloody revenge of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Bai Qiufei walked quickly and bowed deeply. He said respectfully and eagerly in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, Senior Heavenly Lord. But you can't stay here for a long time. You'd better leave quickly." "Yes." Tang Yuyu was also worried. Zhao Qinzi didn't say anything and looked complicated. But in her heart, she was thinking that if this boy escaped to a faraway place, the Zhang family would probably put this blood debt on Li Huyan's head. What should she do then? It was better to let him stay and take all the blame. However, she couldn't bring herself to say such selfish words. After all, a few young masters had already set the flames of war on the three girls, and had the intention of taking her and Tang Yuyu away to play with them. Without Jiang Tian standing up for them, they would have become everything under their feet. Only Li Huyan stared at Jiang Tian affectionately. Her beautiful eyes were misty, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Her emotions were in turmoil, and she didn't want others to know. Zhang Yilin stood in the distance and sipped the red wine with relish, as if watching a good show. She sighed in her heart, "Li Huyan's feelings for my cousin are really extraordinary. Even I, a woman, can't help but feel pity for her. It's a pity that my cousin is too frigid. He's been through thousands of flowers, but not a single leaf has tainted his body. What a waste of God's gift. Why should I leave?" Jiang Tian's expression was indifferent. He actually pulled over a chair and sat down, assuming the posture of, "I'm not leaving." He even picked up the plate of fruits and ate with relish. "Wait, they'll have a large number of people." Hearing this, Bai Qiufei's eyes were full of anxiety. Facing a nascent soul heavenly lord, he was cautious. Even though he kindly reminded Jiang Tian, he didn't dare to look down on him. Zhao Qinzi remained silent, but a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Why should I leave?" "Because you're in big trouble. The dragon-slaying Zhang family has several nascent soul heavenly lords, and their leader, Zhang Huairan, is a top nascent soul heavenly lord. Besides, they have the Kunlun sect, the guardians of Hua Xia, the Myth Alliance and the Beihan sect behind them. What do you have to compete with them? No matter how powerful you are, you're just a nascent soul heavenly lord without any background. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. How can you be a match for them?" "Oh, I've been waiting for Zhang Huairan and Ji Muxian." Jiang Tian sipped the champagne and said with a smile, "How can I leave halfway?" He said matter-of-factly, "When the 5 supreme heavenly lords come, I'll kill them all." When everyone heard this, whether it was the people at the scene or the audience in the live stream, they were all dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Is this white-haired heavenly lord crazy? He's too arrogant. No matter how powerful you are, you can't do it alone. How are you going to deal with the large group of people coming in person? Right, they might even be supported by the cultivators from outside the region. He's no match for them. Right, the white-haired heavenly lord is definitely no match for the 5 heavenly lords. But you're still young and there's still room for improvement. There's no need for you to fight them head-on. You should stay away from them and preserve your strength. Right, that's called strategic retreat. Where there's life, there's hope. All kinds of comments appeared on the screen. Some people sighed, some mocked, and some tried to persuade him. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Tian trying to fight the 5 heavenly lords head-on was like trying to hit a rock with an egg, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was overestimating himself. After all, they had all seen how the 5 heavenly lords killed large beasts and dominated the world, even beyond the heavens. The power of the 5 heavenly lords had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. In everyone's opinion, the 5 heavenly lords were invincible. Bai Qiufei sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyeballs almost popping out. He had never seen such a suicidal person. Zhao Qinzi also frowned and felt annoyed. How could this kid be so arrogant? He didn't even listen to any kind advice. Even Tang Yu, who had always been overwhelmed by Jiang Tian's divine might, frowned slightly. This white-robed heavenly monarch still dared to speak arrogantly when his life was at stake. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Ji Mingchuan, the Zongzi of the Kunlun sect, is here. While Zhao Qinzi and the others were thinking, a noise came from the door. He looked up and saw a handsome young man wearing a purple golden crown and a custom-made blue robe. His long hair reached his shoulders, and he had a pair of unruly eyes. His Daoist robe had been specially modified. It was not the traditional Daoist robe with wide sleeves. Instead, it was more slim-fitting, almost like a long robe. However, the front and back of the robe were embroidered with the patterns of Yin and Yang, Tai Chi, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Mingchuan Zongzi. Master Zongzi. Ji Mingchuan. Ah! It's him. He's so handsome. Countless tycoons and cultivators bowed to Chen Fan with even more respect than Zhang Kai. Even Qi Zhuoran, Seng Xian, Li Fifan and Mo Yuza were like believers who had seen God. After the arrival of the Beta Star, Ji Muxian's family benefited the most among the cultivation forces in Huaxia. Among the younger generation, Ji Mingchuan was the most outstanding one. He had received personal guidance from Han Ming, the Zongzi of the Beihan sect. Within a year, he had entered the Golden Core level and reached the 9th grade Golden Core level. When he formed the nascent soul, he would be a nascent soul seed and would be called a quasi-heavenly lord. Zhang Kai, Qi Zhuoran and Seng Xian all respected him and regarded him as their spiritual leader. If he had any orders, they would obey him without question. Zhang Kai is useless. He can't even beat an itinerant cultivator. Why doesn't he just die? Ji Mingchuan walked over and listened to everyone's reports. He was furious and cursed under his breath. The plan was to have the last competition with the Tianqing school to decide the ownership of the 100 Medicine Valley. After the competition, the Tianqing school would withdraw from Huaxia and Sidoni would be the only one left. Before they took action, Ji Mingchuan, who was the person in charge of this competition, had also instructed everyone not to cause unnecessary trouble and cause other conflicts. However, he had never thought that Zhang Kai would be killed for offending Li Huiyan. Offending Li Huiyan was not a big deal. The point was, he was killed. This was too shameful. Standing 10 meters away from Jiang Tian, Ji Mingchuan was stunned for a moment. He also felt that Jiang Tian looked a little familiar, but he couldn't match him to anyone. He then shouted in a dignified manner, "I actually killed Zhang Kai, the eldest son of the dragon-slaying Zhang family. Do you want to become enemies with the China Guardians Alliance?" His shout was like a thunderclap that shook the cultivators present to the point their vital energy and blood roiled, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The mortals stumbled backward. Under the violent pressure, many of them knelt down on the spot. This is the power of a 9th grade golden core. The power of a quasi-heavenly lord is too terrifying. Countless people cried out in their hearts. They felt as if they were facing a demon god when facing him. Their minds were shaken, and they felt uneasy. Their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Wouldn't it have been better if you had left earlier? Now that we've attracted a fatal disaster, I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. Bai Qiufei, Zhao Qinzi, and Tang Yu were all lamenting. Yes, so what? Jiang Tian's expression was calm as he leisurely spoke. This caused another uproar. Countless people were shocked. You! Ji Mingchuan was furious. He suppressed his anger and said, "Let go of Zhang Kai's divine soul. We can still discuss this." "What if I don't?" Jiang Tian withdrew Zhang Kai's faint and illusory soul and held it in his hand as if he was pinching a chick, then he sneered and replied with a question. Zhang Kai's divine soul was trembling, and he no longer had his original arrogance. He begged pitifully, "Senior white hair and sunglasses, please let me go." "Brother Mingchuan, don't do it." Ji Mingchuan's eyes flashed fiercely. He stepped forward and his golden core trembled. The Dharma form formed by 9 swords appeared behind him. He said, I'll kill you. Ha! Good. Come, try to kill me. You're far from being able to do that. Jiang Tian looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with killing intent and disdain. Suddenly, his right hand spat out energy, and his magic power surged. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Zhang Kai's divine soul shattered and disappeared. That was the real meaning of death for a golden core perfected cultivator. In an instant, there was dead silence. The countless guests couldn't even make the slightest sound. You! Ji Mingchuan was furious after being ignored by Jiang Tian. His face twisted and his eyes were cold. He pointed at Jiang Tian and the others with his right hand and said, You've successfully angered me. I, Ji Mingchuan, swear that you and your friends will die here. Bai Choufei and the others were so frightened that their legs went soft. Tang Yuyu's face turned pale. Zhao Qinzi's face was filled with resentment as she said, First sister, I originally thought that this person's cultivation was heaven-defying and that he might be worth relying on. I didn't expect him to be brainless. He seemed to be helping you, but he actually implicated you. Great, we're all going to be unlucky this time. Everyone thought that Ji Mingchuan's threat would scare Jiang Tian. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian was still completely calm, and he said indifferently, I've already given you a chance. But why do you want to court death again and again? Master, why do you have to do it? At this moment, a large black dog the size of a calf leaped out as if it had appeared out of thin air. The big black dog stood up like a human, with one paw on his waist and the other paw pointing at Ji Mingchuan. Saliva was dripping from his mouth as he said to Jiang Tian, I haven't really eaten his 9th grade golden core. Give me a chance, I want to taste it. Everyone was stunned and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 1730. Originally, they were looking forward to the battle between Jiang Tian and Ji Mingchuan. Unexpectedly, a big black dog appeared out of nowhere and claimed that it would eat Ji Mingchuan's 9th grade golden core. That was too exciting. What was even more frightening was that from the words of this large black dog, he seemed to have really eaten quite a few golden pills. What kind of dog was that? Undoubtedly, it's a dog demon. This dog demon is so domineering. Big black dog, don't be too cool. How dare it claim that it ate Ji Mingchuan's golden core? I have faith in you, you're a dog with a bright future. I also want a dog like that, much more domineering than my husky. In fact, since the recovery of spirit chi, it was not rare for demonic beasts and demons to gain intelligence and speak human language. However, it was rare to see one as crazy as the big black dog. In an instant, all the live stream channels were flooded with comments. As soon as the large black dog appeared, he immediately attracted countless fans. This was especially true for some dog lovers. This big black dog is so annoying. It doesn't know its place, it's just a furry beast, how dare it provoke my brother Mingchuan. Kill it and make it into a dog meat hot pot. My brother Mingchuan is a true disciple of the North Frost sect. He has a 9th grade golden core and has already formed his nascent soul, the #1 genius of the younger generation in Huaxia. This dog is just a demonic beast, what right does it have to provoke him? Haven't most of the demonic beasts been killed and are not allowed to enter human cities? How can this demonic dog still enter? We have to kill it. You reckless dog. Stupid dog. You've offended the king of hell this time. Don't you know that my Chuan Chuan is an expert in hunting demonic beasts and has already killed 20 golden core demonic beasts? However, there were also those who objected and hated it. Most of these people were Ji Mingchuan's little fangirls and female fans, who cursed the big black dog and hated it to the core. Ji Mingchuan was good-looking to begin with, and he often did beast hunting live streams, so the amount of exposure he received was also very shocking. As a result, Ji Mingchuan's popularity in Huaxia was no less than that of popular celebrities and young hunks. Those fangirls were crazy about him. He had many more female fans than Jiang Tian at his peak, and his loyalty was also much higher. After all, Jiang Tian was the kind of person who worked hard. He was not good at and disdained to put on a show, create a persona, interact with fans, and so on. Of course, Ji Mingchuan was the most furious. Damn dog, what did you say? At this moment, Ji Mingchuan was so angry that his body trembled. His golden core vibrated and the 9 Dharma form swords jumped around. The sword chi was so dense that he almost lost his mind. Ji Mingchuan had obtained the inheritance of the Beihan sect and reached the level 9 golden core. He had already reached the nascent soul level and was known as the Son of God. His strength, in a word, was invincible under the nascent soul stage. Looking at Hua Xia, even the leaders of the major cultivation sects and the aristocratic families would bow deeply to him, as if they were mortals meeting a god or commoners meeting an emperor. But a dog, a demon beast, actually said that it wanted to kill him and eat his golden core. At this moment, he wished that he could turn the dog into ashes to vent his anger. Bai Qiufei, Tang Yuyu, and Zhao Qinzi were all stunned. They were speechless and didn't know what to say. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "I'll give it to you." What? Preposterous. You've gone too far. Hearing this, Ji Mingchuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't expect that he would agree. Didn't this mean that in the eyes of this white-haired heavenly lord, he was inferior to his dog? Ji Mingchuan felt very wronged at this moment. Ever since the arrival of the Big Dipper, the Ji family of Kunlun had been lucky. Ji Mingchuan, on the other hand, was as powerful as a dragon. Jiang Tian's reputation back then was only on par with his current self. He had never imagined that there would be a day when he would actually be considered inferior to a dog by others. He might not have 100% confidence that he could defeat Jiang Tian. After all, Jiang Tian gave him an unfathomable feeling. It was very possible that he was an old monster that had hidden his cultivation base and suddenly appeared in this world. He still couldn't figure out Jiang Tian's background. But what was a dog demon that hadn't even stepped into the nascent soul stage? Alright. Ji Mingchuan, why don't you dig out your own golden core and give it to me to eat, saving me the trouble of doing it myself? At least, your soul can be saved. The big black dog, wearing big pants, stood on his feet and slowly approached. His eyes were high and arrogant to the extreme, as if victory was in his hands. He didn't put Ji Mingchuan in his eyes at all and actually asked him to destroy his own cultivation and offer up his golden core. Damn! The man is crazy, the dog is crazy too. A madman and a mad dog, don't be too compatible. Too arrogant. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was in the live broadcast room or at the scene, there were exclamations of disbelief. Go to hell. Ji Mingchuan roared and his Dharma form erupted, turning into 9 flying swords that swept out as fast as lightning. The cold sword chi froze the mountains and rivers. Swish! The cold sword chi was like 9 rainbows, dragging a long tail and piercing towards the big black dog. The moment it exploded, the temperature on the 100th floor of the Kunlun building plummeted by dozens of degrees. The walls were covered with ice crystals and snow filled the air. It was as if the early spring had turned into the coldest winter in an instant. If it weren't for the extraordinary identities of the people present and the protective Dharma artifacts that they bought with a lot of money, they would probably be frozen to death by the terrifying cold wave after the sword chi. They wouldn't even be able to last a minute. Wow! So cool! This long rainbow of sword energy is like a silver waterfall. It's too beautiful, too moving. My Chuan is so strong. No wonder he's the strongest person below the nascent soul stage. Hua Xia is the strongest. He's even stronger than Kang Teichu back then. Humph, how can Kang Teichu compare to him? Kang Teichu was only at the early stage of the golden core stage back then, and it was an ungraded golden core. But my Chuan is already at the nascent soul stage and has an extremely rare 9th grade golden core. For a moment, in the live broadcast room, many of Ji Mingchuan's fans were exclaiming and commenting. Trash! Facing the Dharma form flying swords, the big black dog snorted and stretched out his paw and flicked his fingers. Every time he flicked his fingers, it hit a flying sword. With a series of clangs, the fierce flying sword fell to the ground and turned into a golden core in the shape of a sword pill, unable to struggle. What? He actually used his body to fight against a golden core Dharma form. Is he still human? No, is he still a dog? At this moment, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. How can this dog's cultivation be so powerful? Rise! At this moment, Ji Mingchuan was scared out of his wits and an unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. His divine soul and Dharma power surged, trying to retrieve the Dharma form that was almost destroyed. But it was too late. Come on! The large black dog's large paw stretched out, and directly grabbed the sword-shaped golden core, stuffed it into its mouth, and started to chew loudly, emitting a strange sound that made one's teeth ache. It had actually chewed this indestructible golden core into pieces, and swallowed it whole. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone couldn't believe it. This big black dog actually ate Ji Mingchuan's sword pill raw. This was too terrifying. Chapter 1731. No. After a full 10 seconds, Ji Mingchuan finally realized that he had lost all connection with his golden core and that his dharmic powers were completely depleted. Only then did he realize that his golden core had been snatched away and had become someone else's. Dog, give me back my golden core. He let out a mournful howl and almost burst into tears. Cultivation was a cultivator's second life. Having his golden core snatched away and reduced him to a cripple, this was worse than death. Who is this guy? Everyone looked at Jiang Tian again, and deep shock and astonishment appeared in their eyes. He was too powerful. Ji Mingchuan had too many titles. He was the most powerful young overlord in Huaxia, a golden core cultivator, a nascent soul cultivator, a 9th grade cultivator, the disciple of the Kunlun sect and the most powerful cultivator under the nascent soul heavenly lords. However, he couldn't even defeat his dog. Just how strong was he? At that moment, Ji Mingchuan, who had been staring at Jiang Tian with hatred and shock, suddenly realized something. He gasped and said in a trembling voice, You're Kang Te Chu. There was a big black demonic dog that was extremely powerful, and it was related to Li Huiyan. Who else could it be but Kang Te Chu? Because of the teachings of the Beihan sect, Ji Mingchuan had thought that Jiang Tian had died during the interstellar travel. However, after connecting all the dots, he could only come up with one answer: he was Kang Te Chu. After Ji Mingchuan said that, everyone went silent. Countless cultivators were stunned at first, and then their gazes fell on the white-haired man who was sitting on the chair and drinking leisurely. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Kang Te Chu. Those 3 words were like thunder to their ears. That was a terrifying existence who had single-handedly climbed to the top of Huaxia, swept across the world, and suppressed the 4 major worlds. He was the real founder of the Spirit Qi revival era. He was the leader of the Myth Alliance. That was also the guide who planted the eternal Taoist foundation for Earth. Although many sects in the Beidu sect had been trying to weaken Jiang Tian's influence and suppress Jiang Tian's power in the past 2 years, a lot of history had been covered up. However, once this name was mentioned, everyone immediately remembered the era of Kang Te Chu 5 years ago. They immediately remembered Kang Te Chu's invincible and peerless style. Jiang Tian had nothing to hide. He used the creation mysterious art, and his white hair turned black. His face became even more handsome, and he returned to his original appearance. He leisurely took off his sunglasses. His smile was still the same as before as he said faintly, "Time flies by like a white steed. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't think there would still be someone who remembers my name. I thought that this world had already forgotten my name. In the past 5 years, we have all been looking forward to the return of the leader of the Taichu Alliance." Bai Choufei's face revealed a look of realization, shock, and ecstasy. He knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice and tears streaming down his face, Tianqing School's outer disciple Bai Choufei welcomes the return of the leader of the Taichu Alliance and his return to Earth. So the leader of the Taichu Alliance is back. Tang Yuyu cheered. No wonder he was so confident. It's him. Zhao Chenzi supported his forehead with his hand and suddenly understood. Sure enough, it's really you. Seeing that familiar face, Li Huiyan could no longer control her tears and rolled down. The yearning and worry that had been going back and forth for the past few years seemed to finally be able to fall. At this moment, after finally confirming Jiang Tian's identity, Mo Yuza and Li Fifan were so shocked that their scalps almost exploded. They knelt on the ground one after another. Mo Yuza's face was full of fear as he said sincerely, in the blink of an eye, the leader of the Taichu Alliance has finally returned. This disciple is really excited. The leader of the Taichu Alliance must have fought in the ruins of immortality and made a name for himself in the Sea of Stars. He returned with a great victory. It's really the fortune of Hua Xia and the fortune of Earth. Li Fifan also flattered with a face full of joy. He was so scared that he was trembling and anxious to the extreme. Jiang Tian looked at Mo Yuza and Li Fifan coldly and said in a cold voice, "You are following Ji Mingchuan and Zhang Kai this time. Are you going to be enemies with Tianqing School?" We don't dare. The two trembled with fear and said in a trembling voice, "We are just secular people who don't cultivate the root bone. We follow Zhang Kai just to find a little protection. We have no intention of being enemies with the leader. This disciple is not an ungrateful person. Everything is forced by the situation." Jiang Tian also knew the truth of what the two said. Now that they had entered a new era of spiritual energy recovery, coupled with the arrival of the Big Dipper cultivators, the logic of the world had changed. Cultivation had become the foundation and pillar of the world's operation. They were just holding on to thighs. Since you don't dare, then get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing without batting an eyelid. Jiang Tian waved his sleeve as if to drive away a fly. Yes. Mo Yuza and Li Fifan hurriedly stepped aside as if they had been pardoned. They looked extremely frightened and fearful, fearing that Jiang Tian would kill them if they didn't agree with him. At the same time, Kang Taichu is back. All the live stream rooms were also full of exclamations. Has he returned after defeating the immortal ruins? That's too powerful. No wonder Zhang Yilin suddenly got the image of the brand. There is so much evidence. It turns out that the leader of the Taichu Alliance is behind it. Good. This time, the leader of the Taichu Alliance has returned with a strong force. He must settle the score with Ji Muxian and Jeffrey and take back the control of the Myth Alliance. Earth, our ancestral home, a brand new cultivation planet. How can it fall into the hands of the Big Dipper? Jiang Tian's hardcore fans, such as Zhang Shisan and Chao Jianjia, even cheered as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The scheme of the Beihan Zongzi and Han Ming could fool most people, but not everyone. Warriors and cultivators such as Zhang Shisan and Chao Jianjia had already suspected that the Beidou monsters had suddenly arrived. When they saw the image of the secret meeting between Divine Lord Scorpio and Han Ming, they were even more certain that all of this was a scheme of Han Ming Zongzi. However, even if they knew that Han Ming was behind it, there was nothing they could do. Because the opponent was too powerful. But then, Jiang Tian had returned and they saw a glimmer of hope. Everyone stared at the screen in the live stream room. Under the pressure of Jiang Tian's might, clatter, Seng Xian, Qi Zhuoran and the other members of the 5 Heavenly Lord families in Hua Xia were trembling and their faces were as pale as paper. Kang Taichu had come back from the immortal ruins alive. If he destroyed the immortal ruins and returned, didn't it mean that he had the power to kill more than one soul formation cultivator? That would be terrifying. No matter whether Han Ming Zongzi or Ji Muxian and the other new nascent soul cultivators on Earth could defeat Jiang Tian, at least they were sure that those new golden core cultivators were definitely not enough to deal with Jiang Tian. Even Ji Mingchuan, the most powerful one among them, was too weak. The truth was as obvious as a flea on a bald head. Ji Mingchuan's power was even weaker than Jiang Tian's dog. After confirming that it was Jiang Tian, Ji Mingchuan also fell into deep fear. He bowed and pretended to smile enthusiastically. I can't believe that Senior Kang Te-Chu, the pillar of the cultivation world in Huaxia, has returned. This is really a blessing for us and a great event for Earth. It will definitely make the whole world cheer. Ha, you're exaggerating. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he laughed with ridicule as he said, didn't you openly say that this isn't my era anymore? Didn't you say that I'm a sinner of Earth because I formed a mythical alliance with the monsters? After hearing what he said, everyone went silent. Everyone could feel the suffocating killing intent that Jiang Tian was emitting. Chapter 1732. Ji Mingchuan's smile also froze on his face. He then said with a wry smile, please forgive me, Senior. I was indeed ignorant. It's just a small misunderstanding. I'm sure you won't hold it against me with your magnanimity. A small misunderstanding? Jiang Tian sneered when he heard that. He leisurely took a sip of red wine and said coldly, then let me ask you, were the dojos of the Tianqing school in Huaxia snatched by the 5 new heavenly lords? Then let me ask you, were my disciples Yi Tianren, Hua Qingtian, and Alexander of the Moon Wolf clan sent to the Martian battlefield as cannon fodder? Answer me, were the members of the Myth Alliance, Ao Bing, by Sujuan, and the others killed by the 5 heavenly lords? Answer me, were my grandfather, Zhang Jinghua, and Zhang Yilan of the Zhang family humiliated and forced by you? Then answer me, is it a small misunderstanding after so many people died? With every question Jiang Tian asked, Ji Mingchuan's face turned paler. By the time Jiang Tian finished speaking, his face was already paler than a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead like a small stream, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Senior Tai Chu, your black dog has already destroyed my cultivation. What else do you want? Ji Mingchuan finally squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. You also know that I, Kang Te-Chu, have never been magnanimous. I'm narrow-minded and vengeful. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, a blood debt naturally has to be repaid with blood. You and all the lackeys of the Big Dipper sect have to die. Senior Tai Chu also knows that I'm a member of the Big Dipper sect. There was a dead silence. After a long time, Ji Mingchuan curled up like a quail. After a long time, he raised his head and looked straight at Jiang Tian. To be honest, I'm the disciple of Han Ming, the Zongzi of the Beihan sect. Do you know what will happen to you if you kill me? Zongzi of Han Ming. Is it that great? Jiang Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his jade-like right hand and bent a finger. Then let's destroy the freezing North sect and wipe out all the enemies from the outer realms. Stop! At this time, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the horizon. Ji Mingchuan also felt an invisible force pulling him out of the hall and into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Humph! Can he be saved? Jiang Tian's expression was cold as he flicked his finger. A golden finger beam, like a bullet fired from a Barrett sniper rifle, streaked across the sky and chased after Ji Mingchuan. This finger light didn't contain any laws. It was purely condensed from 7th metal true essence, but it could definitely kill an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Father and the heaven monarchs are here. Ji Mingchuan smiled. In the next moment, he felt as if he had been hit by a rocket. Even the protective aura that Ji Muxian had condensed for him could not withstand it and was torn apart in an instant. Even his physical body and divine soul were shattered by this vast force and exploded like fireworks. The young peerless genius and the disciple of the Zongzi of the freezing North sect were nothing in front of Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, the audience in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. What? My Chuan was killed. Why is Kang Te-Chu so vicious? He's stirring up a storm of blood as soon as he comes back. Countless female fans of Ji Mingchuan were dumbfounded. They hugged each other and cried. They hated Jiang Tian to the core. There was nothing they could do about it. There were always some die-hard fans in any era. These people didn't care about justice and wouldn't analyze the big picture. They only acted based on their feelings. Kang Tae-chu, you killed my beloved son. I won't let you go until I'm dead. A loud roar was heard, shaking many glass walls and causing them to collapse. It was full of anger. A man in a Taoist robe flew from afar and stopped in the air. As soon as this figure arrived, an overwhelming cold sword will, like a cold wave, instantly enveloped the entire Kunlun building and even half of Jin City. The laws rumbled and clanged. The sword chi shot up to the sky and seemed to be able to crush the Kunlun building and tear the sky apart. A nascent soul heavenly lord. Even with the protection of the talisman arrays, people still felt uncomfortable and terrified. They felt as if their divine souls were going to be destroyed in the next second. Everyone looked up. 5 figures stood proudly in the sky, 10 miles apart from each other. They surrounded the Kunlun building in a fan-shaped formation. Some of them were cold, some were as majestic as mountains, some were filled with murderous intent, and some were filled with black smoke. Each of them had the rumbling of laws, as if they had merged with the world and affected a certain great path. Ji Muxian, Zhang Huairan, Seng Yilong, Yang Chen, Qi Jinglei. Hua Xia's 5 supreme heavenly lords are here. In an instant, everyone in the building and the audience in front of the screen were shocked. This Senior Tai Chu just came back and he's already in a tight encirclement. Is he going to die here? God is so heartless that he has to kill the Earth's genius. As for Bai Choufei and the other staunch supporters of Jiang Tian, great waves were set off in their hearts. They revealed worried expressions and sighed. How did they come so fast? Sigh, we should have fled 1,000 miles away to avoid them. Li Huiyan and Tang Yuyu also couldn't help but grab Zhao Qinzi's small hand. Their beautiful eyes were full of panic. At this moment, many of the audience who supported Jiang Tian felt as if their chests were pressed by a huge rock. They couldn't breathe and couldn't say a word. 5 powerful nascent soul heavenly lords. What kind of concept was that? Before the recovery of spirit chi, the entire Earth, including many secret realms and the several dimensional worlds of the solar system, didn't even have a nascent soul heavenly lord. Even now, a nascent soul heavenly lord was enough to dominate the world and be invincible. Everyone on Earth didn't know Jiang Tian's strength at this time, so it was impossible for them not to be worried. The 5 most powerful heavenly lords are here. Who can resist such a luxurious lineup? Zhang Shisan clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were full of despair. He couldn't wait to go to the scene immediately and fight side by side with Jiang Tian. Sigh, this bunch of Big Dipper lackeys had already discussed this beforehand. They wanted to use this gathering to force the Tianqing sect to bow their heads and force them to withdraw from Huaxia completely, weakening Grand Primordium's power. In front of the screen, Chao Jianjia, who had successfully formed her core, looked bitter. The other supporters of Jiang Tian could only smile bitterly. Facing such a luxurious lineup, everyone wanted to be muggles. Even a soul formation overlord would have to be careful. After all, these people had received the inheritance of the Beihan sect and reached the ultimate level. It's just an ant. I killed it. Do you have a problem with that? Jiang Tian looked calm. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grabbed Xing Xian from the crowd. Senior Tai Chu, please spare my life. How dare you kill me? While he was begging for mercy and Seng Yilong was shouting, Jiang Tian shook his right arm and turned him into a mist of blood. Kang Tae-chu, you're so arrogant. Seng Yilong's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. His son was killed right in front of him. How dare you? Do you really want to fight to the death with us? If you surrender now and wait for the Beihan sect's verdict, you might still have a chance to live. Qi Jinglei's skinny body was like a mountain under the influence of the Dharma laws. He threatened loudly. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian released a bit of his Dharma power and turned the entire hall into an iron plate. He wanted to save his son, Qi Zhuoran, but he couldn't do anything. He was under the control of others, so he didn't want to harm Jiang Tian. He could only try to make Jiang Tian recognize reality and make him surrender without any resistance. However, he didn't know the truth. "Ha, do you think you can make me fight to the death with you? Even if Han Ming Zongzi is here, do you think he's worthy?" Jiang Tian pointed at Qi Zhuoran's head and exploded it. His brain and skull flew everywhere. Qi Zhuoran's headless body fell to the ground. His divine soul had been destroyed and he was truly dead. 5 years ago, when Jiang Tian had just reached the core formation level, he would have had to run away if he encountered such a nascent soul heavenly lord, not to mention 5 of them. But then, Jiang Tian was much more powerful than before. He could kill many soul formation cultivators in the ruins of deity as if he were cutting grass. 5 nascent soul cultivators were nothing to him. At this moment, the world became silent. The entire world was dead silent. Senior Tai Chu is still the Senior Tai Chu. He's still so decisive and ruthless. Zhang Shisan and Chao Jianjia gasped and exclaimed. Chapter 1733. The first time Jiang Tian made a public appearance after his return, he directly killed 4 of the 5 Lords of Heaven's children in front of their elders and ancestors. This was to make them feel so much pain that they would rather die. It also made it clear that there was no possibility of peace talks. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Although the outcome was still unknown, Jiang Tian was the only one in the world who could be so decisive and ruthless. Jiang Tian was the only one. At this moment, their blood was boiling and they couldn't wait to roar at the sky. "Kang Te-chu, you are so arrogant." Seeing his children killed with his own eyes, Qi Jinglei felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He was so angry that he vomited blood, his teeth were almost broken, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. "Kang Te-chu, do you think this is still the era 5 years ago when you dominated alone? Now that the Big Dipper has arrived, the world has changed greatly, and many orthodoxies have reached the limit. It is no longer your world. What right do you have to stir up a storm of blood and do whatever you want?" Yang Chen's breath was cold, and he shouted majestically, "You are courting death. Come out and fight." Ji Muxian's sword chi was dense, and he shouted with a sonorous voice. "Even if you defeated the semi-god realm cultivators in the ruins of immortality, so what? Those you killed were just some gradeless semi-god realm cultivators. Their strength may not be comparable to us nascent soul cultivators." Qi Jinglei was also full of confidence. His eyes were full of disdain, and his killing intent was overflowing. He shouted coldly, "Today, I will let you know what a real 9th-grade nascent soul cultivator is. Ha! So far, you still have many believers." Zhang Huairan gritted his teeth, his face was ferocious, and his triangular eyes were full of resentment. He said gloomily, "You came at the right time today. Under the witness of the whole world, we will kill you and break your legend. The expressions of your believers will be very interesting. Are you done?" Under the gazes of countless people, Jiang Tian stepped out and flew out of the building. He stood in the air above the Qinhuai River and said indifferently, "You are just a few useless nascent soul cultivators, and you think too highly of yourself. A frog at the bottom of a well wants to kill me. Arrogant! How dare you? Kill him!" The 5 nascent soul heavenly lords were enraged. Viciousness flashed in their eyes and their bodies were full of viciousness. Ji Muxian's nascent soul roared. With a shake of his sleeves, the endless sword chi precepts transformed into a sword chi dragon that was several hundred meters long. It slashed towards Jiang Tian. The sword chi dragon was densely packed with precious swords. There were more than tens of thousands of them. In an instant, it cut through the void within a radius of 10 miles. The turbulent Qinhuai River below was like a violent tornado. The turbid waves surged to the sky, and the raging waves beat against the shore. They were at least 100 meters tall, as if they were going to drown Gold City and destroy the entire world. Senior Tai Chu, Alliance Master. Jiang Tian. At this moment, in the building, Jiang Tian's family, friends, supporters, and followers all exclaimed in front of the screen. Their faces were filled with worry and even despair. How strong was Ji Muxian's limit ascension now? He was at the peak stage of the nascent soul level, close to the soul formation level. That slash was extremely powerful and was comparable to an attack from a soul formation level cultivator. It was more than 100 times more powerful than the Tungu's ancient lake. It could definitely uproot the entire Kunlun building and wipe it off the face of the earth. Ah! Ji Muxian, I've given you 5 years. I can't believe you haven't improved at all. Jiang Tian sneered and looked indifferent. There was disdain in his eyes as he ignored the sword Chi dragon. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. When the sword Chi dragon was less than a few hundred meters away from him, he suddenly exhaled and shouted, "Go away." More than half of Gold City shook violently and the sky twisted as if endless power had descended. The stars in the sky shook and the entire world seemed to be about to collapse. Then, he saw the countless laws of Sword Chi being utterly defeated and swept away. Ah! 10 miles away, Ji Muxian suddenly let out a miserable howl. His eyes were filled with endless fear as the laws of his body disintegrated. His flesh and spirit embryo exploded with a loud bang. His inch-sized nascent soul managed to escape, but it only lasted for a snap of a finger before it also exploded. Only the storage ring was left. Jiang Tian purposely kept it. He raised his hand and took it. At this moment, there was dead silence in the sky and on the ground. Everyone's expression froze and their eyes were glazed. Ji Muxian, a peak stage 9th grade nascent soul heavenly lord who had the support of the Beihan sect, exploded after Jiang Tian shouted. Wasn't Jiang Taichu a little too strong? Cultivator Muxian. Sect Master Ji. For a moment, the other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators subconsciously exclaimed, with intense shock and disbelief written all over their faces. No one could believe what they had just seen. Li Huiyan's eyes widened and she covered her red lips with her hand. She murmured, how is this possible? How did he become so powerful? He's as powerful as a soul formation overlord. He's not a golden core or nascent soul cultivator. Is he really the one who killed Divine Prince Qianlong? In a blink, the 4 nascent soul heavenly lords fell back in fear. Seng Yilong suddenly cupped his fists and said, Divine Prince Hanch, please help us. Kill Kang Taichu. We can't stop him. What? Divine Prince Hanch is here too. No wonder the 5 nascent soul heavenly lords dared to face Kang Taichu. They have cultivators from other planets helping them. Whether it was the people in the building or the people in front of the screen, they all panicked and were stunned. Divine Prince Hanch was Han Ming Zongzi's right-hand man. The power of a half-soul formation grand cultivator from other planets was terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than the soul formation grand cultivators of the monsters on Earth. He could kill nascent soul monsters as easily as cutting vegetables. This time, Jiang Tian might not be able to do it. Ah! Divine Prince Hanch is here. Kang Taichu, what can you do? Ahem. No matter how strong Kang Taichu is, he's only powerful in a small place like Earth. How can he be a match for Divine Prince Hanch? Hanch Shensi, kill him and avenge our Chuan Chuan. Jiang Taichu, let's see how arrogant you can be. Continue being arrogant if you dare. Divine Prince Hanch is invincible. The country bumpkin Jiang Taichu is no match for him at all. He can only kneel and beg for mercy. For a moment, Ji Mingchuan's female fans, who had been dispirited by Jiang Tian's blow, came back to life on the spot and spammed the bullet screen crazily in the live stream channel, gloating and wishing that Hanch Shensi could tear Jiang Tian into pieces immediately. Those people had been completely brainwashed by the cultivators from other planets. In their eyes, the cultivation civilization of the Beidou planet was superior to that of Earth. And Jiang Tian was just a bumpkin who couldn't be compared at all. It was a strange phenomenon, but it wasn't uncommon in life. Many women would think that a Huaxia man who earned 1 million a year was inferior to a foreign loser who couldn't earn more than a few thousand yuan a year. It was almost crazy and not rational. Chapter 1734. Stop running. At this moment, they saw a man in a golden battle suit, a purple gold crown, and black iron battle boots. His face was handsome and chiseled, and he looked majestic like a god descending from the heavens. Divine Prince Han Che, you're finally here. Seng Yilong was overjoyed as if he had seen his savior. He knelt in the air and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he pointed at Jiang Tian and said, Divine Prince, this is the most evil person on earth, Kang Te Chu. He has repeatedly stirred up a reign of terror and slaughtered his way through. He wants to overthrow the rule of Divine Son Han Ming. You must quickly kill him. Divine Prince, do it now. This kid is rebellious and unruly. As the most evil person on earth, we must kill him while he's still weak. The other 3 nascent soul overlords were also thrilled. Not only had Han Che arrived, Qin Shi Fairy and Elder Pan Sheng had also arrived. There were dozens of nascent soul heavenly lords and each of them was powerful. Bang! Han Che raised his hand and slapped Seng Yilong's head. Bang! Seng Yilong was caught off guard. He didn't even have time to use the Dharma laws of the nascent soul to defend himself. His body and nascent soul exploded like an eggshell under the pressure of Mount Tai. What? Everyone was dumbfounded again. The other 3 nascent soul heavenly lords on earth were even more dumbfounded. The 3 supreme grade true artifacts released by Hanch Divine Prince had already landed on them and bound them tightly. What happened? Wasn't Han Che Divine Prince Han Ming's subordinate? Wasn't he here to help us? Why did he attack us all of a sudden? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Greetings, Divine Prince of the Tai Chu. I've captured these 3 evildoers. Senior Tai Chu will deal with them now. Hanch Shensi led many Big Dipper cultivators to kneel in the void and kowtow to Jiang Tianqing. Their bodies were trembling and their faces were full of fear, as if they had seen the greatest god. The entire place went silent for a moment. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this godlike Han Che godchild. Like a subject meeting the emperor, he prostrated himself before Jiang Tian. A dignified divine son from outside the realm actually. At this moment, the billions of people in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Especially the fans of the cultivators from other planets, the ones who worshipped Hanch Divine Prince and thought that Jiang Tian would definitely lose, felt as if their faces had been slapped swollen. Even Chao Jianjia, Zhang Shisan, and the others opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a pear. They looked at the man with black hair and black eyes standing in the air, looking down at Hanch Shensi like a god. They couldn't say a word. What? Han Che Divine Prince, a half-step soul formation cultivator, has surrendered to him? But the most shocked were undoubtedly the few Huaxia supreme nascent soul cultivators. Qi Jinglei was stunned on the spot and couldn't believe it. He is Han Ming Zongzi's right-hand man. How can he be in cahoots with Kang Te Chu, an ant from Earth? Yang Chen was also dumbfounded. Han Che Divine Prince must have encountered him before and lost to Kang Te Chu. That's why he worships him. Kang Te Chu is still Kang Te Chu, still the most powerful and terrifying existence on this planet, Zhang Huairan suddenly understood. He screamed in his heart and the corners of his eyes twitched crazily. He was so scared that he peed his pants and shouted, Leader Tai Chu, I know my mistake. I admit defeat. Please forgive me for offending you. At this moment, he really regretted it. One careless move and the whole game was lost. He had underestimated Kang Te Chu after all. It's not a big deal to offend me. The point is, you betrayed Earth and abandoned your home. Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. He first raised his hand and took their storage bags and storage rings, then said coldly, So, you all have to die. No. In the screams of the 3 nascent soul heavenly lords, Jiang Tian flicked his fingers and a Gungjin finger aura burst out every time. Kang Te Chu, we've already surrendered, but you still want to kill us. You're so cruel and vicious. You'll suffer retribution. My descendants, the Beihan sect, will avenge me. Seeing that Jiang Tian was ruthless, Zhang Huairan and the other two screamed in despair, but they couldn't change the tragic outcome. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions sounded consecutively. The 3 nascent soul cultivators didn't have the slightest power to resist. Their spirit embryos were broken and their nascent souls were destroyed. Their bodies and divine souls exploded uncontrollably and turned into nothingness in the end. Your threats reminded me of something. When I first formed the Myth Alliance, I noticed the existence of the Zhang family. But I thought that you were just a member of the Yin sect and didn't care about worldly affairs, so I didn't suppress you. As for Ji Muxian, I even let him off and didn't kill him to the last one. But I didn't expect that you would be in cahoots with the cultivators from other planets and attack your homeland. Jiang Tian's face was as cold as steel, without a trace of emotion. His eyes were extremely cold and his voice was as cold as ice. It seems like you're treating my kindness as weakness. Then, I'll show you how cruel I am. I'll let you know how miserable the consequences of betraying me, Jiang Taichu. Then, he waved his right hand in the air and 5 palm-sized balls of blood slowly gathered and rippled like waves. The 5 balls of blood gradually condensed into 5 blood-colored runes. They were oddly shaped and difficult to understand. They did not belong to the language on Earth, but they gave people a strange feeling that they were connected to all things. It was as if they were connected to the past and the present, connecting the world. Cut the cause and effect, bloodline curse. Jiang Tian let out a deep growl. Thin blood threads suddenly shot out from the 5 symbols, piercing into the depths of the void. Meanwhile, the golden lake on Jiang Tian's forehead rippled like a deep vertical pupil. The black suppressing hell demon god's soul extended out from it, instantly splitting into hundreds and thousands of strands. They chased after the strands of blood, reaching thousands of miles away. Jiang Tian wiped away the immortal will seals on the 5 nascent soul heavenly lords' storage rings and storage bags. Whoosh! Hundreds of soul tablets lined up in the air, emitting a bright light. Each of them represented the life of a disciple who was closely related to them. Meanwhile, in a secret base in Yanjin, thousands of miles away, a gloomy young man wearing the uniform of a senior member of the Guardians of Hua Xia was watching the live broadcast in a panic. Kang Taichu killed 5 nascent soul heavenly lords and even our ancestral patriarch, Ji Muxian, died. Brother, what should we do? The world is going to change. Kang Taichu is a vengeful person. He'll definitely wipe out the Ji family and not let anyone go. The other disciple of the Ji clan was so frightened that his legs trembled as he spoke in a trembling voice. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the Ji family, who had just obtained the support of the foreign cultivators to dominate China's cultivation world and establish an everlasting legacy, would collapse in a single night. They watched him build a tower and entertain guests, only to see it collapse. Jiang Tian had formed the Myth Alliance because the ruins of deity were too powerful, so he wanted to unite all the forces that could be united. But then, he was so powerful that he had already dominated the ruins of deity and had the ability to fight with the Beta civilization. He wouldn't pretend to be polite to the traitors on Earth, he would definitely kill and not let any of them go. Yiku is still in our hands. She's the only child left of the Yi family, which is closest to Kang Taichu. If we take her away, Kang Taichu won't be able to do anything to us. The disciple of the Ji family gritted his teeth and snickered. Chapter 1735. Ji Mingchuan had been coveting Yi Karen for a long time. Although Yi Tianren and Yi Zhantian had died in the battle against the Beidou monsters. Later, Yi Karen, who supported Jiang Tian, was also seriously injured in the fight for the control of the Myth Alliance. However, Ji Mingchuan didn't want to kill her. He hoped that one day, he could use both hard and soft tactics to get close to her, so he imprisoned her in this place. Yes, yes, yes. How could I forget about this? We still have one last card. As they spoke, the 2G family disciples revealed a smile of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They opened a heavily guarded prison and coldly shouted at a pale-faced woman who was barely breathing. "Ye Karen, come with us. Let me go. One day, when Kang Tae-chu comes back, you will be killed. Let me go today and maybe I will let you go one day." Ye Karen was lying on the dirty bed. His face was pale and haggard. His cultivation had been crippled and he was almost like a mortal. He was thin and weak from hunger, but his eyes were still filled with boundless killing intent and deep hatred. In fact, she regretted it very much. Back then, why did he show mercy and let Ji Muxian, Yi Yuhui, and the others go? In the end, he had nurtured a tiger and brought calamity upon himself. When these people grew stronger, they immediately became the lackeys of Big Dipper. Putting aside the fact that his family members were killed, they even implicated many other innocent people. So what if Kang Tae-chu comes back? We have the Beihan sect and Hanming Zongzi behind us. The 2 disciples of the Ji family, who were already very scared and resentful, were greatly stimulated when they heard this. They almost collapsed. They danced and shouted hysterically, "No matter how strong Jiang Tai-chu is, he is just a nascent soul realm cultivator. But Hanming Zongzi has more than 10 semi-god realm cultivators. The Ji family will never lose. The Yi family is about to be destroyed." They seemed to be venting and comforting themselves. Suddenly, a suspicion appeared in their minds. "But why is she looking at me as if she has seen a ghost? Sigh, that's not right. Why is my chest so hot, as if it's being roasted? What is this?" Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 2G family disciples who were originally roaring suddenly had crimson flames erupt from their chests. These flames were as red as blood and instantly spread throughout their bodies. Their heads, torsos, and limbs were instantly engulfed by the terrifying vermilion bird flames. Ah! The few prison guards who had followed him were so scared that they screamed miserably and peed their pants. They dodged to the side in a panic. But strangely enough, although these 2 balls of flames were ferocious, they seemed to have a mind of their own. They only burned 2 of the Ji clan's disciples to death, and the others, not even a blade of grass or a tree, were affected. In just a few seconds, the 2G clan disciples turned into green smoke, not even leaving behind a trace of ash, completely disappearing from this world. I heard that Kang Tae-chu has the bloodline curse technique, and can kill people from thousands of miles away. Could it be that the prison guards looked at each other? They were so scared that they were about to go crazy. "Hurry up and release Miss Yi. Otherwise, we'll all die. Miss Yi, please forgive us for our disrespect. We had no choice, Tai-chu Sr. has returned. If he asks, please put in a good word for us." Everyone hurriedly removed the shackles and handcuffs on Yi Karen's body, then kowtowed and begged for mercy. "What? Sect Master Tai-chu is back?" Yi Karen couldn't believe it. "Yes, he's back. And he killed 5 nascent soul heavenly lords at the Kunlun building in Jin City." A prison guard handed over a phone with a trembling voice. It was playing the scene of Jiang Tian killing in Jin City. "Tai-chu Sr., you're finally back. I knew it. You wouldn't die in the ruins of deity. Heaven has not forsaken earth." Yi Karen was so happy that tears rolled down his cheeks. Zhonghai. On the bank of the Huangpu River, the moon was shining brightly in the sky, and the skyscraper stood proudly. "Lady Wu, you've hidden it well. You look like a member of the royal family, but you're actually a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Now, hand over all the worldly wealth and cultivation resources of the Wu family. Come back to the demon-suppressing heavenly prison with me and wait for the verdict. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being merciless." On the top floor of the skyscraper, Zhang Jiuyuan, Zhang Huairan's beloved son and a level 3 nascent soul cultivator, was surrounded by a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Lady Wu disdainfully. "I can't hide it anymore. Dressed in a business suit and high heels, martial demon Nyang, who looked like a strong woman in the workplace, sighed with a complicated expression. Indeed, Wu Yaonyang's ancestor, Wu Mainyang, belonged to the nine-tailed fox demon clan. Therefore, when Jiang Tian saw Wu Yaonyang for the first time during the battle against the door to heaven at the Lansang River, he gave her the evaluation of a femme fatale with overwhelming demonic aura. But Jiang Tian didn't expose her. Firstly, Jiang Tian didn't care about the bloodlines of humans and demons. Instead, he adhered to the law of behavior: those who are kind to me are kind, and those who are evil are evil. As long as they were of the same mind, no matter whether they were demons or monsters, as long as they were of the same mind, they would accept everything. Secondly, after thousands of years of intermarriage with humans, the demon bloodline in Lady Wu's generation was extremely thin. It was only 1/10. So, Lady Wu's demon bloodline had always been extremely hidden. In the 2 years when the Big Dipper clan descended and demons wreaked havoc on the land, the Wu family didn't suffer much impact. They even secretly saved many demons who followed Jiang Tian. But they didn't expect that the dragon-slaying Zhang family would still find them with some clues. I also know that you're collecting resources to eliminate the Big Dipper clan. After thinking for a while, the martial demon lady smiled and said in a sweet voice, as a hidden royal family, my Wu family has the responsibility of protecting China. Naturally, it is our duty to do so. I can give you all my wealth and cultivation resources. But if you send us to the dragon-slaying heavenly prison, Lady Wu will be wronged. I'm not a demon. She had been in the mortal world for a long time and was very quick-witted. If she lost the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she could still earn them back. Besides, when Senior Kang Taechu comes back, we can take them back 10 times more. It's not up to you to decide whether you're a demon or not. I only need to take out the dragon-revealing mirror given by the Beihan sect and you'll show your true form. Do you really want to try? Zhang Jiuyuan snorted coldly with a fake smile. Senior, the Wu family and you don't have to interfere. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Lady Wu's face froze and her body trembled. Demons and humans are different. The dragon-slaying Zhang family has always been suppressing demons, upholding justice and protecting the righteous path. We'll kill any demon we see. There's nothing to say. We're not targeting the fox demon Wu family. Zhang Jiuyuan's face was full of righteousness. He flicked his sleeves impatiently and said coldly, give up your fantasy. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing demons. Don't go too far when you do things. Senior, do you really think Kang Taechu won't come back to settle the score with you? Why do you think the image of Divine Lord Scorpio and Zhongzi Hanming's secret meeting was leaked? Lady Wu said. Fine, I guess the dust has settled. I won't hide it from you anymore. Zhang Jiuyuan's face didn't change. He said confidently, I knew it and so did the 5 most powerful divine lords. They're already on their way to the Kunlun Plaza to kill Kang Taechu. Besides, do you know that Divine Prince Hanch is also going to attack? He's a half-step soul formation cultivator. Hearing those words, Lady Martial Demon's expression changed enormously. Divine Prince Hanch. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Divine Prince Hanch was invincible during the battle against the monsters. He killed nascent soul cultivators like cutting grass and was even on par with some divine lords of the monsters. Ha! Kang Taechu was only a golden core cultivator when he left the ruins of deity. After 5 years, he's only a nascent soul cultivator. How can he be a match for Divine Prince Hanch? This time, after eliminating Jiang Taichu, the dragon-slaying Zhang family could be said to be one of the top forces on Earth. No one will be able to compete with them. A golden core cultivator next to him bragged. After today, the Zhang family might even have the chance to follow the grand cultivators of the 7-star sect to the sky. They're bound to rise. Everyone looked at Zhang Jiuyuan with burning eyes. As Zhang Huairan's son, he definitely had the chance to be taken to the 7-star sect by the grand cultivators and rise in status. If they clung to him, they would certainly receive endless benefits. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiuyuan laughed. He'd been waiting for this day for too long. In fact, even if the cultivators of the Seven-Star Sect determined that Kang Taechu had died in the ruins of deity or the dead universe, they still couldn't find his body. The name Kang Taechu had always been a stone in their hearts, making them feel uneasy every day when they thought about it. But after this battle, everything would be fine. They would be free of worries forever. But then, a golden core cultivator walked over and whispered, "There's a change in the situation." Zhang Jiuyuan seemed to have heard the whispers of the devil. His face changed drastically and he broke out in cold sweat. His body couldn't help but tremble. "Prepare the crystal ship. Let's go. To the outer space city." Zhang Jiuyuan couldn't wait any longer. He turned around and left like a stray dog. Huh? Why did he suddenly leave? Lady Wu got up and looked at them in disbelief. Then, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Zhang Jiuyuan, who had been as ferocious a moment ago, had just dashed out of the skyscraper toward the crystal warship hovering in midair when he was suddenly enshrouded in a cluster of red flames. Even the descendants of the Zhang family were burnt into smoke in the next moment. Under the night sky, the red flames were extremely beautiful and moving. "The Tai Chu Senior has returned and won a great victory in the Gold City," Luo Fei hurried in from outside. She was so excited that tears were running down her face. The same thing happened not only in the heavenly prison of the capital city, but also in the moon tower of Zhonghai, and even in the secret lands abroad. The descendants of the 5 heavenly lord families in the secret realms turned into smoke in front of their friends and captives. The elites of the noble families who had been chasing after the demons or Jiang Tian's supporters suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes in the mountains. Under the shocked gazes of the disciples, the elders of the aristocratic families suddenly disappeared into thin air in their respective ancestral lands. Under Jiang Tian's merciless curse, the direct bloodlines of the 5 strongest nascent soul heavenly lords were instantly annihilated.